Hola and welcome. Happy Saturday. Hope everybody's having a great weekend. And it's wonderful to be back with you guys today, guys. We're going to talk about this picture, the fact that one of the PIs working in Sebastian's case stepped away temporarily. My understanding, we'll talk about that. And whatever else our happy little minds decide to get into. So thank you guys again for joining me today, May 4th, 2024, Saturday. Let's get the show on the road. Here we go. Hello, and welcome back again. Thank you all for joining us today on this Saturday. Hope you guys are having a great weekend, like I said. Excuse me. And I hope it just gets better from here. Let's see here. Come on in, everybody. Get yourself a seat, get comfortable, grab a chair, a couch, the stump, as always, the toilet, whatever is working for you today, please grab it. Find a seat, get comfortable. We got stuff to talk about. And I love talking about that stuff with you guys. So thank you for joining me today. As always, very much appreciated. Excuse me. Come on. We got 59 peeps in here already. 31 likes. That's awesome, but we can do better than that. Come on now. Of course. Yes, we'll talk about that, honey bunny. Thank you for joining me. Let's see who we got joining us today. Speaking of which, it looks like Miss P Fox is in the house. Thank you for joining us today, P. CZ, welcome back to you. Miss Andy Rose, always a pleasure to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Honey Bunny, again, thank you for being here today. Miss Victoria, always I love seeing you here. Avie Marie, thank you for joining us. Butterfly 71, thank you for being here. Miss Victoria, great to see you. Throw glitter on it. I might do that. Thank you for joining us today. Spooky Paws, great to see you today. Let me see. Hope Flokes, Miss Val is in the house. Thank you for joining us. Tina B, welcome back to you. Great to see you today. Miss Salty, the true crime time. Excuse me. Miss Salty from True Crime Time. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you very much. Go Bulldogs 93. Welcome back. Good to see you. Mr. Philip Hughes, thank you for joining us today. Make sure you tell my beautiful wife I love her. And her and my sister better be taking good care of you today. I'm sure they are, because they are awesome at what they do. But thank you for joining us, Philip. Don F., thank you for joining us today. Great to see you today. B. Williams, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Laura Dade or Dad, thank you for being here. Love seeing you. Tracy, again, welcome back. Great to have you here. Let's see. Miss Annie Ruler, hola to you. The Karma Police are in the house, guys. You better behave today. Brandy B, welcome back, dear. Great to have you here. Thank you for the mods that are joining us today. I appreciate you guys very much. And as I always say, I couldn't, wouldn't, nor shouldn't do it without you. So thank you for being here. Miss Christy, Nevada K, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Come on in, everybody. Holly, welcome to you. Great to see you all today. I missed you guys yesterday, but yesterday was not a good day. Well, it was good, but wasn't good. It was raining here and storming, and of course, the internet didn't want to cooperate with the storm, so the internet lost. The storm won, and then it was prom night last night, so I couldn't come in then because it was just busy. But it turned out well, and he did wonderful. He had a wonderful time. He looked great, and it was a good night for him, very much so. And I want to say thank you to those of you that had donated towards the channel, because a lot of that went to help with that too. So thank you, and God bless to all of you for that did that. B. Williams, great 2014. I'm sorry, good to see you. XOXO Sassy, I think. Welcome back. Good to see you today. And you got prom tonight. Awesome. Yeah, I got a picture. My wife has all the good pictures on her phone, but I got a couple little ones. 1 second here. I'll show you something while we're waiting for everybody to jump in. I thought he looked like a movie star to me. Kid is awesome. This is one of the outdoor. I just took a quick picture of him outside. We're not going to talk about that, throw glitter. If I can hold still. There's one. Like I said, my wife has the good pictures. And then this is inside the house right after he got dressed. He looked amazing. Absolutely amazing. He was one of the best dressed kids there, I'll say that much. So very good stuff. Welcome, Pebbles. Great to see you today, dear. Thank you for jumping in. Appreciate you very much, guys. Please, as you're coming through that door, hit the like button, please, if you can remember. Yeah, the blue was awesome. His girlfriend, her dress was blue, which is why we ended up going with the blue. So, which I'm glad, because I like that blue on him. He looks really good in it. But when we have a place around here where we have like waterfalls, and that's where everybody goes to take their pictures. There's like a garden and stuff too. So when they went over there to take their pictures before they went to the prom, when he got there was kids everywhere and parents everywhere. And I swear to you guys, I'm not just saying this because he's my kid. He was one of the best dressed kids there. No lie. No lie. And there were so many people complimenting him. It was insane. Like, you could see he was turning beet red because he was so embarrassed. Welcome, Leslie and Billy. Good to see you today. Noni McPoppins, welcome back. Tears ran dry. Good to see you. Thank you. Virginia Wolf, what's up, brother? Caroline Rushford, welcome and thank you. Thank you for all the compliments. I'm sure he will love to hear that. Thank you, Pebbles. Yeah, he looked really, really good, guys. He really did. I was just like, God, this kid. And yes, I had a couple tears because he's so grown, okay, and he's huge. He's bigger than I am. He's rolling up to close to 5'11" now. Prom is very expensive with girls between hair and dresses and shoes and blah, blah, all this stuff. Yes. Great to see you, Tina. Spooky Pose. Thank you, Miss Brandy. Thank you to anybody that donates to the PayPal and or the Cash App to support the channel. God bless. That is very much appreciated. It keeps the bills paid, keeps me coming out here, pays for the internet and all that fun stuff. I appreciate it so very much, guys. It's never ever expected, but we do appreciate it. Oh, I know. That's what I said. In the flowers. Good Lord. Let me show you guys the flowers. Hold on. These things are crazy for one night, for 4 hours, 5 hours. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Basically $100. It's a little, after last night, a little messed up, but it was very pretty. This was his. It's like instead of pinning it on now, they slide it down in the pocket, the breast pocket of the suit jacket, but that was it. They're like an orchid type thing. Like I said, it's a little wilted. It was a little bit more vibrant yesterday. And then she had some kind of a small little bouquet, which is the new thing, I guess, instead of the wrist corsage. I don't know how well you guys are seeing that, but I thought that flower, the colors in that flower matched her dress perfectly. She had a really pretty dress. And there's pictures that they took that when they get them back, I'll show you guys the pictures of them together. She was very colorful. She has pink and blue hair. So that starts off with that, but and her hair matched her dress almost. It was kind of crazy. She looked very pretty. But my Caden looked better in my opinion. Yeah, I just have to say that Caden looked like a movie star, folks. He really did. So when I get the pictures that come in that they took at the prom, I'll definitely show you guys. But yeah, he looked better in my opinion. Just saying. For those of you that are just jumping in, it reminded me of a James Bond character. That was before he put the flower in his pocket. His name is Caden Sassy. Close though, very close. So hold on a minute, folks. All right. Say hello.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Lisa. Good to see you. They were saying, got me stumped. Good to see you, Kels. Welcome. How nice you looked in your attire last night.
Yeah, it was fun.
Lori Blythe, good to see you.
Ooh, there you go.
They're all saying hello. Say hello.
Hi. Hi, Spooky.
Go put your flower back in the freezer.
Why'd you take it out?
Show the two of them.
Hi, Victoria. Thank you, Evie.
I know, Tina. Everybody says that. I was attractive at one time, as you can see.
You're twin, very handsome. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you, Holly. Hi, Brandy.
She's not in here, honey.
Hi, Georgie.
Actually, his eyes are blue. Mine just changed colors.
Mine do too.
Mine are hazel. His are blue, but they're close. We do look a lot alike. Hey, Miss Cassie. Hello. She says hello, Caden.
Hello, hi, Cassie.
And 10 months, Miss Cass. That's awesome. Congrats. Thank you for being part of this family for so long.
Eyes turn gray sometimes.
Miss Cat Lady, thank you for that. And I am very proud. Robert Bell, welcome. Good to see you. AG, what's going on? Yeah, unfortunately, AG.
Magnet. Oh, boy.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about because I know what I was like back then.
That's how it
So,
was
but
like
he's
last
got
night.
a steady girlfriend. That's okay. What do you mean that's how it was last night? Picture here.
Well, last night there was a lot of girls again.
You were with a girl.
Yeah, I know. One of them was hitting on me, and I said, "No, I have a girlfriend. That is mine, and I don't want you."
You said that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the way to do it, dude.
Well, she wouldn't leave me alone, so I had to.
Yes, Robert, we're going to talk about that. Clarence the Conqueror. Good to see you.
Clarence.
Thank you,
a chick
Wanda.
magnet, Diego? Yes, he was.
Unfortunately, yes, Lori, I was. At one point in time, I was.
Too much. He was a super magnet.
One of these days, I'll pull out some old pictures of me, and you guys will see what I used to look like. Miss Terry Martin, good to see you. All right, go put your flower away, bud.
I got pics. I just got.
When they come in, I'll show you guys their combo. And like I said, Brandy has the good ones on her phone. There you go, Terry. Shut the fridge doors open, dude. You hear it? Yeah, I saw that too, P. Oh, man. Yeah, I saw. His mom has pictures. I'll show you guys later on because I'm probably going to be live tonight too. I was thinking about doing a music thing tonight. His mom has pictures on her phone, which I don't know why she didn't send me. I asked her last night. Let me double check to make sure she didn't send it to me, and I just haven't looked at it yet. Hold on a minute. Nope, not there yet. She probably didn't have time to, but she'll get them to me, and then I'll show you until the other pictures come in. I can show you the falls pictures and stuff. So, welcome, Jeff. Good to see you today, buddy. Hope you're having a good weekend. Beep beep. Leave that boy alone, you guys. Truth, what's happening, brother? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. AGT 2014, of course. Yeah, I am definitely proud. Carolyn Rushford. Yes, a lot of people say that. He definitely is in every way, but in shape and fashion. Yes, Tina, I agree.
Hey, Dad.
Kathy Tincher, good to see you. Carl, welcome. Good to have you. We got 127 peeps in here and 61 likes. Come on. Please make it match, guys, if you will. We got a couple different things we're going to talk about. And of course, I'm going to attempt to open the phone lines. Nobody ever wants to call me. Is it me? Is it me? I watch all these other shows and everybody's calling in nonstop. Is it me? Who told me one time that I'm not very edgy. So maybe I need to be more edgy. I don't know. What's up, War Eagle? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Christy. Prying Paula, welcome. Good to have you here. Once again, for those of you that just popped in, I promised you guys I'd show you a picture. MB. Okay. What is going on with this? There it is. Boom. Oop. Here we go. This picture of last night. Just a quick pic for some of you. I told you guys I'd let you see it. For those of you that just dropped in. And then, like I said, when the real pictures come in, I'll show you guys. And I think my wife, I don't know why she didn't send it to me, but that makes sense, Carolyn. Does make sense. Mom is in the house. All right, mods, if you guys can, before we get rolling, can we drop the links like we do? We need to drop Mind of Monsters, Salty, Doodlebug, Molly. Take your time whenever you can do it. But just drop the links, guys, if we can, for all the other awesome creators we have in this community. Thank you, Carolyn, and welcome. You're edgy. That's why you don't call in. Well, that's what I like. There we go. Thank you, Miss Cass. Appreciate you. I hope you're feeling good today, Cassie. Hope you're having a great day. That is the link for Mind of Monsters. Great channel. Awesome lady. Amazing creator. Does amazing things. Go check her out. Subscribe. Show some love. And support if you can. Please. Please, please. Of course, my awesome and amazing producer, Doodlebug. So amazing. Her channel is very, very, very awesome and amazing. Please go check that out. Subscribe. Show some love. If you haven't, please again. Thank you again, Miss Cassie. We also need Salty. There it is. Yes, you're on the ball, Miss Cass. Hey. Salty. Sleuth True Crime. She's awesome. Or True Crime Time. I'm sorry. I always mess that up. But another awesome channel. Nothing but facts coming out of there, folks. Please check her out. Show some love. Please, everybody. Please. I appreciate that very much. And so are you, my dear. So are you. We can drop Molly's link too, if you will. I mean, of course, we can do Arctic Fox, Duchess, and all them. I typically like to drop them when we have them in the chat, but whatever you guys want to do, it's up to you. War Eagle, thank you. Our lovely Mama Bear and her account is where her channel as well. We don't get to see her too often lately, but there is a link for hers. Thank you, Eagle, very much. Appreciate that. We got a lot of them, guys, but I know it's a lot. It takes time, but I really want to support these channels because they put so much hard work in. Cluminati, of course, her channel as well. And they put so much hard work and time into these. They deserve the recognition, the support, and the love that everybody. Thank you for telling me, Kels. I got to turn it down again. I'm also eating it right now, so sorry about that. But I want to support them in any way, shape, or fashion that I can. Thank you, Jeff. It is very much appreciated, sir. And of course, you can't forget the awesome Miss Duchess for Missing. There's another awesome creator that does amazing things. So thank you for that. These are all, in my opinion, the best channels on YouTube. Thank you, Cassie. There's Arctic Fox, another amazing creator. He drops the best stuff out there too. A lot of coverage on missing children, missing people, and we got to do it, guys. We got to cover that stuff. Yes, Arctic Fox, right there. It's wonderful to hear that, Lori. I hope you are. I hope you do feel comfortable. I want everybody to feel comfortable and at home when they come in here, and be welcomed by everybody that same way. I appreciate that very much, and it's great to see that. Thank you. That makes my day, Lori. And of course, we can't forget Mr. Willard's channel, Truth Nation, Uncensored. Mostly, he covers a lot of the Idaho stuff, and he's kind of edgy. But that's Willie. If you don't mind checking him out too. There you go. Thank you, Kathy. You guys, you're getting a lot of work to have to pull all those damn links. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, Brandy, there's Salty's link again for those of you that didn't catch it. Thank you, Wanda. I appreciate that very much. I try. I do try. I do. And I really appreciate that. Yeah, I was going to actually look at that, Carolyn. I watched that last night, or this morning, I think it was. I think. We were going to take a look at some of that stuff too. I think we got all the links out there. Well, One to Life, that seriously means the world to me. Thank you. That's awesome. Brandy, again, thank you for that. The TikTok video we have up supporting Sebastian is at 2,732 views. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Cat Lady. That means the world as well. I appreciate that very, very much. Welcome, Kimberly KV. The kind words mean the world to me, folks. It really does. Really does. MB, welcome. I worked in the women and children GBV sphere for a long time. Also did many missing persons. Admire you and Clue are doing. Thank you very much, MB. Very, very much. 157 peeps and only 86 likes. What's up with that? Come on now. You guys can at least pretend for a few hours. Just pretend like you like me for a couple hours. That's all you got to do. Hit that like button. Leave a little bit of DNA, and then move on. Only takes a second. Thank you. That way we can get that up in that algorithm, which is where YouTube wants it. Well, I appreciate it, Jeff, but clicking the like button, you click it once, it's on. You click it again, it goes off. You click it again, it goes back on. So you're just turning it on and off when you do that, really. I found that out the hard way. When I first got into YouTube, I'm like, I'm going to click this as many times as I can. Ding, 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 ding. And it just was going like and unlike and like and unlike and like and I'm like, okay, you're an idiot. Moving. Not saying that to you, Jeff. I'm just saying that's how I reacted to myself when I realized it. I didn't realize that, though. Like, if you click it, I thought you could just click it. You know what I mean? And it would like it that many times. It doesn't work that way. Let's see. Haley Cummings. Yes. Yeah, we talked about that about a month ago, Cat Lady. I love how all of you collaborate for a common cause. That's right. That's what it's all about. That's why I'm so grateful for Arctic Fox, Duchess, Mom, and all of them that we have come together in that sense. Cluminati, and been able to work together for one common goal when it comes to that. You know, there's other things that fall in around all this, but you know, the main goal with that stuff is that. So there's the link to the TikTok for this this channel as well. We still have an Instagram. I found out the other day, which I don't even touch. We have a Facebook account, and we had something else too, and I can't remember. 100%. That's right, Mom. We are stronger together, and we can accomplish something. We can accomplish something rather than fighting against each other and competing against it. Because this is not a competition, folks. We're trying to help the missing and their families. So Let's see here. Welcome back, Hope Floats. Thank you so very much for rejoining the sauce with the rest of these awesome meatballs. I appreciate all the meatballs in here. Cabs here. There goes fun channel. Oh, that's my other channel. Thank you, Cassie. That's awesome. For those of you, nobody be interested. It's my toy channel. My son and I do some things on there. We haven't done anything with it yet, but I'm trying to start it up and get it going. It is the Heavy Metal Toy Box. So if anybody would like to subscribe to that, just to help it grow, if you know of anybody that would be interested in the toy channel, then there you go, guys. It's going to be interesting. 1 second, folks. All right. So thank you very much for that, Cassie. That will definitely help. Welcome, April Wine. Good morning or afternoon to you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night to wherever you guys are. I hope it's good for you guys because it's great to be with you. I appreciate you guys. That's how you know you're a good YouTuber when you got really? Seriously, Jeff? I didn't even real. Hold on. I haven't even looked at it. I haven't done anything with it yet, truly. Let's see here. I just put together the intro for it. I didn't think I had anybody. I knew I had a few people that subscribed to it, but I'll be damned. Very cool. 81 subscribers. Oh, shit. Sorry. That's pretty cool. I'll show you guys the intro to it real quick here. Then we'll get moving. We got 161 peeps in here, guys. Please, 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 please hit that like button. Let me see if I can make this happen here. I'll show you guys the intro I put together. I had a little help. Somebody told me what I should do with it in different spots, but I put it together. It's pretty awesome. Wow. Wait a minute. Where the hell did that other link go that had the music on it? Hold on, guys. I'm lost. Give me the minute. Give me the minute. Give me the minute. Give me the minute. Okay, thank you.
Can I open this one?
I don't care. You're gonna give it to me though.
Okay.
Where did the one with the music go? Is that it? Oh, that's the end of it. Okay, hold on.
Oh. My report card.
A plus, A plus, B minus, A minus, C minus. Damn, kid. All but that one.
Well, I'm not good at algebra.
I know that, but that's
okay because they give me a mentum and I can get it
that's
done.
really good actually that you brought. That's awesome. That's awesome. Good job, Bo. Good job.
I'm really proud of myself.
What is that? That's government. You got an A plus. Band, of course, an A plus. B minus in English.
I had an A plus, but there was an assignment that was complicated.
A minus in pottery, which is stupid because you do really well in there. C minus in science, and well, I'm proud of you. Good job.
Thanks, Dad.
Good job. Keep doing that stuff, bro. Keep doing it. You got one more coming.
You're doing better next year.
You got to keep it level now. You got to keep it put together. That's all. Just keep it even keel and you'll be good. Awesome job, bro. Awesome job. Hey, Clue, welcome. So I'll show you guys this real quick. This is the intro to the other channel. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Hold on. Some of you guys might not like the music part of it, but all right. It was good. Cool. Thanks for asking. I'll show you a real quick picture here in a second. Where the hell did the music go? It was just on here. Wait a minute. That's because I probably should change that. And that's the intro to the other channel. So it's pretty quick, simple, and whatever. So here, Clue, and anybody else that popped in that wanted to see. This is the only picture I have right now. His mom has the rest of them, but that's what he looked like last night before he left. Thank you guys for the intro or the music stuff and all that. Like I had help putting it together. I had ideas given it to me and some other things. No, he's not single, Twiz, unfortunately. I wish he was. He's got a girlfriend and he's got a bunch of other girls that are really like hightailing his ass, but I wish they'd leave him alone. That's what my mom said that too, Clue. That's who it was. Brandon Fraser. I couldn't think of who she said he looked like last night. It was kind of funny. All right, there we go. Yes. Miss Delta. He's growing up way too fast. He's going to be 18 in 2 weeks. I'm not ready for that. So he had a blast, though. He looked amazing. Like I said, he looked like a movie star to me. What's up, Twiz? Good to see you, bro. Donnie, D Nice in the house. Miss Tracy, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you guys. Hope you guys have an amazing weekend. We got 117 likes up in here. Y'all gonna make me lose my mind. WB, thank you for joining us. Yeah, the report card. There's Molly's channel, guys. Check that channel out, please. One of my other producers, Miss Molly. She's very, very talented, but shy. So check out that channel. Give it a little bit of like, please, and show some love. Oh God, I'm a G.I. Joe freak, Jeff. That's pretty much what I have. I love them. I love them. I love them. I love them. Thank you, Miss Zelda, and thank you to anybody that does donate to support the channel with any of these links. Guys, avoid the Venmo link. It does not work. PayPal and Cash App. I should probably take it out of there, but PayPal and Cash App definitely do, and it's never ever expected from you guys, but more than appreciated. So thank you again. It does help to support the channel. Hell yeah, the $6 million man with the eye thing. You could look through the back of his head and see out of his eye. I loved it. I loved it. Louis and oh, and of course, sorry, Cletus, good to see you, bro. If you're there with her, JC Ann, welcome. Kate Pruitt, good to see you, guys. Thank you so much for all the awesome comments. Caden appreciates it as well. Moni in the middle, welcome back, dear. So let's get this party started. And like I said, one of the and oh, thank you, Zelda, and thank you to anybody that has purchased anything for the off the Amazon wish list. It definitely helps me with my equipment, and of course the coffee. All of that stuff is greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. Michael 007, what is going on? Good to see you, brother. Coming across the pond. I appreciate you, sir. Yes, it was last night, Leslie, and he had a great time. I thought you guys. Demon Dog, welcome. Good to see you. MB, yes. Uh, somebody definitely helped me pick out the music to that. There's the picture again of last night before he left the house. Right when he was getting dressed. I've seen the movie, Jeff. There's one with the $6 million woman in it too when they get married. It's kind of cool. So, as I was getting ready to say, the one of the PIs has stepped away from Sebastian's case temporarily. I'm guessing. I'm understanding. And again, thank you guys. Didn't purchase anything off the Amazon wish list. It definitely helps me in a lot of ways. But one of the PIs has stepped away from it, and I'm understanding that it's a temporary thing. There's something I can show you that I think JLR put it out. We can talk about that. Read through it, and it has something to do with this picture, which is why I titled it that way. Is this picture real? If a PI stepped away based on the interpretation of that picture, somebody thinks it is. Okay, and that means something. Does that mean that they have an idea where he's at? I don't know. We don't know. So the next hearing, the 14th, I believe. Yes, the 14th. Yeah, I didn't even know you went in live last night, Clue. I passed out early. I was tired. All of this prom stuff. And then here's the funny thing, guys. Then the question arose last night. Could my girlfriend spend the night? Nope. Sorry, folks. Not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Me and his mom both started laughing like insanely. And he laughed because he knew what the answer was gonna be, but he thought he'd try it. Thank you, Leslie. He is very handsome, I know. Crazy Linda, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're having a great Saturday. Yeah, can she spend the night? No. No. And it is what it is. We'll sleep back in the den and different sides of the reclining thing. I said, no, you won't. I said, even if I fell asleep on the couch downstairs, it takes 1 second for something to happen. Nope, not going to do that. We're not ready for that. Not going to happen. Yes, May 14th and 16th are closed hearings. I have no idea because, from my understanding, I think they're all going to be closed at this point. Now we'll see. We'll have to talk about that. Did you get you some of them French fried taters? I heard that Chris called in last night. Yeah, that'd be cool. Negative Ghost Rider. Exactly. Good Lord. We can't ever get started. Hold on, folks. 1 second. Sorry about that. Mrs. Dago says, thank you for all of the kind comments about Arcaden. And thank you for supporting the channel. And she appreciates and loves everybody as much as I do. Sorry, folks. Summer Jade, good to see you. Well, we got time to get a few more peeps in here at least. All right. So we got some stuff to talk about. Let me see here. I'm going to drop this link in the chat. If you want to jump up here with us, with me, keep me company while we talk about it. Different opinions, AG. Yeah, I'm not playing that game. No. I have an upgraded kids. I don't need any more. And he's hot right now. Okay, I know he is because I was too. Welcome, James Vaughn. Good to see you, my friend. There's a link in chat if anybody wants to join me. Please do. It's lonely up here sometimes. I promise I don't stink. Welcome, Sherry. Thank you for joining us. One more time before we get rolling, for anybody that just popped in, that I know some of you guys wanted to see what Caden looked like last night. And I'm not trying to yet. Where'd it go? That was one of the pictures before, right when he got dressed. And that is it, guys. All right. Welcome, Cletus. How are you?
Got brush my teeth.
I know I can smell something. I knew I smelled something. I don't know what it was, but
it's a phenomenon.
Phenomenon.
I've been waiting. I've been waiting today to get you back going on that.
Yeah. It's been in my head for like a month. And every time it goes away, somebody like you does it one more time, and here it comes for the rest of the damn day again. Thank you, Julie. Yes, CZ, absolutely. I do. He's my world.
I just fixed that bike.
So, hold on a minute. All right. Yes, I love coffee too, Virginia. It's part of my life. I love it. So, what you saw obviously about the PI and all that stuff, right? Clue?
No, we just got up about 30 minutes ago.
Oh damn! Must have been nice sleeping in like that. Shit.
We didn't have much choice. We didn't get into bed until about 4.
Well, yeah, I've done that a couple times. What time? It's 11:30 for you guys now, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Hold on a minute, guys.
They asked energy drinks or coffee.
Yes.
No, what? Where?
Well, yeah, you hadn't in a minute. You're off your kick, but you'll get back on it.
Yeah, I go through phases.
Energy drinks. I can't. They give me the jitters. I can't do it. Where's it at? Oh, okay. Here we go.
Yeah, I was wondering what happened to you yesterday, by the way, because you said I got to get some things ready.
Oh yeah, it started raining here. Okay, and then it was just like a rain. It was nothing crazy, and then I heard pow, and I'm like, oh god, here we go, and lightning and thunder, and I had to sing the Thunder Buddy song, and next thing you know, my TV went blink. I come running in here, and my modem was blinking, and I said, "You son of a bitch! Here we go again." So it was out for about 5 hours, and then prom started. All that shit had to happen, and It didn't come back in. I think it came back on about 9. I was just at that point, there was no point. So I was pissed.
Yeah,
I was pissed.
we were up late.
Yes, it was lightning and thunder in your undies. I seen you did a live stream, but I had passed out. Otherwise, I'd have been in there. Your phone is in need of coffee? What the hell, Salty? That's pretty bad when your phone needs coffee. So, this makes me wonder. I think JLR put this out this morning. It was off of it looks like a Facebook account, obviously. Integrity Canine Services says, thank you for the update. Unless it is proven not to be him. This is in regards to the picture from North Carolina of Sebastian, the supposed Sebastian. I will not be bringing my HRD canine back in for searches for Sebastian. If found otherwise, we will be glad to help out. So for some reason, a lot of people are looking at this. I don't know if there's been like things leaked out to state that they know that this is him, that it's very possibly him, because I haven't seen or heard it. And then Justice Warrior says, that's your choice. However, I would encourage everyone to continue searches until it is confirmed to be him, because if it isn't, he is still out there, and that's fact. Okay, so which way do you take this? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Doodle, for dropping Mind of Monsters link. Again, appreciate it. So what do you guys think about that per se? And that would be Chloe, I do believe that, or not Chloe, Heather Cohen, my apologies, that stepped away.
She stepped away?
Mm-hmm.
Where do y'all see that?
Well, that's what the theory, or not the theory, Jesus Christ, I can't speak to save my life today. Hold on a minute, I'll show you. Where it is. Or did I just miss it? Where the hell is that?
Thank you.
Salty, you're in here. Was I right? Her Facebook statement. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Sorry, I got sent 4 different things from 5 different people. So give me 1 second. I'll show you guys. Pull it up. Good Lord. Why do these pictures keep popping up on my damn Facebook?
What were you saying?
A lot of these pictures keep popping up on my Facebook.
I don't even use Facebook, and these pictures keep popping up.
Are they dirty pictures?
No, they're not dirty, but there's like women in bikinis and thank you, monsters.
My guess would be it has something to do with the fact that you looked at BBC one day, but I'll just sit over
I
here.
did not look at BBC. I'm gonna email you a kick in the ass. That was not my fault. Mama Bear sent me that link. I clicked on it. I watched it for 3 seconds. It went and turned into that. So once again, not my fault. Wasn't her fault either, because she had no idea. She was just trying to. It was that stupid when that kid went nuts and cut off his father's head. She wanted me to look at a part of the video of him talking and what he showed, and I had not known where it was. So she sent me that link, and well, that wasn't the right link. It was some kind of a hidden link or something. I did not look at it. I would not look at it, Sam. I am.
That's okay. Fiance blames other people too when it's on his computer.
I swear to God, Clue.
Blames other people when it's on your computer.
Thank you, Monsters. Here it is. This is the full comment from Justice Warrior Investigations is the name of her company. Blowed up. Hey.
Whoa.
It's what?
That's a freaking long statement. Like, Jesus, fix it.
A little bit, yeah. Good morning, and thank you for all your kindness. Many of you have noticed how quiet we've been for the last few days, which I know must have been a shock considering what we previously. I just brought the damn things back here. Where'd they go already? What we previously been shouting from the mountaintops, so to speak, about the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers. I apologize for my vague answers and sometimes lack of an answer to all your messages. You have all been so supportive and you do not deserve to be ghosted. So I'm going to put this here and pray that y'all can't hold on, guys. I can't see this to save my life. This is insane.
You can't zoom in?
Even when I do, my eyes go cross. I have glasses here and I can't see where I said them. Just give me a second.
I can read it. You probably already know. Tracy and who's Tracy? Y'all
You got
quit
younger
fighting.
eyes than I do. That's why you can see it.
Huh?
I said you have younger eyes than I do. That's why you can see it.
No, I can see it because it's on like an 80-inch TV.
Oh yeah, that probably helps. These are my real glasses. These ones were found in a drawer that had been in there from about 4 days after I got them.
Aw.
As you probably know,
Who's Tracy?
I think that is the other one of the other PIs that were helping with it.
Okay.
You all have been so supportive, blah blah blah. Because so I am going to put this here and pray that y'all can get behind the new direction of the case, which has never been spoken about, but okay. Here we go. As you probably already know, Tracy and I came into this case on April 15th. My style of investigating is an in-your-face tactic that is meant to draw people out and get to the bottom of what is going on. We walked into a shitstorm that had been brewing for some time, and things got really out of hand. Aside from the public outburst on Web Sleuths, the public did not know what had occurred behind the scenes. What the public saw was the tip of the iceberg, and was becoming extremely concerned about how far things would go. Whether any of it actually had anything to do with Sebastian is debatable. Some say yes and some say no. Regardless, someone needed to step in who could calm the storm, and that person is Tony Mathis. Now, I did successfully open a line of communication between myself and the Proudfoots, and I was trying my very best to diffuse the situation. However, I was unable to do so. And transparency with the public is necessary, thank you, to some degree. In this case, there are things that are better kept close to the vest. I am going to comment on one thing regarding Katie. I don't know what happened on February 26th of 2024, the day that Sebastian seemingly vanished into thin air. However, I've seen some things said about her past that breaks my heart. She is being chastised over something that she had no control over. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't get to choose our parents. Please try to have some empathy. It's about damn time. At least pertaining to that aspect of all of this. That's all I'm going to say about that. Lastly, I have heard and seen many asking if I'm still working for Seth. With recent developments and with Mr. Mathis taking over, I'm stepping back. Justice Warrior Investigation Services are always available to him when he needs us. But to answer your question, we are no longer under a retainer. We do believe that the photo at Grandfather Mountain is Sebastian, and until we know one way or another, there isn't much we can do. If it is Sebastian, this would become a federal case, and we would be thrilled for the FBI to take the lead. This would be the best development yet. As a private investigator, we can do a lot to help the case along, but we do not have the ability to get warrants, and that is what is needed to gather the evidence necessary to find Sebastian. We will continue to follow the case closely and share updates as they are released to the public. We love Sebastian, and we will continue to pray for his safe return. Respectfully, Heather. So I look sexy in my glasses, don't I? I'm just kidding. Anyway,
I think so. I like them.
I do too. Those are the only ones I like because they're comfort fit. I don't mean that. I was just being silly, guys. I'm not that conceited.
I am.
Okay, you can be. I can't. So there's that, and that last paragraph really says something to me. They really believe that that's him, and she's talking about this turning into a federal case. Thank you, Kels. That said something. And by the way, Truth, you're welcome to jump up here if you'd like to join us, sir.
What did I tell y'all? He's
or
always,
anybody else.
he's
by that.
one step ahead always. He puts out a petition wanting the FBI to take over. Boom! All of a sudden, this photo of him across state lines.
Well, let's see here. And the fact that Tony Matthias, I'm sorry, nobody ever says it right. Tony Matthias is getting involved now is interesting to me.
Do you really pronounce it Matthias?
Because that don't make sense. M-A-T-H-I-S.
Well, the way it was spelled to me, Matthias.
He had it last night on Pascal, Mathis.
Okay, if it's IS, because I saw it somewhere else spelled THIAS. Either way, I'll just say Mathis then. Like Johnny Mathis.
You know what's crazy to me? And I'm not saying this to appear biased, but it is very odd that the Proud Feets are so angry beaver, but nobody can continue working with Seth after they start.
That has been noticed by me specifically. I agree. And that's what I thought too. The FBI is not going to respond to a petition. They don't even respond to subpoenas. That's fact. We know that already too. They're going to come in when they're asked to come in by another agency. Period. That's how that works. Because he's the damn drama queen. Yeah, there you go. I have to agree. Sorry.
I don't understand how I need someone to explain to me what this person is, this Mathis guy, because I don't understand why a PI would have to step back just because you got a PR spokesperson.
Well, my understanding is that he's got a law enforcement background, okay, and that he's does kind of a little bit of both, but I'm trying to find, where is it here? Something to explain who he is, and I can't get it to come up. He's worked in other cases. Yeah. That I've seen.
So he's more than a spokesperson. He's
actually working on the Caleb Harris. From my understanding, I think he's a friend of their families, but he's been working on the Caleb Harris case too. So, which sadly there's nothing else new on that one. And again, I'm gonna clarify something that pissed me off. I was pissed. I'm still pissed. I'm pissed at JLR, to be honest with you right now, and a few other people. All this bullshit that is being, okay, I'll have to pull that up, William. Thank you. That's what I thought too. Somebody else told me that. All this shit that's been being put out about Katie Proudfoot's family, her mom, her sister, the whole backstory with all that, stop. It needs to stop. Okay. It has nothing to do with this case. It has nothing to do with what happened to Sebastian. This woman, and this is my opinion, I'm sure people will disagree with me, okay? And that's okay. I respect that. I'm pissed. Leave it alone. Leave her the fuck alone, okay? She's already struggling enough. She has a child that's missing. You're going to bring all this up that she had no control over. She can't control her mom or her dad or her stepfather or her sister or any of the crazy people that fall in behind her. Leave her the fuck alone. Enough is enough, you guys. And I'm sorry for my language, but it really, really pisses me off. It's not going to find this child. It's old. It's old. This is like torturing this woman. we might as well chain her to the bumper of her car and pull out a fire hose and spray her in the face. It's just as torturous as that to me. It's insane. Leave it alone. People are so disgusting to me that you would rather bring out everything in somebody's life that they had nothing to do with and sit there and beat them down over it when they're already probably humiliated about the life that they came from, which is why she's estranged from all of it. But again, this all goes back to the fact that nobody's looking at Sebastian when they're talking about that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm angry about it, but I can't help it. I'm done with it. I don't blame them at this point. I don't blame Chris for having to defend his wife. And I don't blame them for being the way they've been towards people at this point because of this. It's sickening to me. So stop. JLR, he should know better, but this is what he seems to thrive off of. I'm sorry. You know, it's not right. It's just not right at all. And I'm tired of seeing it. Every time I flip through YouTube, there it is. Katie's parents did this. Katie's mom that. Katie this. Katie. What about the fact that Katie hasn't had her child in her life for 2 months? What about the nights that she hasn't slept because her child's missing for 2 months? What about all of that? We don't see anybody talking about that with either one of them. We've seen everybody talk about it with Seth. He's suffering. He's this, he's that. Okay. That's horrible because I know how I feel. Not one time have I seen anybody sit down and say, "Are you okay, Katie? How do you feel?" It's insane that people are so, I don't even know the word.
Shitty.
That's not even good enough word for me. I'm sorry, guys, but I'm so enraged over this. What about her? Has anybody hugged her? Has anybody asked her if she's okay? Has anybody gone to her and said, "Hey, is there something I can do, Katie?" No. All they can say is, "Well, Jesus, your mom did this and your sister's that and this and that," which again, she has nothing to do with. Nobody should look at, I know you have, Clue, but you know what I'm saying. Nobody should care about that. That's not anybody's business what her family has done, especially considering it doesn't include her. These people need to grow up. And again, my apologies if I'm upsetting anyone. I'm not trying to, but I am pissed off. It's enough already.
Well, I think what people probably should try to take from it is everyone's on this. I've heard before, I think something happened and she got angry and went off. And it's like, you think she's not angry over the crap being said about her online? She hasn't gone off on the internet yet. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't blame her if she did go off.
I mean, I agree, but I'm just saying, like, obviously there's some restraint and some sort of self-control.
And listen,
Yeah.
yes, there has been a lot, considering a whole lot. I agree with you 100%, Mom. Duchess made a good point. She served this country. How many people have thanked her for that? Or Chris? And then as soon as Chris finally snaps because he's had enough, and it took them a lot longer than it would have taken me, then Chris goes off. He's a bad person. Chris snapped. Well, what? Again, and nobody has taken into consideration they've had a child missing in their life for 2 full months. They have no clue as to what's going on with him. Okay? So, once again, it's bullshit. I'm sorry if I interrupted you. I didn't mean to, Clue.
Huh?
You were saying something. I don't know if I interrupted you or if I didn't. So, and I'm not saying anybody in here, guys. I'm talking about these so-called creators that are putting this shit out and talking about these things that it doesn't need to be talked about. It doesn't need to be brought up. It's not our business. Nobody should be digging into that stuff. It's nobody's business. And again, that has nothing to do with where this child is. Now, if somebody were to, and I think didn't I have this conversation with you the other day?
You talking to me?
Yeah, I think it was you, or somebody said something. They were talking about her mom and their, that family in the past. If her mother came in
Oh
and
yeah,
did
we were.
something, okay, that she didn't know about it, it wasn't a planned thing, okay? That's why she's estranged from her family, folks, and has been for quite a while. I haven't got to speak with her personally because I'm not going to bother them unless they reach out to me. That's when I'll talk to them, okay? But the thing is my understanding from what the rest of the world has put out there is that she's been estranged from them for quite a while because of those things, because she was a good enough person and smart enough to get the hell away from that kind of shit. You can choose your friends, folks, but you can't choose your family, okay? It's just how it happens. I have family members that I will have nothing to do with either because I don't like their choices and their lifestyle and things like that. And that's normal for everybody, guys. I'm sure everybody has that one family member that they just don't have nothing to do with for the most part, okay? It's normal. And it is my opinion. And again, I just don't want, I worry about other people too much. That's the thing. I don't like upsetting people, but you can only hold things in for so long. And I've been seeing nothing but all this bullshit about her family. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to know about it. That's the thing. Welcome, Steve NCTC. Thank you for joining us. SRB, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. And that's my rant as far as that goes. So Miss Helen, good to see you today. I hope you're having a wonderful day, my dear. One shot, thank you for joining us. I'm just catching up with everybody. Robert Belt, thank you. And thank you again for that, Mom. Welcome, Polly Pepper. Make sure I say it right. Golf Inspector, thank you for joining us. Hippie Soul 92, welcome. That's a great comment. People are morally bankrupt nowadays. Well, better get an attorney and figure out how to straighten that out because it's true. Ace's Mama. I love that name. Ace's Mama. Cool. Welcome. I'm not trying to shout at you guys either. And I wasn't saying, Moni, I wasn't saying it was you guys. I want to clarify that. I'm just putting my opinion out there. So I wasn't trying to shout at you guys. If my mic's too loud, let me know. I turn it down. Annie Ruler, good to see you again. It's just a bunch of bullshit, folks. I could not believe over the past 3 days all the crap, Allison, welcome, all the crap that I've seen about that. They've built full shows out of this stuff. Who cares? I don't care. I don't. So somebody told me that Tony Mathis, I think it is, or Matthias, whatever way you want to say it, was on Pascal's show.
Him and Seth.
When was that?
Last night. Oh, it was great. Dago, you will never guess who Seth's doppelganger is.
Who?
Jason Momoa. Are you okay? You went off camera.
I'm good. Wow. Okay. So be it. I don't even want to know. All right. So I'm curious to see what this Mr. Mathis. See, I've seen this guy before. I can't remember where I saw it at though, but I'm curious to see what he has to say. Those are great faces, Aces. That's kind of what I was thinking. Wow. Where did we see him at, you guys? Please, somebody enlighten me because I swear to God.
Caleb Harris.
Did he do interviews for Caleb too?
He's
their spokesperson.
No, I know that. Yeah, that one I did say, but I'm talking about something else because I swear I saw him like in a case that we covered way back, and I mean way back. Oh, damn it. It's going to drive me nuts. He's a Dallas fan. Uh-oh. Well,
That's what I said. Thank you, Dago. Thank you.
Right? All right, let's see. And again, I'm really not paying attention to what Seth has to say at this point. I want to know what this guy's plan is, what his thoughts are, and what he's all about. So it is Mathis. Okay, so we're right on that. He's new to our world. Okay. So I got two different variations of it. Mr. Steve's in the house. What's going on, my friend? If Chris was involved with foul play, he would embrace the Sebastian image and be screaming at every opportunity he's alive and well. I'm not involved. Thank you. That's kind of what my thought has been too. Great point, Mr. Steve, and welcome back. Welcome, glad to have you here, guys. Another link, if we can drop that, for the True Crime Web. Another awesome channel with Mr. Steve. Greatly appreciate that, mods, if we can. But that is a good point.
I agree. And I also think if either Chris or Katie were involved, they would not have kept pushing themselves in a corner. No, he didn't have
100%.
internet access. That means no predator or anything like that could have got him.
That's right.
No, he wouldn't do this or that. They have had, in my opinion, opportunities to give themselves an out, and they haven't taken them.
Yep. There would have been multiple, in my opinion, there would have been multiple excuses made and redirection towards other possibilities, but that's never been done. Okay. So once again, great point, Steve. Great, Chan. I'd love to have you join me one of these days to talk about some stuff. I really would, or vice versa. Love your Yes, ma'am.
You've got to go watch those videos of him, Sebastian. Like, don't listen to my whole show. That's crazy. But there's two videos that I was sent and told to show everybody in the chat last night.
Okay.
And there's one where he's bowling, and he is so cute. He literally knocks down 9 pins, turns around, and he's like, "You just got wrecked, Mom."
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Yeah, we'll check those out. Let's get through this real fast. And I didn't even know they were on there. It's last night's late video or the one before that?
Yeah, it was the late video. Find the time.
Okay. Yeah, I will pull it up then as soon as we get through this for sure. Thank you.
First off, thank you so much for stepping forward and linking up with Seth to be his spokesperson.
Of course. Of course.
Now, I'm curious, Seth, why are you having a spokesperson now?
It's been 66 days since my son has gone missing, and dealing with searching, making sure that people are getting vetted, dealing with interviews and everything else. It's time consuming. It's stressful. And when he offered to assist me with it, God sent somebody.
That's what's up. Now, and I love that there is going to be this new alliance. You got Tony coming through, and he's going to speak on behalf of the case, because I know that you have a lot going on for yourself right now, Seth. I mean, as far as just being on there, boots on the ground, trying to find Sebastian right now, there's a lot going on. You know, you're traveling quite a bit. There's a lot of chaos, and there's got to be someone who can actually be connected to the media while you go out and do what you need to do. So, Tony, welcome to the search. Welcome to the story. How's it been so far with this whole thing right now?
It's been good. I mean, Seth and I have gotten close. I've had some good conversations with him. I've also had some good conversations with Chris and Katie. My goal was initially to try to bring everybody together and limit some of the drama that had been out there in the social media streets, as you say,
right.
and simply want to help get everybody redirected and find Sebastian. So again, I've had a lot of good conversations with Seth. I've had good conversations with Chris and Katie, and we're not completely done. I'd love to represent them all three and get everybody working together.
Can I ask you that though? Let's get that out of the way. Get the elephant in the room out the way. Has there been any conversations with the Proudfoots, and why aren't you representing all three right now?
So I've laid that offer out there for Chris and Katie. Again, I had about a 2-hour phone conversation with them last week. I felt like we were in a good place. I made it known kind of how I operate, which is I do control all the media. I really would like, as I've told Seth and I told Chris the same thing, told Katie the same thing. I really would like them to be out from in front of the camera. I think there's been a lot of drama, a lot of deterrence from finding Sebastian. And really, I'd like to take control of that for them and get everybody united to finding Sebastian. So, one of the prerequisites when we do an interview is, as I told you earlier today, is, if I was representing Chris and Katie and I was doing an interview with them, there would be no talking about Seth. And when we do an interview with Seth, we're not going to discuss Chris and Katie. We're not going to throw darts at each other. I'm going to lead by example. And we are going to focus on finding Sebastian, just like we're focused on finding Caleb on the other case I'm working on. So blessed to be a part of this. And I think we got a lot of work to do, but I'm up for the challenge.
No doubt. No doubt. Seth, anything you want to add on top of what Tony just said?
His goal is my goal. To keep Sebastian in the forefront. Sebastian is the goal. Everything else is a distraction. We just want to find Sebastian and bring him home.
Right on. Right on. I think we all can agree on that, right? Every single one of us that's in the chat. I mean, even so, I know that there's going to be some pushback, some people that feel some type of way about anything about this case, but we can all agree. We can all agree on that one thing, which is bringing Sebastian back home. So let's talk about Sebastian. There's been some new information, some photos, or at least a photo that recently dropped. And I want to share this with you guys because, of course, I know you guys already know about this, but I want to confirm a few things. Okay. So here is the photo itself. Okay. Of course, this was found, or apparently there was a sighting at the visitor center at the Grandfather Mountain, Linville, North Carolina. Now, I'm very interested to know, in your personal opinion, Seth, since we have you here, do you believe this to be a sighting, like a legitimate sighting of Sebastian?
I believe so.
Okay. Okay. Now,
I know that I jumped in my vehicle and drove to North Carolina.
I'm glad you mentioned that. So you drove all the way down to North Carolina to the actual space, to the place where this photo was taken. Was there anything in particular that you saw or anything of that sort before we get into the more finite details? Was there anything like to confirm that this was an actual sighting of someone and that this was not actual AI?
My
You there,
private
Seth?
investigator, she did reach out and spoke to the person who took the picture and to the person that posted the picture.
Okay, so there was actual conversation with somebody who actually took this photo,
Correct.
right? Okay, so Tony, do you mind expanding a little bit on that for us?
I was not involved I was involved in the conversation with Seth while he was almost all the way to North Carolina.
Okay.
And I told him that when he got there that he was probably going to be disappointed, that they probably would not, this is when we'd heard there was footage. And I explained to him that they were probably not going to share the footage with him. And when he got there, he kind of figured out that that's what the situation was. And I explained to him that it was new information, and until it was vetted, it was going to be held close to the chest. And quite frankly, I completely understood why law enforcement was doing that. And when they vetted that information, if it was information that they deemed to be relevant to be disseminated, then it would be disseminated to Katie and to Seth. But we've got to verify that is him, and they've got to do their homework, and we've got to be patient. But I completely understand why Seth, if I was a father, I'm in my vehicle and I'm on my way there just like he was.
Yeah, no doubt.
He used it as a great opportunity to hand out flyers, create some awareness, ask some questions. And, I was certainly proud of him for getting in the vehicle and heading right there. No questions asked, because that's the same thing I would have done.
Right on. So when it comes to Seth, real quick, the conversation that your PIs had with the person who actually took the photo, what exactly did they say? What was the interaction like? How did they get this photo taken? So on and so on.
I wasn't privy to that conversation. My private investigator already knew that I was going to want the picture vetted, and she reached out. She did that prior to me asking. So when I turned around and asked her, she said she had already vetted the picture, and
okay,
loaded up and headed up there. When I got there, Tony was right. They would not let me see the video footage. So I took that opportunity to hand out flyers. Nobody knew my son was missing to begin with. It is North Carolina. It's outside of Tennessee. But I used the opportunity as I went up there. Every time I stopped for gas, use the bathroom, anything, hand out flyers the whole way up and the whole way back.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that you used your resources in the best way possible, right? And kept spreading the word even when you were down there and your path back home or back to Tennessee. But can we talk about that for a second? So you went all the way down there, right? You went all the way down to Linville, North Carolina, right? Because you saw this photo, you believe that it is to be that of Sebastian. You go down there, you ask, can I see the photo or can I see some footage? And they said no. Why did they do that, Seth? Do you know?
It's under investigation. They informed me that law enforcement had told them not to share the video until everything had been vetted. From my understanding, TBI reached out to North Carolina, what they classify as SBI, and asked for their assistance. And
Interesting.
it's under an investigation. They're not going to show it. They're not going to release it.
But I feel like naturally a lot of people are going to react the same way I'm thinking in my head. It's like, this is your biological son. You have rights, don't you? So why wouldn't they let you go and see this footage? Tony, can you expand on that a little bit?
So I broke this down for you earlier today, and I broke it down for Seth the other day, and Seth can answer this question as we play through this. If they show that video to Seth, and that video shows Sebastian walking into a vehicle and getting into a vehicle with a stranger, and Seth catches a glimpse of the license plate on that vehicle, Seth, what would you do in that situation?
Retrieve my son by any means necessary.
Exactly.
By any means necessary.
So
Yeah.
that's why.
Okay. So that makes sense to a certain extent, but I feel you on Seth's side. My knee-jerk reaction would be, I'm knocking on that door. Okay. They're going to know my presence, like lickety split, right? But I do get it that they want to make sure everything.
See, this makes me wonder something, because we heard that video, or the audio, sorry, of the recording of that woman that went there and said she was pulled in the back with an employee of this place, asked all these questions and so on and so forth. That's kind of strange, that, especially considering that they weren't law enforcement. It makes me wonder, hey, Kimber, good to see you, dear. Hope you're having a great day. I don't know. It doesn't play into this, but maybe it was a different scenario. Who knows? Just saying.
Is properly vetted before they release any type of information. But it's been a week now. So what's taking so doggone long? Tony?
Well, there's a lot to it. I mean, they've got to first verify that of who took the picture. They've got to do their homework on that. They've got a video. They're gonna probably have to.
Clue, do you remember where that was from?
That
That
picture?
woman. No, remember the woman that said she went there and she went to hand out a flyer
that
to
was a
somebody?
that was a call, wasn't it?
Yeah,
On
it was a
someone
call
on
in.
Yeah, it was a
T-Rev?
call in. Was it T-Rev?
I think so.
I thought it was Dolly.
Okay, maybe it was. Oh
Or
yeah,
maybe
it might have
it
been
was.
Dolly.
It was either T-Rev or Dolly, mom. And then they called in. This lady called in and said she went to that site and was told. She said who she was and what she was doing. Went to hand a flyer to somebody, and the lady got on the phone with somebody, and like 30 seconds later was asked. Somebody came out and said, "Can you come with me? I would like to talk to you in private." And she said, "Well, why can't we do it here?" He said, "This needs to be done in private," and went back into a back room there. And there were two other people in there, and they started questioning her, asking her all these questions if she was related to this person. And that's why I said, random. Well, that was the thing, Salty, is it was just like, I mean, it sounded real enough, but I don't know. I couldn't follow it. Because they did not, the people that questioned her did not say they were law enforcement or anything. And who the hell's going to just come at you and start questioning you like that unless they are? And they have to identify themselves. So, you know what I mean? I'm just saying. It was kind of interesting. I'm sure, I know that Ellie has, Terry. I promise you that law enforcement has checked all this out. And they're still doing it, obviously, as we're hearing. That's kind of what I wanted to hear what Tony had to say about all that. So
to get some subpoenas. I mean, it's not a lot different than a lot of other cases. I mean, you start having to get subpoenas for information, and none of that happens quickly. So, obviously the situation that Seth is in, if I'm him, I want it done yesterday. If I'm Katie or Chris, I want it done yesterday. But the truth is there is going to have to be a little bit of patience to figure out what it is we're digging into here.
I see. Yeah, but it's so weird. I mean, and that's just me. I'm just a regular guy here. All right.
You're a dad.
Yeah, I'm a dad, but I'm also a human being too. Right. And instantly I'm going, wait a second. All right. This doesn't make any sense. Why are they dragging their feet on this information? Especially when there is, just making sure this is abundantly clear for everybody who's watching, even the fam that's watching from the nosebleed seats. There is actual video of this particular person. There is actual footage of this. That's correct, Seth?
Correct.
There is actual footage of that, correct, Seth?
Correct.
That's crazy. Tony, Seth, that's absolutely crazy. That is crazy. And yet still nothing. Now, you know that there's video, but what exactly did they say about it? How do you know that there's video in the first place?
Seth, I'll let you take that.
Well, they have security cameras.
So somebody came to
Big
you,
part.
but somebody came to you and actually said, yes, there's actual video footage.
When I arrived, I could see that there was security cameras, which means there will be footage. And when I asked, they told me that they were informed not to show me anything because it is under investigation by law enforcement.
Wow. Okay. Okay. And there's nothing you can do to expedite this at all.
No, sir.
Man. Okay. Because it's been.
Pray.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Seth.
Pray.
I mean,
Pray.
That's insane.
Continue to pray.
You can only continue to pray. So then, okay, let's talk about the person that your PIs talked to and all that. I mean, have you guys kept in touch with this person? Have they run into this particular person again? Or is it just a one-time type of deal when it comes to this photo right here?
They were just in that spot, took a picture. They were up there to enjoy Grandfather Mountain.
Okay. Can we discuss a little bit about the woman?
Hold on a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Is he saying that the person just took a picture?
Yeah.
Like, the way he answered that, it was like they just took a picture there. They were trying to enjoy Grandfather Mountain. But the story that came out was the person thought that this boy looked like Sebastian. Am I making any sense?
No, you are. Like, it's creating a question about the motive of taking the picture. Is it just
Exactly.
Yeah.
Of the location, or did you take it because
Right.
you thought?
Okay.
You good?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I got the feeling last night this isn't a picture of. I don't know. I can't remember exactly which one it was, Mom. Does anybody in here remember when we listened to that audio if it came from JL, or I'm sorry, not JLR, T-Rev, or if it was Dolly? And I can't.
It was Dolly, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I can't remember the timestamp. It was like, was it at the very beginning?
It was at, if I'm not mistaken, the beginning.
You're
Yeah.
talking about the caller that
Yes.
called in.
It was in my video. Shit. Today, Thursday or no? Wednesday. It was Wednesday, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Well, I'll find it for you, Mom. Once we get through all these other things, I'll find it and I'll let you hear it. I know. I'll let you. I'll pull it up and find it. Don't worry about it. Let's get through this and these other things, and we'll get to it. I promise. Promise.
In this photo, because I know that there's been a lot of theories.
AG says it's an hour and 20 minutes in dollars. Thank you, AG, and I'll pull that up and we'll off of my thing and we'll find it.
A lot of speculation on this particular woman. Is there any leads as far as who this woman could be and all that?
No idea who the lady is. We don't even know if she was with the gentleman or not.
Oh, okay. So she could have just been walking.
She could have just been walking by to go to her vehicle.
Man, okay. Another thing, though, too. I know this is like just an ear, but right here, this looks like another kid, maybe, right there.
Well, if you scroll back out and you look down, you'll see that there's 2 feet right there.
Yeah.
And he's walking one direction, and the person that I believe to be Sebastian is walking another. They're playing on the rocks.
Right. Tony, what are your thoughts on,
does that look like a kid to you guys, or does that look like a grown man? Because his hair kind of looks older.
I'd never considered it was a kid in the background. I'd always thought it was a grown man.
Me too. I mean, if you go, where did he just show the head? Right there. It doesn't look like it. I mean, I can't really tell.
It could. I mean, it
guess
could
it
be.
maybe. Yeah. I guess it could be. I never thought of that before. I always thought I was just an adult, so I never thought of that. I think it's a grown man myself, personally. That's just me, and it looks like that's what most everybody else thinks too. But we could be wrong, you guys. The hairstyle is what I was trying to follow, but I guess looking at it now, okay. I don't know. That never see. Yeah, I think it's a man too. That's me personally, but we'll see.
And you look down, you'll see that there's 2 feet right there,
Yeah.
and he's walking one direction. The person that I believe to be Sebastian is walking another.
Mm-mm-mm.
They're playing on the rocks.
Right.
And he's wearing
Tony,
Skechers.
what are your
as
thoughts
well.
on
Whoever that is behind him?
laying your
wearing
eyes on this
Skechers,
footage
too.
and on this photo and everything? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I mean, it's hard to refute what a father says,
Shut
right?
up, Sarge.
No doubt.
I mean, he believes it's his son, then I'm going to support him in believing that. I told Seth when I first saw the picture, without any AI test done or anything like that, that I believed that it looked like Sebastian's posture. I believe that there was a strong possibility that that it was him, but nobody knows like the biological mother and father. And if he says that he believes it's him, then I'm going to support him in that.
Yeah, no doubt. Let me ask you this then too. Seth, any word from the Proudfoots about this photo? Do they believe this to be Sebastian, or do they think different?
I haven't had much communication with them since I returned from North Carolina. And when I was up in North Carolina, I had no signal.
Remember that.
Okay. Man, okay. Well, hopefully you guys are going to have a conversation soon, right?
Correct.
Where y'all have signal at the same time, because hopefully you guys are going to still work together. You know that.
Did you just say remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason?
Mm-hmm. No, I just, sometimes I have Tourette's that just, that's what pops out. Useless
Okay.
statements.
Gotcha.
Man, okay. Well, hopefully you guys are going to have a conversation. No doubt. Let me ask you this then too. Seth, any word from the Proudfoots about this photo? Do they believe this to be Sebastian, or do they think different?
I haven't had much communication with them since I returned from North Carolina. And when I was up in North Carolina, I had no signal.
Okay. Man, okay. Well, hopefully you guys are going to have a conversation soon, right?
Correct.
Where y'all have signal at the same time, because hopefully you guys are going to still work together. You know, that alliance is still prominent, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I mean, fingers crossed, real talk. Fingers crossed for that, for sure. I got a couple questions. There's some people who have some super chats that want to ask some questions here really, really quick. Like I said, it's not going to be a super long conversation, guys, but I just wanted to give you guys the update, introduce you guys to the news spokesperson, and talk about this sighting here. And I appreciate you guys blessing us with your time. Real talk. Seth, Tony, we really do appreciate it. Real talk. Michelle says, thank you so much. Sebastian strong all day. We agree all day.
Just like Pascal, I would definitely, your fan base is Sebastian's.
Yeah, Heather Cohen has stepped away for now. She said she's always available to them, but because of this photo, until they prove that it is not him, they're stepping away. I read that earlier on. Shaker Maker, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you.
Army. They are Team Sebastian. With their help, with everybody's help, Sebastian will be found and brought home. And I appreciate all the help that you're doing by keeping my son's name out there. And I appreciate all the support.
Of course, brother. Of course. We're all Sebastian strong here. Okay? All of us. We all want the same thing. Sebastian home, transparency, truth, and just him home, right? And I feel like we'd all do the same for each other, right? We'd all fight and bring up conversations and have a Tony Mathis, like I said, having someone to come in and take the brunt of some of the heavy.
Thank you, Mr. Steve. The footage will put the investigation on a path and strategy to a level that law enforcement will find who, if anyone, was with the image. Good point, sir, and thank you for that.
Lifting while you can go off and work on finding Sebastian, figuring out if he is in North Carolina or not. We're all here for the exact same goal at the end of the day. Even Michelle says, amen, right? The five Canes says, CP verbally abused a lady today, so good luck. Well,
We're not going to talk about that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true or not. So, like I said, the rumor mill's still rumor.
There you go. There you go. I like that. See that? How he took that real quick and said, we're not going to talk about that. That's what should have been being done from the very beginning. I like this guy. And Terry, I understand what you're saying. I have a feeling that there's probably more than one picture that was taken. That's just the only one that they put up and showed at that point. Probably the best one, maybe. So good for you, Mr. Mathis. And I appreciate hearing him say that, guys. I really do. Good.
Millen. Okay. And I will say this too. The Prophets love to have him on this platform to have a conversation anytime they want. Literally. I want to make that abundantly clear. Okay. Because, hey, they have some information. Seth has some information. If there really is an alliance going on, come on over. Let's have a conversation. Stephanie, thank you so much. Wouldn't a parent have to verify the footage, or do they have DNA to is Sebastian, or did they get DNA? I think that the question is, wouldn't they have to verify footage by a parent? That's actually a good question. Tony?
Yeah, no, you don't
Exactly,
verify
Mom.
footage. You verify the person in the footage. And until they figure out who that person is, there's nothing to verify. So, a DNA doesn't do any good on a photo or video. So they're chasing down who the person is. When they figure out who the person is, they'll know if that's Sebastian or not.
Right.
They won't need DNA for that.
No doubt. Actually, let's talk about this too, because I also heard over the past week that there were pants that were found. Can we talk a little bit about that? Tony, do you have any information about the pants? Okay, Seth, any information on the pants that were found?
While I was in North Carolina, somebody did reach out to me and stated that they found a pair of pants in a park.
Yes, ma'am.
How they reach out to him and he didn't have no service? Just curious. I would, if he could talk to Dago and let him know how that happened.
That's why she said, remember that. I get it now. I got you.
I don't remember.
Until they figure out who that person is, there's nothing to verify. So, a DNA doesn't do any good on a photo or video. So they're chasing down who the person is. When they figure out who the person is, they'll know if that's Sebastian or not.
Right.
They won't need DNA for that.
No doubt. Actually, let's talk about this too, because I also heard over the past week that there were pants that were found. Can we talk a little bit about that? Tony, do you have any information about the pants? Okay, Seth, any information on the pants that were found?
While I was in North Carolina, somebody did reach out to me and stated that they found a pair of pants in a park. I don't remember the exact name of the park. I did reach out to the detective over the case and let them know that somebody found a pair of pants that were like the ones that Katie described Sebastian wearing. And I let him know. He said he was going to take care of it. And he turned around and had them collected.
Okay. But they said it's not a match, right? There's no connection.
Correct. They let me know the next day that they were not Sebastian's.
How did they know?
From my understanding, it was the wrong size.
Wrong size. Did they say it was too small, too big? What does he usually wear? What size?
They did not tell me. They did not tell me specifics. They just said that the size was wrong.
Interesting. Okay.
But I definitely would like to extend my thank yous to the two lady officers that went into the river, into it, and fought off the deadly moccasins and ticks that the other gentleman wasn't. Because at least somebody was able to do something. I couldn't do it myself. I wasn't there.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the officers that did.
Well, hey, shout out to those officers for being willing to get dirty. Long story short, right?
Yes.
We appreciate them. We appreciate every bit of help. Oh, hey, had a good question. Seth, how would Sebastian introduce himself? That's actually a very good question. Just in case somebody runs into him, how would Sebastian introduce himself?
If you start a conversation with him, he would more than likely introduce him like I've taught him to introduce himself. He would tell you his first and last name. Hi, I am Sebastian Rogers. Or if he's not comfortable with you, he might just tell you his first name.
Okay. But he'll still introduce himself as Sebastian. He wouldn't use some sort of nickname or anything else.
No, he never liked any of the nicknames I gave him.
What were some of the nicknames that you would give him?
I like to call him my Padawan, and he really didn't appreciate that. He thinks he's a Jedi Knight.
Yeah.
He's just not on the council yet. So, that's one of the things.
Okay. So just in case anybody's out there, now you know what not to call him. How's that?
Don't
Okay?
make him pull out the lightsaber.
Don't let him do that. God forbid. Don't do that. Okay. Michelle says, "Amen." Tell him, Seth. Marlena says, "Did Sebastian ever go by Seb?"
No.
Okay, that's good to know as well. A65 Picker. Thank you so much. Sebastian's glasses arm connect to the top to frame. Kid in pick glasses at the moment connects in the middle of the frame. I see what they're saying. The glasses, where the frame is attached. I guess usually the arm of the glasses are attached to the top of the frame, but in this particular photo,
I
they're in the
believe
middle of the frame.
last year he went through, because normally when he gets glasses, he gets 2 frames at least.
Yeah.
Because I personally remember Katie asking me, I think we replaced his glasses 6 times last year.
I told you
Wow.
guys he probably went
So
through a lot of
6
glasses.
times. I mean, wait.
Pairs.
So it's 6 times, meaning they just kept breaking 6 times in a row, or like he just wanted to change his swag a little bit. The look,
He falls asleep with him in the bed and then rolls over on him. I mean, he's a kid.
Yeah.
He's out there playing gym class, and a couple times I think he's taken a basketball to the face, and we've had to replace his glasses before.
Okay.
He doesn't understand that glasses cost a lot, but what kid does?
Yeah. True. An active kid, they're gonna go through, and they wear glasses every day. They're gonna be going through some glasses. That's some real talk. Flower, thank you so much. Seth, have you ever met Katie's mother or sister? That's a good question.
Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that.
Okay.
Of course, he's met them. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been like 12 years since
Yep,
I've met.
I
any
do
of
like
the
this
family,
guy.
And
Right.
after the divorce, there was no reason for us to really keep in contact.
Makes sense. I just know that, there's a lot of speculation and questions about all the, this photo and all that too. So I get it though.
And respectfully to your group, Pascal, it's going to feel like a big change, but we have to prove to each other as we're talking in different venues that we are committed to focusing on Sebastian. And any conversation that goes from Seth to Chris and Katie, or from Chris and Katie about Seth, it's just not productive.
Hell,
No, and I agree.
Thank
I 110%
you,
agree. Go ahead, Seth.
I agree. I mean, in order to keep this about Sebastian, we need to only talk about Sebastian.
No doubt. No doubt.
We're working together.
Time.
It may be tenuous at times, but we're still working together.
That's
And the goal is Sebastian.
and I agree. As long as the goal is the common goal, right? Finding Sebastian. No mud being slinging back and forth. Nothing
Sorry,
murky.
Pascal, that's probably
We're
not
to
what
find
you wanted to
Sebastian,
hear.
right? And I think there's a lot of people that want to show you some love, like Kimberly saying, Seth is such an amazing person. May God bless him abundantly. Praying for Sebastian to be returned home safe and soon.
Thank you, Ms. Kimberly.
Yes, Primrose. Seth, praying every day Sebastian is alive and you are reunited with your son soon. Much support and love to you. May you remain strong
Amen,
and find him
Mom.
ASAP.
Amen.
Yes, I think we all agree on that as well. Okay, when he comes home, hold on tight. That's what Sharon just said. Brandy said, "We love you, Seth." Yeah, I think we're all. I mean,
I'll fight you in order to hold on to my son. Okay?
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a beautiful thing when you guys are finally reunited. It's gonna be a beautiful, beautiful thing, and I'm looking forward to it. Real talk. But there's a lot of people wanting to show you some love. Leslie saying, "Seth, good luck. I hope your heart helps find Sebastian.
Hey,
You
there's
have
our
hundreds of
Leslie.
us who care, and you have chosen well with Tony. Much love. Thank you, Tony. Yes, Tony. Yes, I do appreciate you coming in and putting in the effort, because I know that you are working very, very hard and very, very diligently and very closely to the Caleb Harris case. But I know that the Harris family gave you the blessing to be a part of this case. And I think that's a very wonderful thing. It shows the character of the Harris family being able to share the wealth, if that makes
I'd like
any
to say
sense.
also thank you to Randy and to the family. We've had many conversations.
I
and
get it,
appreciate
Mom.
the
It's
fact
okay.
that they're allowing Tony to help me find my son.
Yeah. I think adding Tony on is an amazing thing. For real.
We got we not only got the mom and the dad's approval, we even got the grandma's approval. We call her Nana. We got Nana's approval.
Well, shout out to Nana. What's up, Nana? I appreciate it. I'm very, very excited because this needed to happen. Okay, this most definitely needed to happen. Real quick, Miss Purse, I realized the gravity of this update. Now we know that Sebastian was last seen alive last weekend. Correct me if I'm wrong.
We don't know that yet.
Not good. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Okay, this is just a father's intuition. Okay, this is just a gut feeling, and I hope it is. Now, real quick, before we continue on, because a lot of people just wanted to pour a lot of positivity to both of you guys. One thing I do want to ask you, where do you think if he's actually in that area, have you guys thought about maybe any areas he could possibly be at?
We don't really want to speculate on that. We've had some private conversations on that, but God forbid if it's him. I mean, it's just, I think there's an abundance of happiness right now seeing a picture of somebody that could be Sebastian alive. So
Welcome.
we're going to hold on to that, and we're going to let law enforcement do their thing. And, we're going to talk a little bit more about law enforcement, Pascal, when you're ready to talk about it. But I'd certainly like to see a little more transparency there. And I'm not speaking for the whole family when I say that. I'm speaking for Seth. But I would also like Katie and Chris to have a little more information about what exactly is going on. And, I know that's not the major concern for Chris and Katie, but it is for Seth. I would like to get more information. Right now, I'm not going all in on law enforcement, but when I do, you'll know that I'm going all in on law enforcement. I'm simply saying right now that I would like more generalized information.
I think Katie,
what's going on with the case.
Don't quote me.
Are they still believing that the kid just, walked out of the house and took off? Generalize things that don't impede the integrity of the case, because I think that what Chris and Katie and Seth know right now is not near as much as I'd want to know if this was my son that was missing. And I'll just leave it at that.
No doubt. And of course, anytime you're ready to talk about what you just kind of tapped in on as far as law enforcement and what you want from them and all that, the floor is open. Just holler. Just let me know, Tony. And, we will definitely talk, because I know that there's been a lot of questions about TBI, about local law enforcement, the lack thereof, and all that. I know that there's a lot that I'm hoping that having you involved will hopefully expedite a few things and get things moving a little bit faster and sooner, for lack of a better term. Phrase, but real quick, this is something servant of God, and unfortunately I'm not gonna be able to get to every single super chat, guys, okay, but I do appreciate you guys just giving in the love and support and asking questions. There's a picture of Sebastian in a home with wood flooring, but he's wearing shoes and he's holding a backpack. Is that your home? Now, I don't know if you are comfortable in saying that information, but apparently there's a photo of this.
I don't know what photo she's speaking of.
Yeah,
so it's kind of, most of the pictures I've taken of him is in my kitchen. It's definitely not wood floor. I wish it was.
Yeah. Okay. I'm actually curious as to what that photo is too. Okay. Piper says, just want to tell Seth, I pray every day for him and Sebastian. Thank you so very much. I really do. We all really do appreciate that. Stephanie, we are Sebastian's friends, millions of friends around the world who love him. Yeah, that's one thing that you did mention on another show, Seth, that there was talks of him not having many friends, and now when he gets reunited with you, he's reuniting with the rest of the world, with everybody who has been so touched by this case. He's going to have millions of friends. So what I absolutely echo and second that emotion that Stephanie is saying right there, for sure. I really do appreciate that right there. Did the woman who took the pic ask someone if his name was Sebastian, and the person replied, no, his name is Dominic?
We don't know anything about that.
Okay, because that's news to me too, about that part as well. Okay. Rosie says, Lord is with you. He goes before you. He never leaves you, and he surrounds you with unconditional love. Amen to that. Amen to that. So Must says, has anyone in the footage come forward? That's actually a really good question. Have you spoken to anybody that was in this photo, or anyone that was maybe around it, aside from the person who actually took the photo? Have they spoken out or reached out to you at all, Seth?
Not that I know of currently.
Okay. Nothing so far. Okay.
No,
okay. Let's see. Serenity says, I think if that was some other child, the parents would come forward and say it's not Sebastian. That's a good point. I agree. Sure. That's a very good point. I'm sure they would have to know someone who saw this photo, since it is everywhere.
If my son wasn't missing and someone took a picture of him and thought he was somebody else, I know I'd be out there being like, that's my son. Please take the pictures down. Thank you.
I mean, honestly, everybody would be coming out. Hot out the kitchen, man. Whoa, that's me. You know what I mean? So fast. In fact, there was people speculating that it was somebody else that was connected to the search and all that. even that particular person stepped forward and said, no, the blonde woman is not me. That it has nothing to do with me. I don't, like everybody out here that could have been anywhere near closely resembling the woman in this photo has been very quick to go, wait, no. You guys are trying to connect me with this, and I have nothing to do with it. So it's interesting that with Sebastian, this possible sighting of Sebastian, either this is a doppelganger and he's not connected to the internet and has no idea about this missing person case, or it may very well be Sebastian, for crying out loud. You know what I mean? I just feel like they would be somebody be so fast to hop out and go, no, that's my son. You got it all wrong. He was on a field trip.
I agree.
So it's crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. All right. Last one. Patty, thank you so much. Just wanted to ask Seth how his shoulder is feeling. Yeah, I'd like to know that too.
It hurts.
It still hurts. You ran out of meds? What's up, bro? What happened?
Well, I've been going to physical therapy. Come to find out, my C5 and C6 in my neck is actually pinching a nerve that runs all the way down to my wrist.
Oh, wow.
Which is causing the issue with my shoulder feeling the way it is.
Mm-hmm. So some physical therapy is in your future?
Oh, I've been going to physical therapy.
Oh, okay.
My physical therapy is not happy with me going to North Carolina.
Yeah, I see.
You know how doctors get.
Yeah, I do.
They're kind of like your parent. Like, why didn't you show up? Yeah, no, you should have been here.
Yeah,
I didn't, and I have to deal with the consequences. But to me, it was worth it.
No,
Yes, go Bulldogs. You're allowed to have opinions, of course. Everybody's allowed to have their own opinions, as long as you're not attacking each other about their opinions. That's all. So yes, absolutely, you can have your own opinions and so on and so forth. 100%. Absolutely. That's right, Golf.
What?
I agree 100%. I got.
What did she say?
She said, thanks, Dig, because I said, may the fourth be with you all. The joke behind that, like what Cleta said to me. And then she said, and tomorrow we all become a little Mexican. Cinco de Mayo. Just a little. Padron, not time.
I will say that's to Golf Inspector's other point about them not updating Seth, right? So, to my knowledge, the updates have not stopped coming to the
Where is
Prom.
it? I don't see it. Hold on.
What?
I'm looking for her other comment. You said.
Oh yeah, it's up there, but
It's okay. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
but that could also go two ways, right? Either they don't update Seth because he has like Honest Engine come out and been a loose cannon. You know what I mean?
Well, and that's why I think it is just like he explained.
Well,
Go ahead.
I don't think that's necessarily all of it. They also could worry because obviously self-control, if I'm a cop and I'm watching Seth, self-control ain't your strong suit. So
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Giving him info could also mean
he could interfere in some.
Not just that, but self-justice, vigilante type.
That's what I mean by interfering.
I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's based on what he said when he went to North Carolina, why they said do not show him anything. Because, and I'll be honest, I'd probably be that person. If I saw, based on what they said about finding the license plate, and I knew who had my child, guess where I'm going? And that's interfering with the case, vigilante justice, and then in turn could put yourself in jail when they're trying to deal with this scenario behind this. Who took your child? So agree, 100% agree. And a lot of people can't say that they could control that, because I could say all the way around that I could control that.
Yeah. Well,
but I know that I wouldn't, because I know how I am. So
I think it's statements that just get under my skin, like Polly Pepper, God help poor Sebastian if he's returned to either of his parents. And it's like, why? Watch those videos. Wait till you see those videos of him. He looks miserable. You're right. He shouldn't. He shouldn't go back to Chris and Katie. He looked like he had a miserable life. And
I
Chris
think
talking
that
about him deep sea fishing. Yes, he had it terrible. And Seth the same. Like, he did not, in my opinion, have a completely just miserable, excuse my French, but fucked up life.
and
I don't. This is.
yeah, I haven't seen those yet, so I don't know. But no, I agree. Like they're and we're gonna look at those next. He's obviously not gonna go back directly to either parent right off the gate. They have to do some other stuff if that's the case, and then they have to look into some other things, and so it's gonna take some time. But I don't know. I don't know yet, but I do want to see these pictures or videos, what you're talking about for sure. So excuse me.
I got two questions because they're two very good questions in my personal opinion. One of them is, Seth, now's a good time to reach out to politicians, especially any senator or congressman, including North Carolina. I completely agree with this. Is there any movement, or have you guys thought about this as a possibility or as an angle?
Politicians are tricky, Pascal, and I'll tell you the way that generally works when you get politicians involved is they reach out to law enforcement. They don't want to lose any votes. They don't want anybody to think they don't back the blue. So they reach out. They tell them that they've been getting some pressure from the family, want to make sure that they're working hard, that they've got all the resources they need, they're doing a good job. Law enforcement assures them that they've got all the entities involved that they need to figure out what happened here, and then they tell them, okay, thanks, keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate your vote in November, and then they go back to their office, and that's generally the way that works.
Okay, well, that's trash. What about
it is?
What about legal representation? Real talk. What about legal representation? Is there anything? And I know that maybe you can't say a whole lot, but
I have to say, James, I do fully and wholeheartedly agree with you. I like this Tony Mathis. I think he's focused on Sebastian and that's it. As he keeps stopping and shutting down anytime Pascal wants to talk about anything that is off subject, and is now directing Seth in the same direction. That's awesome. That's the way it should have been. And I wish to God they could have gotten together and gotten this guy a little bit sooner, because Cletus said this before. If they could have focused on him as a whole, all of them, he may have been found by this point. So amongst other things, of course, but I think this guy right here is maybe, if this picture didn't do it already, but the guy that breaks the bank and makes things fall into the right sockets, instead of trying to shove a round peg through a square hole, he's going to line up these pegs the right way and everything will fall into place, in my opinion. So we'll see. I hope.
As far as pushing the envelope a little bit more so that maybe you can get some things put in the light a little bit for you guys. We're going to say,
we can put all the pressure we need on law enforcement. I mean, I'm obviously new to this, and I'm digging in, and I'm understanding who all the players are. I clearly know who all the players are in Caleb's case. But when I get dug in a little bit and I figure out who the players are, then, hopefully at that point we'll know. Still holding out hope that I end up representing the whole family and that the goal is united. But, right now I feel like there's more information that could be coming out of them. And when I decide to turn up the heat on those guys, then you won't be the only one that knows it. They'll know it.
Okay, good. Yeah, let me know, because I really do want to know. One thing I want to piggyback off of on that particular question, which it was a very good question. So and all the questions have been fantastic.
Welcome,
Real talk.
Scooter.
So thank you everybody for the questions. Have you guys tried to reach out to other media outlets, other nation, like aside from, I know that you guys have been doing News Nation and Court TV and continue pouring them with information and getting on those channels. But what about, CNN, Fox News, et cetera, all those news, national news networks that are out here? Because I feel like there's only a certain part of the world that knows about this. And of course we need to get this more of a national level, right? Beyond,
we're going to be
beyond those outlets. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, we're going to be with Elizabeth on News Nation on Monday. We're going to be with Nancy Grace on Tuesday. We're just now starting to redefine who it is we want to do interviews with, and it won't be like it has been, at least for Seth, where he's taking interviews from everybody. It'll be a select group of podcasters, YouTubers. It'll be more national media outlets. We're going to refocus our plan on who we're going to give information to and who we're going to use to help us get the word out. We're just not going to do interviews with everybody.
Okay. Right on. I mean, I feel like tightening it up it makes it a little bit better, right? Makes it a
Yeah.
little bit more streamlined. I agree with that 100%. Somebody just asked this. Tony Lee just said, may I ask why so little news coverage of Sebastian? That is a very good question, because I feel like everybody and their mama in my world, I feel like everybody and their mama knows about Sebastian's case, but it feels like even
That's something I was talking to my wife about a couple of days ago. She asked me, and my mother, not to mention, asked me too, because she said, "What case are you working on?" She popped in and was listening, and I told her, and she said, "Who is that?" And I said, "You've not heard about Sebastian Rogers being missing?" She goes, "No." Well, then I thought about that. They're really, I don't know if it's because social media has had it from the beginning, and did full coverage on it, but mainstream really hasn't had that much of it out there. That's kind of sad.
Well, I mean,
Go
my
ahead.
thought on it, and this isn't a jab at mainstream or anything, but in general, it is what it is. I was thinking about this over the past couple of days, and I hadn't been involved in watching and following true crime or missing kids and stuff very much, but the drama
Mm-hmm.
that's it's like the world is caught up in the animosity between these
Amen.
two sides of this situation, or two
Yes.
parental groups of this situation. And I would say that is probably something that mainstream does not want to get involved in. And if you don't talk
Yeah.
about that, there really hadn't been much else to talk about.
It makes sense. Now, see, I gotta wonder though if the reason why, because I saw somebody mention that Katie should be getting in with the news channels. Maybe they've told them not to, because they've been following right along with what the Proudfoots. They've been following along with what law enforcement has told them to do, basically, in that sense, is to stay out of this, stay out of that, don't do this, don't do that. Maybe that's why. Okay, that would make sense then. But who knows? But that's a good point, Cletus. It is.
Well, I think there has been some effort to get on national news,
Mhm.
but I would say probably from both sides, right?
Okay.
But like fiance said, with all of this back and forth drama and everything, they may be reluctant.
Mm-hmm.
So
Well, yeah, right. Gotcha. That makes sense. It does. It definitely does. Definitely does. Thank you, Sherry.
Dog the bounty hunter didn't know about this case until it was brought up to him. All right.
Well, I can tell you that there will be more news. There will be more media coverage. That's part of the reason that Seth brought me on. But I will
Again,
shoot you
guys,
straight past.
This, just so you guys, I'm sure you guys figured it out, but this is Pascal put this out last night. Again, make sure that we do drop that link for that if we can, mods, to ensure that it is covered and that's where this awesome footage came from. So thank you,
Pascal. A lot of these people that are watching this story, when they see a lot of this drama that's gone on, and to be completely fair, again, I had great conversations with Chris and Katie. I told Chris that he was not good on camera. I told Seth in private he was not good on camera. I told him the arguing back and forth was causing people not to want to cover the case. And that's part of my goal in getting everything cleaned up and centralized, is that I want more real media attention. But we're going to get that. It's coming.
Okay. Yeah. Some tidying up, a little bit of spring cleaning doesn't hurt nobody. Especially if it means we're able to expand and get the case out there to a larger demographic, to a larger audience, to make it more nationwide, because he could be in North Carolina. I hope he really is. I hope that photo really is him, but he could be in California right now. He could be anywhere. So getting the word out there, I think, is really important. Seth, do you want to say something?
I was going to say, that's why I've asked the world to help me find my son. I need everybody. If you see something, say something. Head up, eyes open. If you see him, take a picture. That's great. Say his name. Sebastian.
thank you, Sherry.
Dad's looking for you. And see, he's got to know that I'm looking for him. I hope that he understands that I won't stop.
The thing is with that, and I've been saying this for a while, thank you, Sherry, for that. And guys, if you can, when you get a chance, go over and like the video over there. that we're reviewing right now, because it's Pascal's, of course. But I don't. Whoever has him, I gotta imagine, and I feel real strong about this, that they're not letting him watch the news for whatever news coverage there is. They're not letting him on social media. They're not allowing him to be in public like this if somebody has him, okay? And that's got to be the only way, that he probably doesn't know, and he's not making a big deal. And he was probably told, hey, dad or mom you're going on vacation with us because they have to work, or something. You know what I mean? Something like that is probably what was stated to him. And I still feel like it's got to be somebody, and I know a lot of people are going to agree with me, if somebody has him, right, Carolyn, is what I'm saying. It's got to be somebody that he trusts somehow, to not be freaking out, or to not be acting out when he was in public, if that was him in that picture. It's got to be somebody that he knows in some sense, and would feel comfortable with. That's just a basic, like, commonsensical feeling to me. Because I can't imagine that if a stranger took off with this child that he did not know, that he would have been kept quiet. Sorry, go ahead, Clue.
I was gonna say, sometimes even crazy has a stroke of genius once in a while. And I will say, somebody sent me a video, and to give credit where it's due, it was, Bullhorn Betty. And what she said in the beginning of her video, I found very useful. How he's saying, say his name. I don't know that that's what I would want you to do if it was like my kid, because at that moment, if he responds, the people with him know that they're probably about to be on to them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But Bullhorn Betty had suggestions, and she said to go up to the people, ask for directions, ask if they know what time it is, just so you could get closer to him, right? And make better observations.
Right. Or very possibly, yeah. And to see how he reacts when you get close to this person or him, to see if he looks at you funny. See if that's my thought. That's a great point. And to see if he comes to you and makes a statement, or how he acts. You could pretty much tell if a child or anybody is being held against their will.
Right.
That's
And
what
Gina, I don't think he was ever talking about the lady in the picture with Sebastian. I think he was speaking about the lady that everybody was comparing her to.
Yeah, I think that was confused, because I got confused. I agree with you on that one. Yeah, I think that it was the lady that Gina, if you remember when we looked at, because I was convinced. Okay, so obviously I'm probably wrong. When we saw the dual pictures side by side, there was the one of the lady with Sebastian, or in the picture with Sebastian, or who could be Sebastian, I need to say, I'm sorry. And then right after that, we saw the side by side of him standing next to the blonde woman with her hair in a bun too. I think he was referring to the woman in the picture with him. And I think that was a complete misconstruity. And I took part in that as well, because that's how I took it at first. So it wasn't clarified. And with these things, we have to be fully clarifying, verifiable, vetted, every bit of it with stuff like this, to make sure that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because it's very possible it can be confused and very quickly be mixed up. So that's what I'm imagining. Now, if he come out and he says, no, I was talking about the woman that's in the possible picture with Sebastian, then that's a different story altogether. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He knows that woman that was helping him search. That's the one that's in the picture of him, with him standing next to the pickup truck. And I think that's when he was referring to that statement. He was referring to that woman that was helping him search, standing next to him in that photo, not the woman that's at the rest stop that's in that picture with that person that child that looks like Sebastian. And
he said he had told TBI who she was, which I can see why it's confusing, right? Because why would TBI be comparing a photo of someone he searched with, but I don't know if at that point he was speaking about the comparison photo that someone had done
Yeah,
over. You know what I mean?
yeah, got it. Yeah, that's what it was, Gina. And thank you for bringing that up, because truly, I think a lot of people were confused on that, because it's what we heard. And the woman that was in the video did come out and speak and stated that's not who she is. The one that was
Yeah.
in the video with Seth, she clarified who she was, what she was. She cleared up a few different things that we really couldn't see clearly in the video, or the picture, I'm sorry, and completely separated herself from it. So, which is good. I'm glad that did happen, because that takes away some of the speculation, slows things down a bit, and clears it up. Scooter, really, come on. No, this is Seth, not Jason Momoa.
He does.
Yeah.
He knows.
He most definitely does, Seth, for sure. If he's not seeing any of these videos or any of these interviews that you've done, he knows it just from the energy that you're putting out, okay, and the prayers that you're putting out here, for real. All right. In fact, somebody just said, Seth, we met in Hendersonville. We were looking for your son. Even though you wouldn't speak with me, I still pray for you and the safe return of Sebastian every day. I continue to use my platforms to get the word out. Thank you, Steph. I do appreciate that. And of course, any opportunity, right?
Exactly.
Of course, Flower Power just said, please take care of yourself, Seth. Okay. As your son is going to need you at 100% when he does come home. I absolutely agree. Now, something that, and there's other people that are coming in saying that they're praying for you and all that. And I just got one last question. I appreciate Tired as a Mother. I appreciate you saying that with Seth. We pray for you. Tony, you are amazing. I absolutely agree. Okay. This is two really great people lining up and going for the greater good. Okay. Going for a collected goal, which I'm very excited about. One thing Darlene just said, if this is Sebastian, do you think he's in danger? If whoever has him feels like law enforcement is getting too close. Seth, since you were down there and you just came back from North Carolina, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think Sebastian is in danger right now?
Can't really tell much from the picture, but I mean, can't really tell much from the picture, but.
And see, I'm nervous about that myself. I really have to say and be clear, guys. When it came to the point where it's kind of been separate now, that woman in the picture, if she's even there with Sebastian, let's say that again. We don't know that for a fact at this point, that those two are together in that picture. If that's Sebastian, once again.
Right.
So if I'm nervous, I'm a little worried, okay, because now we now know that this picture is everywhere. It's been shared with the whole world. Her face, if that woman in that picture is involved in that photo, in that group, they now know that this has been seen and that they have been seen.
Yeah.
And I pray to God, and I've been praying to God, that he's okay.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just saying, when people get cornered, they do crazy things. And I don't want something bad to happen to him because of that. That's all I'm saying.
I'm also not convinced that she's even with him.
And that's what I'm saying, that she very well may not. That may have been there could have been other people there that were not around him that he was with. Okay. So no, I agree with you on that, Clue. Really, I do. That woman in pink, she could have just been walking past at the right time.
Right.
I'd be curious to see whoever took that photo, the other photos they have. I'd love to see it, because there had to have been more than one picture. Come on, guys. Let's think about that for a minute. So I'd be curious to see other pictures, other photos of other people that could have been in that vicinity, possibly. Very possible.
That whole, I don't know. I heard somewhere, I don't know if it was on this or somewhere else, I heard that the lady who took it was in a hurry, had to go meet some family for something or whatever, which I personally found strange, because I'm like, this is a paid nature wilderness exploration place.
Mm-hmm.
If you were on a schedule, why would you stop off at somewhere you had to pay to get in?
Good point. That's a good point. It's wasted money.
Right. And it's like so maybe she was there and then spent the morning there and then she was leaving and was in a rush, but I just
It it's a little sus. I'll say that. I agree. It is. A lot of this is okay. The things surrounding this. That's why when I don't know, guys. Something's a little bit off with it. Okay, I just have to say that. Um, I just don't know. I just don't. Yeah, a lot of people have said that, Cali Mountain, that it sounds made up. I mean, it kind of does. You know what I mean? Um, I don't know how to. I really don't know what to make of it at this point yet. I need to know more. That's what it is. Is I need to know more about that whole situation to to make a judgment. Ellie knows who posted the picture, and we are here. Oh yeah, we're definitely getting the hearsay around it. That's fact. Good point, Straight Talker. That was a great video. I remember that. Yes, agreed. Agreed as well, Clue. All right. Spivey says, I apologize. You don't have to apologize. Your opinion is 100% respected. I apologize, but I don't trust the photo because it was shared in a specific Facebook group. And I respect that. I do. And it very well could be because I know why you're saying that. I get it.
I also find it weird that there's a missing kid, right?
Mhm.
The lady who posted it in that specific Facebook group says, I have a friend from Hendersonville, Tennessee. They were in North
I
Carolina.
thought that was very weird myself. Yes.
Why would you, if there's a missing kid, like why? So your friend sends you these photos and then you take those photos and put them on the internet.
Yeah, it should have went directly to TBI first, and then
Well, she did. The woman who posted the photo said that her friend did call TBI, but it's almost like why do you get those photos and then you put them on Facebook? You know what I mean?
yeah, no, I agree. I get it. I see what you're saying, and it makes sense. Um, Now I see people saying that some of people feel it's not him, and blah blah blah. I was kind of wondering that, and I was thinking on that same side of things a little bit yesterday when the PI put out her statement. It made me kind of feel like maybe it is. Okay. I don't know why. I can't give you that clarification as to why I feel that way now. There was something in the way she made her statement that for some reason made me feel like maybe they think it is him. That's all I'm saying. I don't have any insider information. I don't have anything that's telling me it is. I'm just telling you there's something about the way she put her statement out that makes me feel like they think it might be him. That's all. Um,
Well, if that's it, I don't know. Let me
no,
just sit
go
here.
ahead. Go ahead. That's the whole thing with this stuff. We need to express it so to understand it.
If that's the case, why would you walk away? Because there's still digging to be done. Like, let's just be fair. If you really believe that's him, that is the point that I feel like you
I
would
know
give.
what you mean. Yeah, because maybe they're doing that, or they're just letting that be because they're afraid it may spook this person more if they shut things down and tell people to stop looking. You know what I mean?
I mean,
'Cause
you ain't got to put out no statement that says you're walking away. You know what I mean? A
yeah.
private investigator ought to be private in the first place.
Oh,
And
none of that. We all know that hasn't been. That's a whole new box of noodles. Heather Cohen, CL, put out a statement that she's stepping away from the investigation now because Mr. Mathis is now involved, and based on the fact that that photo has been released, now they're saying, and until they clarify that it's not him, they're stepping down, basically thinking that they don't need to have their dogs involved anymore because the search is pointless per se because he's not where they're searching and stuff like that. So I mean I agree. I see what you're saying, Clue. It does make sense. Uh I don't know. There could be more to it than that they're just not respectfully not putting out for that reason. So I don't know. There's something weird about some of this. That's all I can say. I have a very strange feeling for some reason about some of this. What it is, I can't tell you because I can't put my finger on it. There's something that is off a little bit. They go, well, Dolly is on his live and his banner says Chris calls out Dolly.
Oh,
Somebody big mad live. Call in. My God, people need to give it a rest. Yeah. So
well, Chris may have done that.
I mean, I gotta say, you guys, I can't tell them that. I can't say I blame them. They put up with 2 months worth of bullshit from the very beginning. There's been a lot of slamming and slander, and like I said, the thing that pissed me off over the past 48 hours is how much digging has been done into Katie's background that she obviously didn't want the world to know about because she's probably embarrassed and humiliated about it. And again, it has nothing, hopefully, nothing to do with Sebastian. If it does, Katie has no idea of it, in my opinion. Okay, and that is what I'm saying. So now, if and when Sebastian, well, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. When Sebastian comes home, not only does that have to be dealt with, all the things that were put out about Sebastian that shouldn't have been, all the things that have come out about Seth's background and his life that shouldn't have been, all the things that have come out about the Proudfoot's background and their life that shouldn't have. All of that stuff now has to be neatly tucked back into the pockets that it was stored in until this happened. That's not that easy to do. Once it's out, it's out. So now Sebastian, because he's the only one I care about at this point, okay? I'm not saying I don't care what happens to either one of these parents. That's not what I mean. I care about Sebastian. I don't care about their business. It's not mine. I have my own business. They have their own business. That's the way it should stay. Now that all is going to be hanging over like a black cloud over top of Sebastian's head. He doesn't need that. Obviously, there's other things in his life that are going to need to be dealt with, more importantly than this bullshit. But now that's what's going to be. That's the biggest thing now that needs to be cleaned up. And it's going to take one hell of a cleaning crew to put it away. Sorry.
I agree.
I mean, that's all there is to it. And I understand, and I'm not taking sides because I never have, but I'll tell you some things I don't like about one side of the fence, and there's things I don't like about the other side of the fence. But I'll say one thing, and I'm not meaning this disrespectful, but it's just a fact in my mind. One side of this story has acted a lot more mature in some senses than the other side has, and has been a lot more responsible in some senses than the other side has. And again, in my opinion, has done things that they should have done and followed the rules a little bit better than they should have. Than the other side did, I mean, sorry. Those are the opinions I have. But again, I'm not saying anything. Both sides of this scenario at this point, we don't know. Okay, so I've always felt that way about that. And I'm still with that. But I don't like, because there's no concrete proof of any of that, I don't like people going in. I don't like the fact that they went in and pulled out the divorce records from Seth and Katie. That's nobody's business. I don't like that they brought Nina into this. I don't like that Katie's family's been brought into this. I don't like the things about Chris that have been brought into this. I don't like any of it, guys, because it does not have anything to do with Sebastian. Okay? I don't see how any of it could have any bearing on where. Now, the only thing I said is that could make some sense if that's the way it's being approached, because Katie's estranged from her family. If her family did so, her mother or somebody did something that she had no idea about, I get it at that point. But thus far, it doesn't mean it's Katie's fault. And the things I've seen are blaming Katie for possibly something to do with her child because her mother did something. That makes no sense. And that is what I was talking about. That is what I meant. So the hate that has been floated around here, around this whole thing, is insane, folks. It's really sad.
If it's Sebastian, he's alive. He's been fed. He's got clothes on.
No doubt. No doubt. It looks like brand
And
new
this-
shoes. It looks like brand new shoes too. If he
You know,
walked out with no shoes on, he's got new shoes. New shoes. But go ahead, Tony. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, and you got a lot of smart people that watch your show, and there's a reason that pieces of this investigation need to be kept close to the chest. That was a phenomenal question, and we've dealt with some things in our other case where people want to know why aren't they talking about this, that, whatever. Look, as long as there's a preservation of life component to a case, you have to keep things close to the chest that could make a potential abductor, kidnapper, whatever, nervous. Because if they get nervous, bad things happen. And the more people that talk about things and the more people that blow it all up over the world, the better the chance is that something bad could happen. So, to your question, in the picture, that child in that picture does not look scared, unhappy, in danger, or anything else. But who knows what happens when that child gets in a car and goes back to wherever it is he's being kept. Nobody knows that. So everybody has to understand the reason law enforcement keeps certain things close to the chest is nobody knows what kind of danger we could be in.
Mm-hmm. You got a point, Seth. Do you want to add anything to that?
No, he's right.
Yeah. I completely agree with you, Tony. Yeah. So here it is. I really appreciate you guys coming on and chopping it up with me and letting me know a little bit more of what's going on. I urge you to continue, of course, with the help of Tony now, because I know it's not going to be Tony all the time. It may be both of you guys together, kind of like this kind of setup from this point on. But I urge you guys to not stop, keep talking, keep saying Sebastian's name, keep showing his face, get back on that court TV and that News Nation, because they've been pushing and putting the name out there as well, putting as much effort as they can in the hope for the safe return of Sebastian. And yeah, I'm excited to see what comes of this. I will say this though too, since I got you guys here, I am hopeful that Seth, Chris, and Katie can work together in unified front, and hopefully Tony, you're able to, if that's possible. If not, nothing.
I'll do anything to help the kid.
I'm hoping that alliance can actually happen and you can represent all three of them. But if it doesn't happen, it's all good. You know what I mean?
Amen,
It doesn't mean anything
Mom.
bad.
Thank you.
I just
That's a
understand
great
things.
comment.
It is the way it is right now. Okay. Again, Tony, I appreciate you for being here. Okay. Seth,
Of course.
thank you so much for being here. I know you're very, very busy. Of course, Seth. Go ahead, Tony.
Pascal, doesn't Seth look good in a collared shirt?
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Looking clean, baby.
Oh, really? What I'd like to see is Pascal at church.
Oh, snap. Okay. You know what? There it is. You know what? You're gonna be getting some photos from me this weekend. Watch.
We didn't tell him we were wearing red tonight, did we, Pascal?
I know we didn't get the memo or nothing. Okay, this just happened to be, just luck. Okay, great minds think alike. That's all.
It's a ball.
Question that is looming over all of our heads is, where is Sebastian?
All right. Thank you again, Pascal, for the interview. And again, guys, if you have a minute here, whenever you get a chance, run over there and like that video, show the support for the time that he took and put into that. It's very much appreciated. I think it was a good video to review because it introduces us to Mr. Mathis. And I think he, at this point, is a very key point to this investigation, at least in dealing with Seth thus far. I think it's going to be a good thing. Thank you, Sherry. Again, there's the link for that for those of you that aren't familiar with it. Go over there, hit the like button, show the support for the time he took and invested in making that video. It's a great job. And again, thank you, Pascal. I'm glad that Mr. Mathis is now involved. I really am. I'll be honest with you. I wish to God that would have happened 2 months ago. Things would probably be different. Cletus made that statement multiple times now. If certain things were different, then we probably would have seen Sebastian home already. And I have to agree with him on that, guys, because there was so much rigmarole and bullshit floating around because of all this other stuff that it seems to me that there was no focus on that child. So maybe now there will be. And that's what I'm hoping for. Just saying. So again, thank you for that. That was a great video. It's the only place I've seen Mr. Mathis, so I appreciate the ability to be able to review that for us to get to know who Mr. Mathis is. I don't know why I keep saying Mr. I keep forgetting his first name. So, anyway, that's who he is, guys, and I think that's going to make a difference. I really do. I'm grateful for that, at least. Now we have. You said these videos are on last night's, the late one that you did, Clue.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check these out real quick, guys. And we got some other stuff to talk about and look at as well. Illuminati.
What's the
Late
time?
night. Oh my God. Late night with Bambi the manatee. Good God almighty.
That's me.
Do you realize that I can't let my child see that?
Why?
Don't come in here, Caden.
What? It's a
You'll find out in a second. Watch.
5 hours and 18 minutes in.
Can't hear nothing.
Okay. So, well, you can go ahead now. There's a little story I'm gonna tell you. When he was younger, we were watching a movie that it had just come out at that time, and he wasn't supposed to be watching it. But Mr. Sneaky here, because that's part of his thing when he was younger, especially, just like we heard about Sebastian, likes to sneak around and hide behind like the ficus tree and peek through the corners and stuff. We were watching the movie Tusk. Horrible movie, by the way. Horrible. It made me have weird dreams. Caden had nightmares for 2 weeks after that because he snuck through and was watching and going, and he lost the grip. It freaked him out. Okay. Looking at that thing you put up there, it just, first thing I thought of was that thing. So, and if you haven't seen the movie, don't go see it. Don't get it. Don't watch it. It was just so weird.
I had to go to therapy.
Yeah, he literally had to talk to a counselor because of that. It was so messed up because he didn't understand it at that point. But I said, that's why you shouldn't watch things we don't want you to watch. So, anyway, where'd you say it was, Clue? Or Cletus?
5 hours, 18 minutes.
5:18. Damn. You're pulling long ones again.
I mean,
I get it.
wait, to be fair, this one wasn't my fault. I didn't do most of the talking.
That's okay. Okay. All right.
Chris started talking and he spent forever just making impressions, which was hilarious. But
Gotcha.
then we got to talking and it just went and went and went.
All right. So we're about right there, and let's see what we got here.
What's coming up, but definitely
Nice. Damn.
The next one.
We didn't even have to try for that.
drive in by golly. It's like I was up. I'm like stepping on a stepping stone and leg on the middle of the night.
Where's the other one?
You can't hear his voice.
Yeah, I'm going to repost them. And there's another one that I put up, I think, in a minute.
He doesn't look like an unhappy child.
Not
No.
at all.
Honestly, he doesn't. He doesn't look like. I mean, these are just a couple little instances, but we saw the green tea one, we saw this one and that one, and we saw that other one where he was at. What was that place he was at? He was playing some kind of a game or something. We saw that too. Every time we've seen him in these videos, for what we've seen, he seems happy and content. You know, we don't know everything, obviously, but he does look like a happy child. He looks like he has fun. We heard that, you know, the day that he went missing, he had fun. I just wish he would come home. I really do. Thank you, Wanda. I'd love to see these green hearts light this chat up to support him. I really would. Is this a hockey game?
Yeah, it's a national
Okay.
Rangers game.
I don't know. I've never been to one. I've seen a couple, but I've never been to one. Well, Carolyn, that's the thing. We don't know that it was a runaway situation at this point. We still don't know for a fact that that's what happened. Okay. The more I didn't know Nashville had their own hockey team. That's pretty cool. The more we see, the more this I just don't know. He either ran away or somebody lured him away or somebody took him away. I don't know. I just want him to come home. In a bad way. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. So at this point, like I said, I feel like the PI for some reason thinks that's him. Thank you for that video, by the way, Clue, and putting that stuff together. Like, that's awesome. What was I gonna say? I have this feeling that they think it's him. Welcome, Kiki, and thank you for those hearts.
I think the PI is stepping away because Tony. And
Tony's his first name. That's right. Thank you, Cletus.
Yeah,
Well,
I think he's stepping away because of him, and you know, rightfully so. I mean,
sure,
you know,
he's a pro. He's a professional for real. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to the PIs, but he seems way more professional than they were. So, you know, the fact. Go ahead.
In the instance we've seen him, I can't disagree. I mean, I don't know what all he's done in the Caleb Harris situation or, you know, in other cases, but I mean, there were a couple of things that made me question last night, but the more I've sat back and thought about it, like he's saying that, you know, Pascal puts it up as he's the spokesperson for Seth, but then he alludes to all the interviews that are going to be done are him and Seth because he says we. And I'm like, I don't really understand the point of that, but I guess I kind of do. If he's going to sort of mediate the conversation, then that's fair.
Yeah. Well, the one thing I have seen so far that I really like is that when anything comes anywhere near off, coming off subject to Sebastian, he stops it and shuts it down. That I love. Sorry guys, I'm trying to fix something here. And I feel very strongly about that. Hold on. Hang on, guys. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the phone line up as well. Take some calls along with the conversation. Anybody would like to call in and talk to me or Clue or Carlitos? Of course, there's a link in the chat if anybody wants to join us up here. You are welcome to. Hold on a minute. Sorry. Where is it at? There it is. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, good. Excuse me. All right. Phone number is 234-703-4047. Please give us a call. Let's hear your thoughts on this and what you guys feel and think about this at this point. Hello, you are live. Diego, what's up? Mhm. Yeah, yeah,
Nothing but calls and coming through.
right. Hold on, Terry. Terry, hold on. They're having trouble hearing you. 1 second. I don't know what happened here, but hold on a minute. Let me make sure I'm doing it right. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead on with what you were saying. I'm sorry.
Okay, you want me to start from the beginning, or I don't know if they heard me. I don't.
Yeah, can you guys hear her now?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, start from the beginning. I'm sorry. I thought it was loaded in, but I guess it wasn't.
Not a problem. Yeah, I just was saying that I have been chatting back with Mom, and
hmm
I work with a lot of clients because I do marketing and advertising, and a lot of them are national, the big chains and that sort.
Right.
I'm happy to talk to all the, as many pizza places as I can. Even if they're not my client, I'll call them and see that. But I was also thinking like Panera, they could put, anything that's like a restaurant, basically. I could put flyers in there, and then for box toppers for pizzas, or on the bags for, like if you go through McDonald's drive-through and you get a bag that holds your food.
I think that the box toppers for pizzas, like flyers on top of pizza boxes, would be amazing. That's awesome. That is a
Okay.
great
Yeah.
idea.
Well, yeah, I'm sitting here thinking, okay, well, I know the owners, I know the people at the top of the corporate, they have to buy the box tops anyway, right? So
Yeah.
but and so it would be free it wouldn't cost, but
Well, I mean,
don't know.
basically, I think we could just make flyers up and like present them to the pizza place if they're willing to do it. Because I've seen where they put their coupons on top of pizza box. They glue them to the top. Even just having a flyer on top of that pizza box alone would be just not. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
So you could print out millions of flyers and get them out to different Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Domino's, things like that, or even smaller companies, and just say, hey, can you guys work out something where they would be willing to glue it to the top of their pizza boxes? Everybody that gets a pizza is going to see these pictures. You know what I mean?
Right. Where would I get the flyers?
Well, that's what I'm saying. We would have to have the flyers would have to all be made up.
Okay.
Whether it be for one specific child or multiple different children, and then just have them all made up and have them passed out to the pizza places. I think that would be amazing.
Okay. And then also, I was, like I said, I was talking about maybe on the bags. We don't do the milk cartons anymore, so that's kind of silly. But also the home improvement, like when you get windows, they put that sign out in your yard. They could put stuff on that. Your church directories. I mean, just anything. I mean, but I have no problem approaching these people, you know, and asking. I just want to make sure that I'm asking the right things or I'm saying the right things, and that what children, where would I need to talk to them? Because like some of these, really, you couldn't use a flyer. Like if I talk to Window World, I mean, I'm going to have to, you know, they can put it on there, but I just don't know how that would work.
Right.
I just want to make sure I'm saying the right things when I'm talking to them.
No, I mean, I agree. I think that
I didn't know if there was like a guide or an informational or a place online that I could go to, something.
I'm not sure. I bet the best bet would probably be to get with Mina Monsters and have back and forth with her. She'd probably have the best info for you.
Okay. All right. Well, that's pretty much that's all I was going to say.
Okay. Well, thank you, Carrie. I appreciate you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Why can't I answer this? Answer. What the hell's going on? Good Lord. Why can't I not answer this? Doesn't give me the option. Whoever's calling, hang up and call back. Come on. Hold on, guys. Jesus, that was ridiculous.
You ain't got the phone plugged into the wrong power supply, do you?
No, no. All right. Whoever was trying to call in, you can call back now. I don't know what that was all about. It doesn't give me the option to decline it or anything, so it's like something's not right. Hold on. Or whoever was calling in, go ahead and call back. Okay, that's on. That's on. That's on. Everything seems to be on. Okay. Try this again. All right. think I got it all working now. It was before, but so be it. Receiving calls. It's now on. Whoever wants to give a call in, go ahead. 234-703-4047. It is loud and irritating. I do agree, Neil. Very loud and irritating. I don't understand why when I didn't give me an answer or not an option to answer it. Thank you for calling in again, Terry. That's a really good idea. I would think that would be the best way to do something like that. Mine of Monsters has been involved in that kind of stuff, this kind of stuff a lot longer than I have, and probably knows people you can reach out to for stuff like that, would be my guess. If I'm wrong, my apologies. I don't want to put you out there like that, Mom, but based on what we've talked about, your experience in this is a lot more than mine. So, but I still think it would be a really amazing idea. SW4x4 says Staples will print flyers for missing for free. There you go. It's awesome. And the thing here is, what do you choose? Where do you choose to put which child up for what? You know what I mean? So I think maybe rotating through different missing children and so on and so forth for people would be a good idea. Okay. It just hung up on its own, or somebody tried to call. Whoever that was, if you want to try to give a call back, go for it. That was weird. Something must be wrong with Google Voice. I don't know. Have you had any problems with it, Clue?
Not any that I didn't create for myself.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. I don't know. It's all there now. Everything's working. Yep, it's all good. So, whoever was calling or would like to call, please do. Let's do this thing. It's interesting to know, though. I did not know that they would do Staples would print flyers for the missing for free. That's awesome. Very awesome. What's happening? Paladin, thank you for joining us. There's no answer to that yet, Paladin. One of the PIs has stepped away temporarily and put up a post about it. In turn, I feel like maybe she thinks it might be. So therefore, something like I said, something about what she said made me comfortable with that. So, okay. Mind of Monster says that not all Staples will print them for free. Well, that sucks. I guess we just have to look into it and see. They've done versions of press conferences, Gina. Not what we would see as a full-blown press conference, but they've had some talk with the sheriff and stuff like that. So, let's see here. I guess nobody else wants to talk to me today. That's okay. Juicy Jules, welcome. You a dago, my kids, like tomorrow, Cinco Maya. Somebody else said that. Is tomorrow actually Cinco de Mayo?
Really?
How would I know?
What?
What does Cinco? What does Cinco de Mayo mean?
I don't know.
Oh, it's
Oh,
so
Lord.
Cinco is 5 and Mayo is
Get
May.
drunk? Okay. Well, I know that. I never paid attention to it. I just got drunk that day. That was all.
Yeah,
I never paid no attention to it. I don't know Spanish.
Tomorrow is May 5th. Yes, sir.
Well, actually, I did know. Uno, The very Cinco. Yeah, okay. Duh. I should have known that. Sorry, folks. 1 second.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You know Spanish? Pequeño. Okay.
Yes. C. There we go. I know 1 through 10 and C and no. And gringo.
Oh my goodness. I wish we had a landline.
What?
I just found a vintage Little Mermaid seashell phone.
Mm. You shopping? Never.
Oh, what a great shirt.
Yeah, I feel kind of stupid now because I guess I never thought about what Cinco de Mayo was. I just drank when I was a drinker.
Well, at least
Don't know.
at least you celebrated. I mean, it is what it is.
All I knew was my wife would come home, or we would wake up, or I would get off work, and she'd say, "Today's Cinco de Mayo." Out the door we went. That was it. And yeah, so I don't know, but it does make sense now. Cinco, I know what that is, and Mayo makes sense too. I never thought of it. Like, I feel real stupid right now. That's nice. So be it. So yeah,
Well,
May 5th.
May the 4th
Actually,
be with you.
I knew that. Yeah, May the 4th be with you. Cinco de Mayo for rookies. That's right, Dina. Now the 6th is my oldest daughter's birthday. She'll be 32. Um, and then the 17th is Caden's birthday. He'll be 18th. The 20th is Tyler's birthday. He'll be 28. Yeah. May's a busy month. Shit. So did anybody else have anything else they wanted to look at or talk about with this specifically? Island High, welcome. Good to see you. Oh, yeah, that's for you, Cliff.
What?
Are you going to post your P.O. box so that everybody can send you stuff?
I don't know where to put it, but I guess I can, yeah.
Put it in your community tab.
In the
Put
community.
it in your, yeah, your community tab is probably the best spot.
I can personally say, I think.
Oh, the audio. Yes.
What?
Go ahead.
I think last night the conversation with Chris was, I don't know, it was just really good to see people get to hear him and not be like he's in defense of anything or somebody said something to him. You know
Yeah,
what I
yeah,
mean?
that's a good point. I didn't get to watch it, and you said not to play the whole thing, so I'll go back and check it out. But yeah, I imagine it's people need to see that side of them too. Okay. Um, that's a good point. And see, that's another. That would be really sad if this is a hoax. It's taken focus away from other missing children for 2 months, and that's a damn shame if it's true. I agree. I do agree, but I don't think it is because I think law enforcement would have pulled that already.
Do you have a problem with him playing it?
No, what?
I think it's what he's in.
What did you ask me something, Dale?
No, he was saying you didn't want him to play the whole thing, and I think you misunderstood what you were saying.
No, just it's just long.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, you had said something about I don't want you to play. I get what you're saying now. Sorry, I understand.
I mean, he's
Yeah,
on there for like 3. Well,
It was 3+.
yeah, fiance said last night that I said something about it being 12 o'clock, and when we got off, it was like 3 a.m.
Oh, that explains why you guys were up till 4 o'clock this morning. Now I get it. Okay. That's why
Oh
you
yeah,
slept like you did. Makes
yeah.
sense now. Yeah, I'll play it, guys. Give me 1 second. So we'll put that up next then. I did tell you guys I'd pull that audio real quick. You said it was Dolly's call, the first one on that video, right?
Well, it was what they say, 1:22 in.
Hour and 20. I think they said an hour and 20, maybe.
Do we remember which Dolly video it was?
Oh crap!
3 days ago, Sebastian Rogers update. Seth thinks it's him. They have the video. Karen Reed. I think that was it. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Oh, I need chocolate. Sorry.
Great video because there's some woman on it that I've never seen before. So that's not it. Then it's got to be this one. Yeah, actually, the video, it is this one because it was stopped right at that point where I shared it the other day. Perfect. Here we go, Mom. And anybody else that wanted to see or hear this real quick. And then we'll go back and we'll show Clue's video and talk about that and see that side of Chris. Hold on a minute.
Not allowed to. So when I got there, there were 2 other.
They cringe, and I just call all this cringe shit. It kind of reminds me of that cringe and no sense. Okay, phone lines are still open. That caller didn't make it. Bad connection. Something happened. Something happened. Dolly.
Dolly.
Yes.
And they sit there and tried to outline the whole Seth thing. Seth, to tell them.
It's hard to tell from this photo.
So I had to get in.
Here it is, right here, guys.
I had to dial you over 100 and some times.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And me and my daughter and my mom come up to Hendersonville, Tennessee back about 3 or 4 weeks ago to help Seth look for Sebastian.
Uh-huh.
We also talked to Chris Proudfoot while we were up there.
Uh-huh.
And so now that we're back, I live maybe 18 miles from where this picture was taken. So my mom and I just come back from there.
Yeah.
We have pictures of everything. And I got interrogated. I got pulled into a actual conference room, and just letting you know that I got interrogated like you wouldn't believe up there.
By who?
By the people from the actual place at Grandfather Mountain.
Okay, they were interrogating you when you went there? About what?
Yeah,
About Seth?
because I had flyers, and I put them out up there.
Uh-huh.
I spoke to Katie and Chris before I went there the last time or past time, and I told them that I would be glad to drive up there. The $25 admission fee to get in if you go up there where he was at, or if this picture is real, which I'm hoping it is. That's the reason why I went. And so when I went up there, I gave the guy at the booth that will really pay to get the admission, I gave him a flyer of Sebastian, because we have handed them all out in North Carolina. So when I went in, we went up to the actual location where the picture was taken. I stood on the same rock, took a picture of a selfie of myself of how he would be standing. The trees are bare up there because they had snow on up till March.
Yeah.
Our Caldwell County line runs into Watauga County. So if they get snow up there, our schools are out. So that's how close I am. And
so you think this is somebody that may have been passing through, or somebody from the area that may have just went there to visit?
Well, you look at it, I looked at it from this, because technically to enroll people in schools in this area, you have to have a birth certificate, their immunization chart, different things that they would have had to have. If this kid is 10, they would have had to have, if he's in school, they would have had to have all that information, unless, but everybody's got time on their hands that they can sit here and make fake IDs and stuff like that. They could have done that. I think that it was a spur of the moment, but I really do believe this is him. Now, Chris and Katie.
Yeah, but how would you get his school records? They ain't gonna let you enroll in school without school records.
That's what I'm saying. So he couldn't be in school here if it's in.
Yeah.
And that's another thing I was looking at. But like I said, I have been tempted just to put that picture of the lady on there and see if anybody in this area knows her.
Uh-huh.
But I haven't yet. So
okay, so when you got there and you gave out the flyer, so what did they say to you?
I went on up to the resource center where he was at, because right there is all.
Oh, so just so you understand, Mom, it's a little bit more than just a rest stop. It's kind of like a how was this explained to me? It's like a nature center type place, or isn't that what they called it? Clue, it was like
It's
a nature
wilderness something.
yeah, something like that.
Wilson Center for Nature.
Wilson Center for Nature, but it's also like a rest stop off the side of the interstate that you pull off and use bathrooms and stuff, and then they have this other stuff that goes along with it. So that's why it costs $25 to get in. Just to clarify, in case you didn't know, because I didn't know either. I thought it was just a damn rest stop, and I'm like, why you got to pay $25 to stop to use bathrooms? You know what I mean? So, there you go.
Where all the animals, and it tells you everything that you can do. There's a mile-high swinging bridge there that you can cross. And but when you are at that center, I went in and I asked the lady. I just bluntly asked her, so I'll investigate better than the FBI will. I don't care. But I asked her, I said, were you working April 27th? And she said, no, I don't think so. She said, what's this in regards to? I said, the Sebastian Rogers case. I said, the little boy that was supposedly seen out here resembles him very much. I showed him the pictures, and she immediately got on the radio and called somebody up there. This guy coming, and he told me, he said, if you will, just follow me down to the office. He said, we can talk discreetly down there. I said, why can't we talk here? He said, because I'm not allowed to. So when I got there, there were two other people waiting on me. So then we went down there. He asked me for my information. Of course, I gave it to him because I have nothing to hide. I showed him the paper that I signed up on Seth's list to help search and hand out
Exactly, Death Valley.
I showed him that. I showed him pictures that everybody is posting and he said, okay. I said, can you tell me if anybody's like law enforcement or anybody like that's been involved? He said, I can't tell you that. He would not give me no information, but he was full of questions. And a lady was sitting beside of me, and she was writing down everything I told them. So I truly believe that this has been looked into, because, a lot of people say, oh, well, I don't think CBI and all of them are doing their job, but they have looked into this. And I really feel like, all the questions and everything. And I told him, I said, look, I have nothing to hide. I'll give you all my information. I'll tell you where I live. I'll give you my phone number, everything. And I did that. And I'm just here to bring word and see, because you never know if this child, if he's going to end up back up there.
Yeah, that he may pop back up. I'm wondering if police have went and got the videos from that day. I bet you they have.
There you go.
See, that's the problem I had with that too, Mom, was the fact that they never identified themselves as any type of law enforcement. So why are you questioning me if this is true? Go ahead, Clue. I'm sorry.
Listen to this woman talk.
Okay.
Just listen to her speak, and then think about the web sleuths interview.
Okay.
Have.
I think they have, but
that's why they probably couldn't talk about it.
Underneath the awning where he was standing, if it was daylight, there's no lights, and it is sheltered, so it was very cool under there. So it was dark under there, so it would make your hair look darker. And then again, if it's somebody that was abducted, they could have already dyed his hair, maybe tried to, get it darker or something like that.
Yeah.
And one of the things that Katie and Chris told me, Chris said that he didn't think that it was him. Katie told me on the phone that she thinks it is him.
Katie did?
Yes.
Okay.
She said that she could not tell by the shirt, but they told me that on Sebastian, his breastbone sticks out in the middle, right in the chest area. So nobody would have been able to see this unless they were up close to him. to tell if that was.
I didn't even know that he had a
I didn't. So
suspect.
they told me.
Okay.
And see, when I first woke up and seen that picture,
We knew that in the first week that he went missing. I think I know what you're talking about, Clue.
the first thing I did was, because I've contacted them, I've talked to them, I've done everything I know, to talk to them. And I've tried, I don't know how to get in touch with Seth. I do not know. But if I could, I would talk to him too, but I can't. I don't know how to get.
Whoever this caller is has a bit of a southern twang to her voice, for sure. So, but it does sound familiar, 100%.
In touch with him, because the social media that I actually had never.
Did you just say something?
Me?
Okay, something overlaid that. Sorry. Go ahead.
Chris on social media. Now she will not talk unless Chris is right beside of her.
That's weird. That's suspect to me in itself.
I've wanted her. I've messaged her. I've begged him to tell her, say, hey, I'll talk to you. I even told her personally on the phone that day, I will talk to you. If you want to stay up all night and talk, we will stay up all night and talk if you'll just talk to me.
Yeah, she ain't saying much.
Really?
Everybody's been trying to get her on the phone, and I mean, she has a spokesperson, Chris.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that was my. Like I said, yeah, they interrogated me in an investigation. What are you any kin to him? Are you, what's going on? Why are you up here searching? He said, and this will be turned over to the authorities. I said, turn it over. I said, I have nothing to hide. I don't care. I said, I'm just up here for a reason.
Well, they must be treating it as a serious sighting then.
Yeah, and that's what I feel like. I feel like that they believe that it is him.
Okay.
That's what I part. So if you go up there and you ask any questions, you're going to get pulled to the office. So you're in the bad boy chair if you get pulled in the office.
And what did you say your first name was? Was it Tanya?
Kim.
Kim. Okay, I was way off. It was Young though. Your last name was it Kim Young?
Yeah.
Okay, I knew I had half of it. I'm usually pretty good at remembering people's names once they tell me. All right, Kim, you be good.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so hold on a minute here.
So we are happy to help any way we can. Now, Sebastian Rogers went missing toward the end of February. He went missing, it was a Sunday night, Monday morning.
Right. So
and
between midnight and 6.
Right.
Of the 26th. Yeah.
15 years old. He does have autism. Now, for those people in chat who are not familiar, this is the weird thing. There's lots of.
I don't think it's this lady here. I don't think, at least.
Which one? I can't see her.
She's the producer of the Web Sleuth show, the lady in the left-hand upper right left corner.
Oh, no, it's either, in my opinion, it sounds like either Cohen or Chloe.
Yeah, I'm trying to find where Cohen came in at. I think it's here.
Yeah,
hold on.
she's in the top right.
And everything.
I think it's great that you're telling us.
Oh, there are some other folks that don't feel.
Parents that were sitting there and they just didn't look.
Say your opinion, and
yeah.
So
agree.
Yeah, let's just. I mean, I don't want to give them any. Does anybody know where Seth went?
So, as you know,
understood. We do have a question from Michelle. Chris, was Ellie able to go in and search the
with another agency?
People in chat.
can't.
Right.
When they're looking, oh, hey, and it ain't nothing.
Hold
There
on.
is more of a gut punch.
I have a better idea.
Yeah, I would pull up that News Nation interview.
That's the one I was just thinking. Like, what are you doing? Ding dong. Hold on a minute. Phenomena. Phenomena. Okay. Ooh, I smell good.
What?
I smell good. I want to take myself out. I found this. I forgot I had this. I have like 52 bottles of cologne, and I hardly ever go anywhere, so I don't wear it often. But I mean, I wear it every day, but I don't go like different kinds. My wife got this for me a while back, and it smells really good. If you can read it, it comes from Bath and Body Works for men. It smells really damn good. Okay.
Bath. Oh, we smelled that last time we went. I like that too.
Yeah, my wife bought it for me on purpose because, well,
bought it for me on purpose.
Yeah, she bought it for herself, I should say. Yeah. She's like, go put that cologne on. I'm like, no, I got things to do right now. I can't go put the cologne on.
Oh man, I got one of these wallflowers, and I wish to God they would put this in a scent you can wear on your body. I almost want to break the glass open and use it for perfume. It's rose and leather. Oh,
that's a weird combo.
It's a weird combo, but it works. It smells so good.
I've had that. My dad wears that too. My wife, I can't wear that around her. If I wear that around her, you guys won't see me for days. I'll just put it that way. That's that Johnny Depp stuff.
My favorite
you guys
is
remember
Old Spice Swagger or Tommy Hilfiger, the old cologne. Oh, I'm dead.
I wear Burberry. When I wore all through high school was the polo green. The original polo with the green bottle and the gold top on it. That was that one. And then Nautica, Perry Ellis Black, I think. I can't remember, or no, not Perry Ellis. It's another brand, but it's called Black. That's another one. She buys these clones for me based on what she thinks of them. And I'm like, you're going to have to stop doing that kind of stuff. I said, you spray me with this stuff or buy it for me. I spray it, and then I don't have any time to myself. Because that's the whole point. I said, you're a freak. Quit. Although she's got some that I buy for her for the same reason. I can't find this damn video. You guys remember? It should have a picture of her on there. It's not there.
Fiance's looking for it.
Can't find it. Oh, wait. Yeah, here it is, I think. Yep. Here it is. Like Happy, like Clinique. She can't wear that. Yeah, if she wears that. Nope. That's what she wore when we first met. So, all right, here we go. This is the interview with Seth Rogers, Ashley Banfield, and Heather Cohen.
I think that's just because, they had some. Seth can be hard to deal with because he's going through a lot right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of trauma. So what can you tell us so far about your investigation? What have you learned? What were the circumstances of the home, of his mother, of his stepdad? The thud that they heard.
Well, I can tell you that from my investigation, I believe that this is a domino effect of events. I believe that we have to go all the way back to probably December and January are going to be key months. There are a lot of events. There was a lot of turmoil surrounding Sebastian We know that Chris Profit was in the middle of a custody battle with his ex-wife. We know that the daughter did visit over Christmas break. We know that Sebastian was with Seth during that time. We know that that there was a DCS referral in, I believe, February.
See, I don't get that southern twang to Heather's voice, so I don't think it was her.
No, it might
No,
not.
I'm not. No, I don't think it was. Now the other girl, Chloe, I can't remember her voice. I don't know. Either way, I have issues with that whole that call to Dolly. Something's not right about that. Something just seems off. I can't imagine. What's up, Truth? I can't imagine. First of all, I would never agree to go speak to somebody in a back room that doesn't present themselves as law enforcement to me. You're not going to get me locked. You're not locking me in a back room with people I don't know, cornering me by myself to talk. No, sorry. Show me your badge. And who the hell are you? Other than that, leave me alone. So, no. Sorry, that ain't right. Truth. There's a link in chat if you want to pop up on this, bro. You're welcome to. So that was the audio, Mom. It's a little questionable to me. I'll just say that right there. That doesn't make a lot of sense. And first of all, a place like that doesn't have the right. They don't have the right to do that. That could be a lawsuit. You know what I mean? I can't see a business decision being made to do something like that. In my opinion, at least. Maybe I'm wrong, but that just didn't seem right to me. So I don't know. What are we talking about, Andy? There's something else. Oh, now I need to pull the other up. Sorry, guys.
Oh my goodness.
Phenomenon. I smell good. Phenomenon. I'm in a good mood today. If you guys haven't been able to tell, for the most part. Good God. All right, so where do you want me to start this at, Clue? Or Cletus?
He calls in at 2. You just go to 2 hours and 55 minutes.
Gotcha.
Well, I like mustard biscuits myself, but I don't think everybody else likes that either. But hey,
I'm sorry, did you say mustard and biscuits?
Mm-hmm.
like mustard and French fries.
Yeah, mustard and biscuits. Some of them French fried taters.
I don't put mustard on my biscuits. No, maybe some honey.
Oh, you got to try it. I'm gonna tell you, it's something else. When they dip mustard, goes good on everything. Tater salad, tater tot, taters. I mean, it's good.
Listen, you guys, something I have. One of the first things I got to say is I've noticed, due to conversations with people, Chris has a hell of a personality and sense of humor. I can't imagine somebody. I can't imagine somebody that is involved in the disappearance of a child being as free-spirited, as wide open, full throttle, and as comical as this person is. Okay, about certain. It just doesn't make sense to me. I've never seen anybody act that way. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's a strong opinion I have. That's just me, but that's me alone. You don't have to agree with me.
I assume you've seen the movie Sling Blade.
Mm-hmm.
No, not at all. What's that movie called? You said it called Sling Blade?
Mm-hmm.
Sling Blade.
I know what a fire blade is. I don't know what a sling blade is.
Well, I tell you, I can do you one easy. I can text you and maybe get you a t-shirt out that way.
Well, I ain't got one of them there fancy phones that everybody beats. I'm calling you on a landline. You don't actually have rotary dial.
I'd love to have him call in and talk to him like this.
You're talking about Slim Blade, and I call Kaiser Blade. I think two totally different things. So I'm not sure.
I can
You
guarantee
sound a
you.
lot like the guy from the movie. That's kind of crazy. I wish you would have seen the movie.
Well, I can guarantee you on how he won Katie over because he's funny as hell. So there's one. That's how I got my wife.
I ain't even got a television. I don't know much about them things. I think they them devils anyway. So, I just do lucky to get a phone. I got a radio.
You don't have a television?
No.
All right. Old school in the sticks.
Yeah, I have to go across the street over there down the holler. And just they got one of them. What do you call it? Computers. They got one of them things, and I get to listen to this thing, and this is how I get to hear your show.
Oh, well, thank God for their computer.
Do you ride a bicycle?
Well, they got the internet. They got that magic box where you go in there and you get to see a bunch of things or whatever. I don't know.
Could you say it ain't got no gas in it?
Ain't got no gas in it.
That was great.
Ain't got no gas in it.
I don't know. I don't break in any of that stuff. I don't play with any of that stuff.
He said,
Bitch Franklin said, "Is this truth, not feelings?"
Is this truth, not feelings? The chat is asking if that's your name when you chat. Truth, not feelings.
If I got feelings, what are you talking about?
I don't mean you don't have feelings. I'm asking if. Never mind. When you chat, you have a name. I just wondered if this was truth, not feelings. But
I don't chat now. I can tell what chat deal. People talk.
Well, yeah, it is.
What's that there chat that you talking about?
On your keyboard, you said that people pound away. That's the kind of chatting I'm talking about when you're typing something.
I told you I ain't got one of them fancy box there. It's in the computer. That's my neighbor. They got that. That's where I'm at right now to hear the show.
You went to your neighbor's house at, well, I don't know what time it is where you are, but here it's like 12 o'clock in the morning.
No, y'all don't sit there and drink moonshine either.
Well, on a good day, yeah.
Yeah, you should drink that shit every day. Make you feel better. Fix everything you got.
It's really good for a sore throat.
No. It's good for everything.
Good for everything. Okay. I can get with that. Well, do you like the show? I'm assuming so, since you're at the neighbors, or is this your first time watching?
No, I like the show. I just there's a little boy missing. It kind of it's sad story. It's sad them kids go missing.
Agreed.
The worst part is, I heard that story where people talking about the parents and stuff. It's real bad.
Really, Carolyn? You thought that was me horsing around?
They did, on God. They thought it was you. They thought it was Sarge, and they thought it was truth, not feelings. And they even blamed my baby. They blamed baby Clue.
That's her fault that she got blamed for that. Do I sound like that?
Lord, no. Your voice couldn't be that low if somebody kicked you in the ganubicles.
You get some mustard on them biscuits. Mm-hmm. They might know some French fried taters too. Mm.
I don't know.
Agreed.
They got no what do you call evidence?
No, you didn't. That was good.
He said
Right
evidence.
at the right time. Look. Callie says, "Who is it?" I'm high. That was funny.
On that bowl yet? I knocked the toe. I just
Evidence.
there's a little bowl missing. It kind of it's sad story. It's sad them kids go missing.
Agreed.
You know, the worst part is, you know, I've heard that story where people talking about the parents and stuff. It's real bad. I don't know.
Agreed.
They got no evidence. What do you call evidence? That boy yet?
No, they don't have any evidence on him yet. Pineapple.
Why everybody saying that the parents done it then?
Oh, because the internet world has to have a villain. Somebody to be mad at, I guess.
Well, they want a villain. They got one to call the government. They need to. That's the villain right there.
I will not argue that at all. Hear that?
I really want one in third though. I would get one in third.
I promise I will. Well, if you can learn to work a text, I can text your phone and send you a shirt.
Well, I have my neighbor there. They do that.
Yeah, there you go.
One of them old roads. I got them phones. You got to do on the circle.
Oh, fucking hell.
I mean, I ain't got no television, one of the color boxes. I ain't got one of them things. I got a radio.
You said color boxes?
Yeah, TV, television, color box.
Oh.
Show in it with the colors and stuff. That's color box.
Color box. From now on, I'm always going to call my TV a color box.
Color box. That color box.
Most time I sit there and do the radio. Watch out the window.
Do you work on lawnmowers?
Every once in a while. I'm broke right now, but you know, but got gas in it, so got gas.
Well, that is required to mow a lawn, gas in a mower.
But it broke though, so it don't.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's not. It won't work right now, even with gas in it.
Well, that's why I got the Kaiser blade. Kaiser blade cut that shit straight out, right on through there.
You're in the front yard. I'm assuming swinging a Kaiser blade.
Yeah, I use Kaiser blade. Some call it a sling blade. I call it a Kaiser blade.
Okay. When you're done, I just have to know. When you're done swinging that, do you go eat mustard and biscuits?
If they ain't that, it mustard and taters. That's always good too.
But mustard, potatoes.
Yeah. Taters, yeah.
I'm gonna try that. No, I might not. One of the audience.
Pick one of them right up there and get you a glass of moonshine. Ain't no better.
Mustard, taters, and moonshine. One of the audience members wants to know if you like pineapples.
Pineapple? What's pineapple?
A pineapple.
Pineapple.
How in the hell do you even spell that? Pineapple. How the hell do you even say it?
P-E-R. Like pie.
Pineapples. Pineapples. Yeah, that's a pineapple. Damn, Chris. Like them pineapples there. Mm-hmm.
A pineapple, like the yellow thing with the little tree at the top, little leaves. It's
I
fruit.
ain't seen one of them. I ain't seen one of them, no. Susie down the street, she got an apple tree.
Susie down the street has an apple tree. No pineapples, guys, just apples.
No, not up here in these hollers. We ain't got none of that up here.
How did you say that again? Pineapple, pineapple,
Man, that we call it pineapple.
pineapples.
We got apple.
Okay.
We got apple tree down the street there. We get apple.
Nice. Well, if I call your number back, could you answer the phone? You don't have to answer, right?
Barbara, yeah, I will definitely help you. If you want to talk with Doodle, my producer, afterwards, she will definitely get any information she needs to. I am 100% on board to helping you out in any way I can. Give her all your info, and we will get together, and we will definitely go over what we need to make some things happen. 1,000,000%. No worries whatsoever. And thank you for joining us again today, Barbara. I appreciate you.
No. It thing ring. It's pretty loud.
So if I
take me a minute to get up there to get up there and get the phone, but I hear.
If I call you, I can figure out how to send you a shirt, right?
Yeah, I mean, I get your address. That poster Miller brings up mail. He can put it in the box down there in the street.
Okay, we'll see. Yeah, progress. I might even.
It takes about a week though, but I mean, I don't check it but once a week.
I might even send you a pineapple.
Pineapple. You put butter on it?
I'm sure you might, but I wouldn't.
But you can put it on a biscuit.
But you can put a pineapple on a biscuit.
Put it on a biscuit. That might sound good.
Y'all, he says it's not truth. I don't know. You ever fry an apple?
Well, me, yeah, we put them in a fryer pan. How do you make an apple pie? Good.
He said apple pie. Pie. Apple pie.
Yeah.
What the hell is that? An apple pie? Pie? How do you even say it?
Apple
pie? An apple pie. Good God. We should have had him with us when we did dating night with Sarge. Can you imagine that? Our speed dating with Sarge? Good God.
Yeah. Like really pretty people, by the way. I'm sorry, but I just want to let y'all know y'all sound like a real pretty people call your show. I hear sound pretty.
Oh, the people that call sound pretty, or me and fiance sound pretty?
Yeah, you and your what's that thing? Where do you say?
Fiance.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. I think you say Cletus.
Can you say Cletus?
Oh, I got to say Cletus. Hell, we got Cletus right down the street. He's right down the street. He's right next door over at Billy Bob. Then Uncle Tom, he's probably another, on the other side of the holler. Well, we all know each other.
Are you from Kentucky?
No. Oh God. Who the hell won't be from Kentucky?
Well, fiance for one, but aside from him, I don't know.
No, we like the hollers and the trees and hills and mountains. So pretty.
I don't know. You say that me and fiance sound like pretty people. Are you sure you ain't into pineapples?
I sure ain't a pineapple.
Okay.
Pineapple is a totally different thing, I guess. I don't know.
No
I don't
pineapple.
see people very often.
Just when he watches the color box.
The color box.
Yeah,
That's right.
so you
Pineapple
frequently
and
watch
color
the
box. I may never call a pineapple again. I think it's gonna be pineapple from now on. So just so y'all know.
Well, I keep my eye out here looking for that little boy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's gonna be out here.
No.
Oh hell, we don't see nobody out here. I gotta walk all the way down there just to get use neighbors here to show on that computer thing, whatever that safety box thing is.
You got to walk all the way to the neighbors. Well, I appreciate that dedication. I don't know if you came just to watch my show, but I'm just saying I do appreciate the dedication.
Well, I get to go over like once a month and they kind of tell me some things and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe he can help you fix the mower.
Might be. I got to see that movie about them finding them animals the other day.
Say what?
Real famous. That show about them animals, about them lions. You ever seen that show?
About a lion?
Yeah, them kitty movie.
Oh, Lion King?
Yeah, I got to see that the other day. That's a good show right there. A good flick.
You know, I've never seen The Lion King.
Oh man, that's a good show. Good show.
Y'all, I don't know who this is, a voice changer, like on God. I like your voice. I'm not saying anything negative. They think it's somebody with a voice changer. It's not Dago. His son's at the prom.
What is the fourth finger?
Where if I wanted to, I could talk like this or like this.
It's one of them sound boxes.
Yeah, it's a sound box. There you go.
Well, sound box. That's a radio. Mm-hmm. Or I had that good music. Mm-hmm.
Oh, what kind of music do you like? I'm just curious.
Well, like good old stuff, Hank Williams.
Oh, I love Hank Williams.
Not his baby, the daddy. He's
Yeah.
dead now. He dead. He been dead for a while now.
Yeah. What's that line about the moon to see you cry? Oh, I like Hank Jr. too now.
Yeah, but I like it, daddy. Mm-hmm.
I promise y'all, this is not Dago. Dago couldn't get his voice that low for nothing.
He couldn't get his voice with the voice changer.
Hank. I don't know.
I bet I can. In my picture box.
It was tough not to give it away. I mean, we knew who it was, but it was like we didn't know if he wanted to just stay silly or if he was ever going to actually admit who he was.
It's good for people to see him like this, being lighthearted, as compared to what the whole world has painted him out to be.
Yeah.
And this is too funny for me.
Why do you drink? Yeah, I like Junior too.
What do you say, Cletus?
I was going to say he does get serious here shortly, but this goes on for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's too funny. He does it good too.
He changes his voice up. He does
Cookie Monster,
Monster, Kermit, and then Donald Duck.
Yeah.
Jesus, those are all the same damn things I used to do too. That's pretty. Cookie Monster I never did, but.
And the mask. Oh my gosh. Like I'm telling you, he did that the other night. And I was like, I felt like Jim Carrey was on my telephone.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. He's got a good sense of humor. So let's see.
I'm sorry. I have to. Like it's Uncle Si.
He Yeah, he liked to roll that smoke and stuff, that vacuum stuff. That's who that fella is right there.
Yeah. His friend was killed by a switchblade knife too. Did you know that?
For $43.
Yeah, but I call it tiger blade. Some call it switchblade. I call it tiger blade.
Yes, Barbara. We definitely will definitely take a look at it and make something out of it. Make some noise with it too. It's really sad considering the situation that you can't get the help that you need. So don't worry, we've got your back, and we will get right on that, 100%, man. So just take a breath of fresh air and know that you got people backing you up at this point. Please, please do.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, a Kaiser blade, not a switchblade.
Nobody up to that.
Say what now?
Oh, nothing. I just rambling on there. I just started my baby.
He said not his baby. It's the big one. It's a family tradition. Correct. Well, you got anything else?
That gets on there, man. Tradition thing.
Yeah.
I heard that in tea.
You got anything else you want to tell us? I didn't hear none of that, did you? He really must live in the sticks. You still there? You kind of went robot.
No, I'm still here.
What?
What the hell?
I'm still here.
Okay. I did not change calls, but what?
I'm still here.
This is not my daughter. Where is she? Go get her. Like I promise y'all on everything. I know we did that one time to Sarge, but I promise y'all, she is in her room. Now, you said you're still here? Are you still the same? Are you still the same person?
No.
I have no idea. It's not baby glue, on God. She's coming, see? I'm going to make them talk at the same time. Can you? All right, on 3, I want you both to speak. Stay out the camera, but 1, 2, 3.
What am I saying?
Hello.
Okay, that's it.
What do they sound like?
Almost like Daffy Duck, but they thought it was you.
Someone said I sounded like Daffy Duck. Y'all going straight to hell. Down.
That sounds just like Daffy Duck.
It does sound just fucking like Daffy Duck.
Are y'all what? You're saying I sound like Daffy?
No, the caller, go. You're good. Can you do that again? Hello? Oh my God. Do y'all hear that? Like, I promise y'all, it ain't Dago. I swear on everything I am. I could show you my Discord. He ain't even online. How are you doing that? I wish I could do that. I can't understand it. Can you?
Somebody said he's in North Carolina. Bad signal.
That was really wrong for whoever said that. That was wrong. North Carolina has good signal, okay? Oh, Willie. It might be Willie. Are you Willie?
Nope, they call me Kermit the Frog.
Okay.
I like to report the news.
Say that again?
I like to report the news. I have a girlfriend named Piggy.
Okay. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Do your hands always smell like bacon? I'm just curious. One more time.
I didn't catch
I
that.
didn't either.
My fingers could smell like bacon, but that wouldn't be very good. Although bacon is really good to eat.
Well, I would hope if your girlfriend is Miss Piggy, then bacon would be good to eat.
Oh, she's a bad cook, but it still tastes good.
Sergeant, it's not Sarge. Maybe.
Sarge couldn't fake a southern accent, though, I don't think. No, hell, he ain't online either.
No. Did we even ask his name? What's your name? Well, Kermit. Is this Kermit now or?
They call me Cookie Monster.
Fucking Cookie Monster.
We go Cookie.
I love cookies, honey. Me and you, we could get down. I love some damn cookies.
Cookie's so good. Yum, 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 yum.
I don't even know what's happening right now. It's late night. I wish I was drunk because I'd be tripping.
Well, that wouldn't necessarily be a good thing.
Cute.
You're welcome.
That's cute.
You're so welcome.
We got all the characters. That was pretty good.
Oh, I got a lot more. Trust me.
I actually believe that. You kind of got me with the like, do you put mustard on potatoes? What?
You don't put mustard on them biscuits. Mustard on them french fry tater. Yum, yum, yum.
You're a nut. Luke, I'm your father. They said truth.
Sorry, my name ain't Truth. Nice try.
He sounds like a kid now. I wish
No,
I
I
was.
promise you I'm not a child. I mean, I act like one, but I'm not a child.
No. Oh, here. You speak, fiance.
What? Why do you want me to speak? This is your show.
No, but
Good gosh, you got that fast as crap. Like you sound.
I know he's taking it from me a few times. You don't talk or you gonna sit there and read chat.
They're all like, "Hi, Chris."
Took them long enough to figure it out.
I think a few of them had it pretty quick.
Yeah, they did. A few of them were like, that's Chris.
Oh, I know why you put it.
Everybody run and tell everybody the big bad monster's got this team. Look out.
Hey, look, he might be talking to a man. His fiance would talk to him.
Yeah, it took me a second to figure out what the fuck you were throwing the mic at me for, but now I get it. Yeah.
Oh man.
What do you think of that interview?
Yeah. What was your thoughts on?
It's an interview. I mean.
Yeah.
Not earth shattering.
I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and tell people that we're gonna discuss things we're not supposed to discuss. I'm not.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Seth using Mr. Mathis as a spokesperson probably is a good thing.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with that.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with being on YouTube's. I mean, if you're going to use a spokesperson, I would definitely push. YouTube wouldn't have been my first place, for sure. But I guess small steps is better than no steps, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean, at least there wasn't no shit slinging tonight. I'm thankful for that. So.
I got a question.
Well,
sorry.
Here's what I will say. Despite how everybody out there has their own opinions, despite how everybody has their own feelings, at the end of the day, when you go in and you look at the situation for truly what it is, you strip away all the crap, go back to meat and potatoes of what it just is. It's three parents that are seriously hurting because they don't have their son.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. And everybody's going to react. Everybody's going to lash out in their own ways, and some have a little bit more control than others. And that's on all three of us. Because I will tell you right now, I'm beyond frustrated that we have a situation we actually have no lead. Absolutely nothing. Nothing credible in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My wife is hurting. Everybody wants to know why she doesn't want to go and talk. Well, it's simple. Everybody just bashes, and bashes. Everybody has a narrative, and they need a villain to fill in that narrative.
Yeah.
And it's terrible. It truly is. It's a terrible thing, but it is where it has, and it's her or it's me. In some cases, it may be Seth.
and it really shouldn't be.
No,
Like all
that's
these
fair.
YouTube videos out here should change course a little bit. I mean, yes, you're going to have your people out there that are going to say the things that they want to say, accuse people what they want to accuse them of, because in the end,
Tell Dago he's muted. He's talking, but we can't hear him.
You're muted, Dago. Dago? Nope.
We can't hear you at all. Still ain't got nothing.
Yeah, we got nothing. I think he's trying, but Terry.
What?
She said he isn't muted. He apparently is just boring.
Oh.
Because of that comment. People are.
They are people. People are people.
There,
Hey,
hey.
there he is.
Hey. Hey, Gerald, go piss up a rope, okay? Bye-bye.
You sound like a kidnapper, dude.
Your voice is, you got that voice changer going or something.
Is that better?
No.
You sound like somebody in a panel van.
You sound like one of those people they interviewed that want to disguise their voice.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. Yep. Have a great day there, Gerald. Don't bother coming back, okay?
this doesn't make sense. You know, and in all truth, a lot of it doesn't make sense. It really doesn't.
No, I
But
mean, yeah.
every situation is different. Not one single case is ever the same. Certainly not. I mean, look at the Riley Strand case.
Yeah.
It started out the exact same way. The only difference is they actually had video footage of Riley Strand walking in downtown, and then he vanishes up.
Yeah.
But then they lose everything. No sighting of him. Nobody knew anything, and it took some folks. I'm not sure. Let me put it this way. I'm not sure who found what. From what I understand, they found a bank card on an embankment, which that's something. It led them to the river, which in return they found Riley. So they got closure. It sucks how they got it, but they got closure.
Yeah.
You know, and that family, I'm sure, has gone through not quite the same.
Sorry, Paladin.
But I'm sure there was stuff swung. It just, his case was able to end a lot faster than where we are with Sebastian's case.
Yeah.
Well, and I would say there's, something to be said about the search actually produced things, right? Like the footage came out. That was, that was something that kept it current without a bunch of drama. It was, he was found relatively quickly in the scheme of things. And so, I don't know. It's a.
Well, if you break down this whole situation, and like I said, I'm not here to bash or knock anyone. I'm not. Yes, I'm frustrated and pissed off at some points to where, you get to a breaking point and you keep poking and you keep poking, and finally you're going to catch it. And it sucks that people have to poke. And I get it. They need the clicks. They need the information. They all have this I want to know, not a I need to know. But trust me, there ain't nobody's need or want bigger than, and I'm going to say this, ain't nobody's need or want bigger than Katie, Seth, myself. Ain't nobody.
Yeah.
I'm telling y'all right now, if it came down to only two people had to know,
It'd have to be Seth and Katie.
Yeah. No, I mean,
my job is to protect my wife, and I'm going to do that.
Well, and I mean, I for one think you have. I mean, 100%. God knows hell has come at y'all, and not only hell, not only the hell that you're already going through, but hell from social media. And yeah, I'm hopeful that this change of things will make it stop or bring it to a close. Hopefully.
I would hope.
Hopefully he's found, and then it'll all come to a close anyway.
Well, and I've told this to a couple people. When Sebastian's found, people are going to have to learn how to eat some humble pie. There's not one soul on this earth that has never tasted it, because you're not always right.
Yeah.
But you're not always wrong either.
Yeah. No, it's true. That is true.
I mean, there's a side to this whole situation. A lot of people don't stop thinking about just for 1 minute. Let's look at the compassion side of the house for a minute, because Lord knows that picture's not even, that thing's bone dry. But the hatred, the negativity, boy, those cups flow over like nobody's business.
You ain't lying. Yeah, you ain't lying about that. You are not lying about that.
No, and no, people have to understand a few things before they want to start throwing some shade. I'm not an emotional person. I'm just not. My wife is the emotional one. I'm the more logical thinker as far as step for step for step. Got to see what we can do. Now, I just said that, and I'm pretty sure tomorrow, mark my words, somebody's going to take this and twist it.
Oh yeah, hell, they're already recording and thinking of what the fuck they're going to say.
Why is he joking? That's fine. But here's what they don't know. All three parents were vetted. All three parents were cleared. Now, law enforcement's not going to come out and say that because they can't for protocol reasons.
Yeah.
It's
well, and I have
if there was a reason to show that we, as in any one of the parents, had any form of negligence, any foul play, don't you think after 60-something days, somebody would be in a pair of handcuffs?
I mean, you would hope so.
Yeah, you would. I mean, it's as much of a force as there was out there, and as much as a force as there was out there even a second time, you would damn sure think so, for sure. So,
Well, I mean,
that was my damn point right there. After all this time, 60-some days, folks, nobody else had been arrested. Nobody else has been talked about in the spotlight out of the three of them. How does that make any sense to you, to anybody? I've never seen a case where that happened, ever. I've never seen where law enforcement has followed people this long, allowed for this child to be missing that long and then arrested somebody, unless it's a sting operation, which is not like, that's not what this is. So that's why I said this has never made sense to me.
Yeah.
Okay. If law enforcement doesn't play games like that, okay. This is a child specifically. That's the other thing. We have to take that to heart. A missing child, they're going to be is upfront and quick as they can be on something. If they thought the proud feet, I don't know however they like to say it. I don't want to be disrespectful, but proud feet, whatever, were involved, they would have been locked. They'd have been taken in already, in my opinion. They haven't even been taken in to be questioned. If they thought Seth was involved, if they had any evidence to state that at all, they would have done the same thing, in my opinion. 60 some odd days, folks. It's not like it's been a week or 2 weeks. That's what I'm saying. And within the first 48 hours, 72 hours, maybe the first week is when I think somebody would have been taken into, custody at that point. And it's never happened. There's never been any questioning in that sense like that I've seen. There's never been any type of a criminal investigation performed around those things that I've seen. So I don't get why people believe that that's how that went. That's why I've never understood that. Again, none of that has any focus on Sebastian. That's where law enforcement has tried to keep their focus from, my opinion, at least. Social media has kept their focus on the rest of them, not Sebastian. Not the way they should have, at least.
We were told, and I mean, the assets that they put into the search for Sebastian was probably one of the largest assets that had been applied to Sumner County in general. I mean, they had fixed wing, they had helicopters, they had drones.
And you know what? That's right, Gina. It does, which tells me if they're meeting with the district attorney, that means that they're very possible there is a criminal aspect to it, but it doesn't involve them. it obviously is involving somebody else, or the DA would have been brought into this a long time ago. So they obviously have something that they have, but it's not going to be put out, of course, because they don't want to break the integrity of the case.
It could also be because of the attention on the case.
Yeah, that too. And listen, Robert, I stated something on that a long time ago. I can almost promise you, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's okay, but I can almost promise you that law enforcement told them to do that, or told Katie to go with him. There's nothing they can do at the house, okay? And that they would stay in touch with them, but it was dangerous in a sense for her to stay there. If they were getting threats and people were driving by their house and things like this and that were going on, I would have done the same thing. Okay, if that's what law enforcement came to me with, that's what I would have done. Now, if they would have said stay at home, wait, do this, do that, then that's what I would have done there. I don't think they left because they don't care. Okay, I think it was because they were told maybe to stay away, to stay out of sight, to keep DL on the DL. Sorry, or things like that. Maybe I don't know. Maybe that'll come out later. I don't think it was because they didn't care. That's just my opinion, though.
Horsebacks, ATVs, side by side. We have people on foot. I mean,
yeah, I mean, the way that one property owner we talked to one day was talking. I mean, there was some some shit I had never even heard of, talking about being able to. What was it? He said they could see glasses from 8,000 feet in that damn air.
The brand of glasses from 800 feet in the air. So
yeah, 8,000. That's what he was saying that day. Yeah. So they were out there with night vision goggles and shit, going through the woods at night. I mean, and that's I think we heard that from a couple of different neighbors, so or people in the area, or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's.
And there's another thing. If the police were watching them or thought they were suspicious of them, that is true. They usually tell people that they're suspicious of, don't leave town. There's another point. So I'm just saying, folks.
God, it's so aggravating. It truly is aggravating. And folks don't understand. I mean, there might be a few people in this world, don't get me wrong, that have had missing children and have been found. And then there are some that had missing children but got closure. Yeah. And there are some families that don't have closure. Right. But people don't stop to think that how all of this, in the long run, affects not just the parents, but everyone.
Yeah.
Law enforcement, parents, family, distant family, the community in itself. I mean, because God knows our community is up and it's like split down the middle. People are against us, people are for us. I got somebody out there apparently who is trying to act like me, sound like me, answer questions like I would.
And you got cousins.
Really amazing.
And you got cousins calling in.
Love cousins, I heard it. It's comical. Don't get me wrong. It's very comical. 15 years old, apparently. What do you say? Eating frogs or some stuff and pooping on a mouse or something?
Yeah. What was
Good
it?
Lord.
Tearing apart frogs and
yeah.
I had like a whole slew of questions. Like I was like, how do you choose the stick? How do you choose the mouse? Any color, breed? Like what? Like what is that? And I agree, it was comical, but it's like, okay, I don't know. Stupidness.
Thank you, Cindy. Cindy said thank you for your service, Chris and Katie, from many of us in chat.
Thank you.
Thank you for your support. You're very welcome. And I speak on behalf of both of us when I say that.
I'm just going to verify. I'm just going to reiterate, not because Katie doesn't speak, okay? Just because that's what your man does, in my opinion.
Don't get me wrong, and I know everybody has a hard time understanding this, but if Katie wants to talk, Katie can talk. But everything that Katie has ever said, everybody has twisted, turned it, manipulated it, and used it for their own personal narrative or their benefits. Now, mind you, her son's missing. And not a soul out there that wants to bash her, twist it, and do whatever they want to do. Not one person.
I feel like it has, Paladin. I think it's changed some things.
Because what? Let's go back and, let's play this, what do they call it, statistics game? Mothers who are missing children, they see that mothers did it, or a step-parent's done it, or a father's done it. And that's not always the case.
Yeah.
But you can't control it. You can't control the narratives. You can't control what people think, feel.
No.
I wouldn't want to, because it'd be a very boring world if you did.
No, you can't control what people think and how people feel, but I do think setting a precedent for how shit should go in future situations, it would be nice to see that happen. And I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's disheartening. It really is to me. It really
Well,
is.
the downside, I think a lot of folks were upset, very upset that on day one we weren't running to the media. That we weren't screaming from the hills and the heavens of the earth saying this and that and yada yada yada. Because honestly, when you're in the situation, and trust me, anybody that has been in the situation, law enforcement is all over you. I mean, they're all over you. You can't do anything.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to watch every little single step you take, every little thing that you do. But a few things that some folks don't understand, and I understand it is an emotional thing for a woman, where men are more logical. Women are, their child's missing. They want to be able to find that child, run to that child, reach out and grab that child, hold that child tight. Who doesn't?
Yeah.
Especially when you're missing.
Yeah.
Especially at the end of the night when we don't get to go into his room and tell him good night, or he doesn't give us a hug, or we get to roughhouse. He doesn't get to play with his pups. Kids at school missing. Yeah. And that sucks. I mean, we don't go out because we listen to what law enforcement tells us to do.
Right.
Well, and
if law enforcement says we need to be available, then by golly, we're going to be available for whatever they need.
Yeah. Well,
and Seth, I'm not speaking negative on Seth. I need everybody to understand this. Yeah, he's said some things that him and I and Katie will handle later down the road. It doesn't have to be, he said, she said, let's point fingers, poke each other's eyes out, and then play this game. It doesn't have to be that way. It never should have been that way. I mean, he's grieving. He's dealing with his grief in his own way.
No, that's fair. I mean, we've been more outspoken about it than probably ought to be. But I mean, I do at the same time get that grieving in your own way is what everybody's going to do, and you don't know how you would handle something until you're in that situation. And
well, I think it's just natural. Like I think if in his situation,
mm-hmm.
like I said the other day, like I can understand his anger, but don't let what I mean.
Well, and that's why I've said I think it would be great if somebody could reel him in. Just reel him in, and people just say, hey, are you sure you want to say this? Are you sure you want to do this? Because there's just been, emotion drives a lot of action in a real emotional situation. I don't know.
Well,
I'm the same way, Barbara. I feel this. I understand completely how you feel.
One spokesperson for all three of us, basically.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I heard her say that she was a little upset that it didn't happen. So let me clear the air on something. Seth did mention Mr. Mathis to us. And I'm not going to be that type of person that's going to react right away. Nor should Katie. Because everything that everybody has been telling us or put out there, why would you want to believe something? Because everything that everybody's told you, where they come on to you and they tell you something, and then they want to spin it and twist it.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't know them from Adam, I can understand that for sure. You got to.
I mean, there's been some folks reach out to us and talk to us, and I'm not naming names. I'm not going to name drop people. There's one that's not fair.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm going to catch a lot of flack for this, but people need to understand. It's hard to trust folks when they say one thing. They don't necessarily have to do something, but then you turn around and you get about 20 other people that will come against somebody and say something else. So why even worry about it? Why try to deal with it? Don't.
Yeah.
Mr. Mathis was, he's got a pretty good record. I'm not going to discredit him. I think if he can reel Seth in, and we'll see how that goes. I'm not going to close the door on it. But that would be a discussion for Katie and myself.
Yeah.
To decide whether we want to pursue that avenue.
Yeah.
Yes, we've had talks with Mr. Mathis. Yes, we have.
Exactly.
We've also talked to the dog handler that Seth wanted. I mean,
what's up, Willard? Good to see you, buddy.
I don't know. And there's going to be a lot of questions about a lot of things down the road, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we tried to be transparent before and answer questions. And of course, people twisted it. Now, I will go out on a limb here. And I normally won't do this, but there was one person who I went on a show, was answering some questions. That person called into the show and said I was lying. However, the very next day, that same person who said I was lying did send me a message apologizing that they were wrong. And my response was, it's not personal and it's okay. So although everybody thinks I'm this horrific monster, I'm truly not.
Well, and obviously, I identify as a man, and obviously you can converse with me, so all the bullshit Chris won't talk to a man, that can be put to bed. Oh, me.
Well, that's what I tried to
what
tell
some
him.
people need to understand about that, and I've heard that same statement. You know, what's his name? Dolly is out there saying some stuff. JLR's out there doing his thing. And I'm sure there's many more. But honestly, it doesn't, I don't care what you say. I don't owe anybody anything. What I owe is I owe love of my wife, my 2 kids, my family. And that's what I owe everything.
Yeah.
You know, we go to church. We got to get church family. You know, everybody took it out of context. When I told Seth, you want to find Sebastian, go to church. And I hate that people took that out of context. That's, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think, you know, people are going to spend things how they want to spend them, and some, you know, sometimes how they see it, and sometimes just how they can spend it to benefit them. I mean, you know, and that ain't even social media. That's just people in general. So, I mean, you know, but I don't disagree with what you're saying, you know, as far as shit. I forgot what I was going to say now. I coughed it right out of myself.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Do I think, and this is one of my faults, and I'll be honest with you. Could Dolly show? Could JLR show? Sorry about that. Could these other folk shows that are out there that are, I don't know, they're called web sleuths, whatever.
Yeah.
And I hate to say this, but I look it up in the dictionary and then go look it up in an urban dictionary.
Yeah.
One says you're stealing information. The other one says you're a detective.
Yeah.
When do detectives put opinion before facts? And I hate, you know, it sucks. Trust me. We would love nothing more than to screen everything out that we know, but we don't, because law enforcement we work with very closely. We listen to them. We respect their decisions. We respect what they're doing. Although a lot of folks don't understand the madness and the chaos, but I promise you there is method to it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have no doubt in it. You know, I mean, I don't know shit about it, but just the sheer force that we've seen out there twice, I personally can't doubt it. I don't know what's done behind the scenes, but for them to put that much of an effort in, I can't imagine what they're doing behind the scenes too. But that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks. It truly sucks. I mean, people ask people all the time about this picture in North Carolina. We don't need to talk about it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's, people are trying to talk about it. And this is my personal opinion, and it's just like an asshole. Everybody's got one, they all stink. But the picture, if we talk about it and we put it out there, and all of these other people are out there doing the same thing, everybody acts differently. Seth drove to North Carolina. We were told by law enforcement, stand down, don't worry about it. They will inform us what's going on. But right now, if you were to go out there, you're not going to get anything. Yeah. Seth drove out there, and Seth did not get anything. Now, he got some flyers out. Don't get me wrong. It's great. It's awesome. As much as we want everybody to know this story, hear this story, I mean, shucks, even across Tennessee, I can't believe how many people don't understand or know what's actually going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I won't lie. I was shocked to hear Seth say that when he was out there, they didn't, you know, people didn't even know about Sebastian. And because my perception is as many people as watch YouTube and social media and, you know, hell, just troll it, if nothing else. The fact that, you know, he ran into people that didn't know about it is just amazing to me. But I mean, at the same time, I look back, it ain't been that long ago. She and I were down the road and ran into 2 in one day that didn't know about it. And it had been going on for at least a month at that time. So
here's an interesting little story. So one night, we had ordered pizza. And I went to a restaurant, which I'm not going to disclose, by the way. Love the restaurant. I went there and picked up the pizza. And I walked in the door, and they had the flyer posted right up next to the door. One of the colors, they had it. It's awesome. But when I went there to get pizza, the flyer was gone. And when I went up to the counter to pay, I asked them, I said, hey, what happened to the flyer that was on the door here? They said, oh, no, they found that boy.
What?
Huh? Yeah, I was like, they said they found him. I said, what are you talking about? They go, yeah, he was found in the river. I said, no, hold on a minute, hold on. What you're referring to is Riley Strain, right? I go, yeah. I said, well, that's not Riley Strain. And that just tells me that you haven't looked at the flyer.
Yeah, no joke.
Yeah.
The flyer is for Sebastian Rogers, a 15-year-old autistic child. Oh, we're so sorry, we didn't know. I was like, yeah, so can I bring you another flyer inside and we post it up again, please? They said, sure, go right on ahead. And we did.
Yeah.
I mean, it's it's amazing the places that you'll go, the people you'll encounter. Hell, even your neighbors sometimes don't even know.
Yeah. No, it's true, because like we wouldn't.
Went to Castellian Springs.
Yeah.
And there wasn't no flyers, and like
hardly nobody knew. And we went to Dollar General, and they were like, "Sure, you can put it up."
Yeah.
I mean, they had no idea either.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I think the perception is that if it's on social media or in the media, then everybody sees it and everybody's aware of it. And I mean, hell, I'm guilty of that perception too. But then I think 20 years ago, you wouldn't have caught me turning on the news, and if it wasn't for her, I still wouldn't be on social media. Like, this is my extent of it. So
Okay. It's my fault.
well, I'm just saying, I don't do all this Facebook and shit, and I wouldn't know about it if it wasn't for being local, probably for one, and then but your channel. That's so anybody that's not aware of it, and that's one of the things I've wondered too is going door to door in areas and just knocking on the door, seeing if people would come to the door, handing them a flyer if they're responsive in a positive way to somebody knocking on their door. But I think that could be a good thing.
Yeah, because we asked if we could put them in the mailbox. And they
Yeah,
said
that
no.
postman said no, you can't stick them in there. He's like, I ain't going to take them, but technically you're not supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, because yes, you own your own mailbox, but the service is a federal service, and technically when you do that, you're considered tampering with it. So, I mean, I don't personally advise people into doing that. I mean, it's hard because as the parent, you want it to go in mailboxes, you want it on car windows, you want it on doors. Like, just how people walk up to your door and they try to do their soliciting and put those things in your door.
Yeah.
That. I mean, if there was a way to make this into a postcard and we could just send this across the world to every person, that'd be amazing. Amazing. But we can't.
Well, I mean, how far out do you know of, or do you know that how far out have you heard that the word has gotten, or that flyers are, or do you have any idea?
So here's what I do know to be true. I know there are flyers as far north as Canada.
Okay.
In English, French, and Spanish.
Wow.
There's a company, I don't know if I have the permission to use their title, so I'm not going to, but they
Thank you, Zelda.
did a solid to my family, and they did that. We didn't ask, they just went ahead and did it.
Yeah.
Organizations out there, whether or not you like us or not, I mean, there's been a lot of places that have done a lot of things. I've seen videos, some kids in Australia putting out a video like support Sebastian, England. I know there is some stuff in England.
Huh.
I got some friends in Japan. State-wise, I know it has gotten all the way down to as far as Florida.
Yeah.
Surrounding states have it. I personally put out signs from Nashville all the way down to Memphis, down I-40, getting off exits, getting on the entrance ramps right there.
Yeah.
That's a good place. I mean, shucks, we did. I mean, I can tell you, I counted, no joke, at one point from Memphis to Nashville, there were 7 billboards. Some on 240, some on 40, some on the 55 down here, and then all the way up into Nashville.
That's good.
I've seen billboards. I mean, I don't know. Is it enough? Probably not. It's not.
Well,
and anybody who has a child that's, as much as I hate to say this, because this is not going to stop. There are going to be families that are going to be missing children because there are some very cruel, deceitful, and vile people in this world.
Yeah.
But those other families, they're gonna feel this, and I hope, for the love of God, that they don't have to feel it like this.
Yeah. No, I can completely understand that for sure.
And I got a great idea for all these YouTubers and stuff out there. I got a great idea for them.
What's that?
Come together.
Congrats,
Everybody's
Nick.
good. And I'm gonna tell you, some of the stuff I have seen people dig up.
Thank you for being part of the
They've left it
community.
alone, but they've dug up, so they're really good at this kind of stuff. So why can't they organize a massive, I don't know, call it an awareness day or something, and fundraise the crap out of it. Get everybody to come around. Hold it in different states. Try to do it all on the same day. One day, make it a national awareness day.
We actually have something like that planned with Arctic Fox.
Yeah, Arctic Fox and Mind of Monsters.
Yeah,
and
we're going to do an entire 24-hour live stream between all of our channels together and just highlight missing kid after missing kid after missing kid.
Yeah, I forget the date. It's June 6th.
Yeah, it's in June.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I'm saying it
June
is
9th.
because why don't they let's get one hell of a turnout. Do a sunathon. I mean,
Oh,
Jose Clark did it for God knows how long, and he's
That's
always
true.
been successful. St. Jude.
Yeah.
St. Jude is amazing. They do it every year. They get people supporting them without question.
Yeah.
I mean, why not reach out to some music artists? But make it a festival.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Make it a festival.
Oh yeah, with the
Try to
connections.
get some music artists involved. See if they'll donate their time. Come play a song or two, whatever.
Yeah, with the connections, especially some of these YouTubers have got. I mean, hell, they could. Yeah, it could be a massive thing. They could put Dick Clark to shame. I mean, it really could.
Well, I don't know. That's one. That's so hard to break. That man did it for eons and eons, and he was very successful.
Yeah.
But and then everybody's like, well, what do you do with the money? Well, that's simple. You can start up a fund in your states for all that money that goes in there. That can be utilized to help fund the billboards, printing flyers, the yard signs, buttons, keychains.
That's an awesome idea.
You know,
no, it's a really
I
good.
mean,
I agree with that.
An idea for sure.
I mean, I'm not one to try to put that together. I would be horrible at that, please. I mean, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think I honestly, I think it's a great idea, and I think it's a fair ask. Like at the end of the day, that's the way I see it. I have yet to hear an idea that's as productive or has the productive potential that does. So yeah,
bring the FBI out to these things, not in a questionable capacity. Bring them out. Like, so the military does this all the time. You know, look at the NFL draft. They do this huge thing for a week, take over a town. Awesome. There's all these experiences and things that you can do. Well, may not make it a week. Make it like a day or two. You know, but they would set up and have vendors come in. Vendors could sell their products, and then a lot of the vendors would donate a certain percentage back to the cause, basically.
Yeah.
And then, like I said, you know, the FBI would be there for helping awareness for the national missing children. All those children that are missing. I mean,
no, it's a really good
idea.
idea.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, that would be a really good idea for sure.
There's I don't remember where it was at. I think it was Britain's Got Talent or America's Got Talent. I don't know, one of those shows. But Google it, or it's on YouTube. There was imagine that, huh? There was a choir that sang songs. Sang one this big, long, it was gorgeous, it was beautiful. But in the background on the stage, it was people who have been missing for years, anywhere from 2 days to 20 to 30 years. And they're still promoting that. I'm telling you, get a chance, look it up.
Yeah.
The song's beautiful.
No, I mean, you got my damn gears turning now because I'm sitting here thinking about putting that together and how really productive that could be.
I do agree, but I do think he should be careful because people might start to think he has a heart.
Don't tell people that, okay? You're gonna mess up my street cred.
Yeah.
Sorry, you mean your street cred? Street with a K?
You're gonna mess up my holler cred, okay?
Well, before you get off here, you got to holler at me, you know, like holler and get mad because otherwise that'll be the thing tomorrow. See, he backs down when he talks to a man.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
Your show is so damn funny, I swear. What kind of crap are you putting out there, man? It laughs so hard.
Somebody said even the Grinch had a heart.
Yeah.
He does. He does. And it grew, 10 times, they said?
Yeah.
I was going to make a dirty joke, but I won't.
Hey, white horse fell in mud. Ooh. See, I got that jokes too.
Yeah.
That's funny because, you know, Katie, it took a while to talk her into it. But that little video, Sebastian saw that green cup and little half-gallon jug of green tea in his hand.
Yeah.
Green tea.
Yeah. No, I love that video.
Corky. It's great.
He is so cute.
I don't know.
No, he is.
Oh.
He's
He's a good kid. You know, there ain't a perfect child in this world. Every kid.
Yeah.
You know, parenting. Parenting does not come with a manual.
Oh, hell no.
No child in this world is the same. You don't ever treat them the same. You don't ever give them the same because everybody's personality is so unique and so different. And if we were to do that, if we were to treat them all the same, then Lord knows it would be a very boring world.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I do wish we could all be like the same in terms of like niceness inside, but you have to have a what's it called? Protagonist?
Mm-hmm.
Antagonistic
or protagonist.
Or an antagonistic.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, I'd say that's, you know, ultimately, I think that's what every parent's goal is, the same, you know, for the most part, but no kid is going to be raised the same. I mean, it's just, and I've been a step parent to multiple kids, and I've never raised any of them the same way. They all come with their own handbook, and you have to sort of figure it out as you go.
I mean, trust me, it is horse of a different color. Every situation is so different. So different.
Yeah.
I mean, my daughter is my daughter, and then I have Sebastian, who's my son. You know, some people are like, what's your stepson? Yeah, well, I have news for folks. I don't like putting titles behind it. I don't like saying the stepson. Sorry, he's my son. I love him just like he's my own. It doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah, I say the same thing about our daughter. I mean, I'll say I'm a step parent, but, you know, when I'm talking about her, we go to anything, I call her my daughter.
Yeah. Because it's
every once in a while, Sebastian, he'll slip up. It's kind of funny. He'll slip up. He'll be in a conversation. He'll be talking to me and his mom or something. He'll be like, well, I was telling him that my dad, Mr. Chris.
Yeah.
It's like, it's all right, dude. Call me whatever you want.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and I mean, I've done the same with ours. Is I don't look down upon her if she doesn't call me that, because at the end of the day, I get it. And I mean, it is what it is. I'm not gonna expect a title. Just call me what you're comfortable with.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's funny that I heard this and I've seen this in some of these chats out there. Okay, somebody had a problem with Sebastian's name is Chris, and I'm sure there's more than one, but whatever. Sebastian does that. That's his own choice. It's his own choice. I don't care what he calls me. Call me Dad. Call me Chris, Mr. Chris. Fine, I don't care. I do the same with my stepdad. Growing up, we can call him Dad. We can call him a stepdad. We can call him, Mr. So and So. Sometimes it's Dad. Sometimes it's his name. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, all it really mattered is, yeah, I wasn't the best kid growing up, but I do know that my parents loved me, and I'm sure I gave them hell. Actually, I know I gave them hell. But I mean,
I think anybody that ever said they didn't, to some degree, would be lying to themselves. In all fairness.
Yeah.
True. It's very unique that people all see it differently. And like, oh, that's so wrong. It's like, well, it's wrong. It's your prerogative. It's your choice. I mean, deep down, there's a lot of things people will never see behind closed doors. Never, because those are our memories with our children. Yeah. Not for the public. Not at all. You got to hold some things near and dear to your heart.
Well, and I think, online especially, you're going to see attention's going to get drawn to the most dramatic of shit. And I know for me personally, I've seen it. Hell, I've been there and done it myself. But you lose sight of the fact that this is just a small portion of people, and it ain't even a big portion of the people in your community or nearby you, or hell, in the world. And just because some people will say nasty shit because they think it, doesn't mean that the whole public feels the same way. I know I've gotten that perception before that the world's just a shit place, and I think about it and I'm like, no, I'm just watching YouTube. But there are good people still out there that have good intentions and good hearts about them, and truly care and truly want to help in situations.
I'm gonna go cry now. You done hurt my feelings. You done yelled at me. Oh my God. I'm gonna go stand in the corner now. Which is a circle. How you confuse somebody. Tell them in a circle and tell them to go stand in the corner.
Right. Yeah. I hadn't heard that in a long time.
No, I'm not being mean. I swear. I promise.
Hell, there's going to be people that think you're being mean. There's going to be people that think you're being soft. There's going to be people that think whatever. But that's just people. They're going to think. They're going to talk, and they're going to get on YouTube and chat. So, at the end of the day, there are still people that are supportive in situations and want to help in situations. I guess that's a question I've got. I mean, for people other than YouTubers, and that great idea I think you had. What would your? I know Seth gets asked this all the time, and I don't feel like you get asked questions like this because it seems to me, my perception is it's always a damn attack. So what would your suggestion be for the public to help, or how can the public help from your point of view?
From what I have seen, I think the public's doing a great job. They are talking, they're spreading the word. The negativity, yeah, it's negative, but they are still keeping Sebastian's name out there. I mean, that is about the only positive thing about the negative stuff. I know that
we will, Miss Barbara. We will.
There's a fair point to it.
Look at me using big words.
Other than mustard and
biscuits. Bust out the dictionary for that one. Hold on a minute. But no, I think they're doing great things. They truly are. I mean, if skywriting it across the world, it still would be enough. And I'm saying this as the parent, as one of the three parents, but also I'm sitting here and I'm looking, and the more I talk, the more I'm sitting here thinking, like, what about these other families out there that don't have the answers as well?
Yeah. No, that is true. There are a lot.
It's like, here's the worst part. Here's the worst part.
Sorry, Miss Barbara. Oh, real quick. My email is up on screen right now. Okay. If you would please send me an email that has a contact number, a way to message to get in contact with you. We will contact you ASAP. And I want to set something up so that I can because Cluminati said she would help as well and do something with this, so that we can get something rolling to get some push behind this scenario with you and get you helped. Okay. Because, and I can promise you that Mind of Monsters and everybody else that supports us as a whole will be involved as well. So take that email, send me a message in there with some kind of contact information for you, because I don't want you to put it in here. And we will get in touch with you and get something rolling. I can promise you that, because I know the story. I don't like it, and it definitely needs a little kick in the pants to get things rolling. So I would really appreciate that, Miss Barbara, 100%. We all are praying for you, and we're all behind you. So please do that.
Sucks to know that there's a very good chance that we will be one of the statistics that this keeps going and going and going and going and going. You know, I don't know how people are doing it. And no, I'm not trying to be negative when I say this, but one of the first things I remember when I had heard the first newscast about Sebastian's missing, I had heard on the radio that TBI had just released a sketch on Summer Wells, where a futuristic, like where they projected where she would be 8 years old today.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they projected that picture. And it sucks. It sucks to know that that is very much a possibility. And I don't know how those parents do it. I don't.
I think that would be the worst situation to be in, because you're sitting there looking at them and you know, like, a professional's done this, and that's probably fairly close to what your kid would look like. And you've missed the time from like where they were to what you're looking at, because they don't stop growing and changing.
Well, I don't
know. So I'll give you a little insight on somehow military folks feel. You know, not everybody feels this way. But if you're in the military and you deployed, this is how it feels. Is you're going away. The world continues to move. Everything continues to happen. And when you come back from that deployment, everything's different. Everything's changed. And you feel like you've lost so much that the world passed you by. That same feeling is the same feeling if I had to guess how they feel. That's the closest that I would truly couldn't come close to understand. I mean, Katie's deployed, and she was a mom.
Yeah.
And she deployed. And she had to miss a lot of things. I deployed. I missed a lot of things with my daughter. I did. It sucks. But I mean, that's the closest thing I could fathom of how I feel.
Yeah, you got me with the whole Summer Wells thing, because I damn, yeah, I'm still just sitting here thinking about that, and it's like, no, I can't accept that.
Well, I can tell you one thing that got me was Katie was telling me that after.
Okay, Barbara, thank you. My producer said she's gotten in touch with you, so that will help right there in itself. We can put that together.
So they were putting out yoo-hoos in like snack bags and putting his name on it and making like a trail. So like if he was in the woods, he could follow them out. And then she said the neighbors in the neighborhood put the same thing, snacks in a bag on the porch with his name on it. So he would like, I'm like, that broke my heart. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's so law enforcement actually, somebody brought that up. And it was one of the things that they were like, well, you know, he's out there, he's gonna be hungry, he's gonna be thirsty. You know, law enforcement was like, you know, they're trying everything. They did. I mean, I don't know what else they could have tried that they didn't try. I mean, when they were on searches, if, you know, yes, they didn't have people going out with their search teams, but don't get me wrong, they were out there hanging those bags in the woods just as well. I mean, it's, who knows? And it's up. It does.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, when we drove by there, like I just the force that was there, the amount, just the sheer amount of vehicles and trailers, and it was just I didn't know what to think. I had never seen a force of people out like that. You know, officials like that. It was crazy. And even the second time around, it was just madness. I mean, they had that whole church parking lot filled up with, you know, White House police and Hendersonville police and
Franklin,
yeah,
Knox County. I mean, there's people from across the country that came in.
Thank you, Doodle.
No, I'm not going to put the names out there, but let me tell you something. There are some folks that I know for a fact that drove from out of state, didn't know each other.
Let her know that I will get a hold of her right away.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to tell people anything other than thank you. I don't know how to show the appreciation. I don't. I wish I did, but I don't know what to do. I don't know.
Well, to me, there shouldn't be a debt because
there's always a debt to be paid. Maybe not necessarily paid back, but paying it forward. There's always a debt to be paid.
Well, I mean, you know, in all fairness, I feel like your idea, like no bullshit. I think your idea, like how people can, YouTubers specifically, social media people, influencers, if you will, can help. I think it's a damn good idea, and I think that is a really good idea on how people could do that. So, I mean, in a sense, that is paying it forward. Even sitting here in the situation you're in, you're still considering other families and other people. And, you know, to me, that speaks volumes, personally.
Well, a few things that I think would do it'll benefit everybody.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong. If I sit here and just tell you that, I wasn't upset and I wasn't pissed off, I mean, of course, everybody knows I was. The way that some of these YouTubers are out there saying and doing things, I understand it. It draws in the clicks, it draws in the money. That's cool. I got it. At the expense of a tragedy and to a family or families. Let me correct that, family.
Yeah.
That's how they're doing it. And I understand that. Now, if everybody came together, regardless of whether or not people like your show, there are a few exceptions. I'm not going to put names out. I'm sure people would figure that out. There are a few exceptions that I don't think would be a part of it. But I mean, if you put that big of a crowd together, and let's call it a phone-a-thon, and everybody was on their shows at the exact same time, and everybody was pushing these cases and putting up light shows with music to them.
Yeah.
And not necessarily in a negative light. The families out there. I mean, they could put the missing person and the family side by side on a slideshow. This family's missing this level, and roll it through, and let all of these people let everybody be heard. And I know there's going to be some negative. I'm sure there is. But I mean, if I could ask for one thing, I would ask for, if that could be done, a day of compassion.
Fair ask. And I mean, I'm just sitting here envisioning and thinking about, one of the things I think people forget is just how many missing people there are, and especially missing kids. I mean, we were watching Dagos the other night, and one of his moderators, Doodlebug, she made this video putting the flyers up of all these missing kids, and just there were several that were from Middle Tennessee, and several of those that had went missing since Sebastian went missing. And I'm like, I didn't even know about it. And it's, we've been so focused on Sebastian, but it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, it really is a situation where there are a lot of missing children, and every one of them needs to be brought home.
Well, I mean, you made a good point. I told my wife, I think earlier there, almost verbatim what you said is, didn't realize until it actually happened to me on how many families are missing loved ones. Not just kids, but missing loved ones, because there's the silver alerts, all that stuff out there, and you got abductions and things of that nature. But like, I've really taken notice of how many are actually affected by this.
Show your face, Clooney.
Don't go down. They continue to increase.
What?
The other night we were sitting here and a silver alert came across my phone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, ugh.
Well, the other day we were sitting there, and there was another missing girl from Hendersonville.
Yeah, ran away.
Yeah.
Show your face.
Away, yeah.
Oh.
15 years old, I think.
17. Yeah.
17.
And, yeah, 17.
It's pretty sad. It's just nobody. There's nothing. Like I said,
Yeah, I think you did a good job talking to him, Peter. This is seriously, not that Clue don't, but like it's always Clue. So
we just don't know.
I
this
just
was
had
good.
a conversation with him. I mean, that's all. That's all it was, just a conversation. And that's
Well,
what we've been doing, you know?
It also proves that he can sit and have a conversation with a man. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm sure a lot of people
Which was another theory problem, and he's very calm, cool, collected through all this.
Everything is still.
As are you.
There's absolutely no evidence of foul play.
It's hard to take you seriously looking at the picture on the screen, but it is what it is.
Doesn't matter. Let me tell you something. Your world.
If I didn't know you.
Think that you have. Let me tell you how bad it puts.
But yeah, you show respect, you give respect. Thank you, Aces. That's the way it works too.
Yeah. And I don't necessarily mean all of it, the good, the bad.
I think this was a good interview.
Look at themselves and actually say.
Well, that's not really an interview. It's just a conversation. It's a good conversation because it shows who Chris is, in my opinion. Hey, Dutchie, thank you for joining us tonight, dear.
I think people would get.
No, I agree.
Seriously, I mean it puts people in a different mindset. There's been a couple people in chat that have already said,
I don't know.
I look at this differently now. That's good.
So set. I mean, we're all new to this.
Yeah.
But how many shows, just like, would.
By the way, Mom and Dutchie and all, you guys know you're welcome to join me up here, as well as
for entertainment purposes. But
you're always welcome to join us up here.
Well, I would like
just so you know.
Even the ones that I don't see it in, I would like to.
That's what I said one day. It wasn't an interview. It was a conversation. I'm just used to saying that.
Best in them. I really do. I'll give a lot of them shit on occasion, and I'll turn some of them off because they piss me off. But I do want to believe that every one of them are truly for, when they say we want Sebastian found, I really want to believe.
I agree with that, Joanne.
I do think that exists within everybody. I
pray to God he's found safe and he's not.
Everybody's got their weaknesses.
Someone hurt him and he's not hurt, right?
Right. I mean, hell, I'm guilty of it myself.
I see you down there, Mr. Steve. Good to see you, sir.
But in terms of what you see the good in, I don't know. I've got, my opinion on it is the viewership, right?
Good point, CL.
A lot of the drama, I really do, and I think that's what fuels a lot of it. And then social media and just in general, and people going out and posting shit, and now that's something new for everybody to talk about, and all this. And at the end of the day, I think if everybody would just look back and say, am I doing good in this situation or am I doing harm? It wouldn't go away, but it would be reduced a lot. I mean, hell, I know she and I are guilty of it as well, and at times still are. but we'll sit back and go, wait a minute.
Welcome, Miss Sarah.
Is this helping things or is this hurting things? And I get caught in the same conflict of, yeah, it's drama. It is helping keep his name out there. And I feel conflicted about it at times myself.
But see, the worst part is, yeah, you're right. You're very, very correct on what you said.
It's already been done,
the other
Kim. That's
side
the
of that
thing.
is
And
none of
but
them
I've never put that out because I'm not about that.
seriously don't think that not
I wouldn't put that out. Nobody should put any of that out. Nobody should put any of the stuff out on Katie, like I went off about in the beginning of my show today. None of this needs to be put out ever. It only ever should have been about Sebastian, and that's just all there is to it.
It truly is.
I think like it would be terrifying, and it angers me to no end when people say, "Well, she left the house," and I'm like, "No shit."
Yeah.
Like you people out here are crazy. You got people riding by. What they're doing? Oh, they're having a barbecue. I mean, and it's like I wouldn't want to fucking stay home. You know my scary.
I've thought myself in the times we rode by. I've thought about that since, and I'm like, if you looked out the window and saw my ass riding by, looking all suspicious, I would want you to leave.
Yeah.
So here's you got one that'll blow your mind. You're gonna completely look out. You better sit down for this, okay? People drive by the house, they drive by the camper, and they're saying all these negative things. Once again, this goes right back to my statement that your whole world gets flipped inside out. Because every move that we've made, or any single thing that we do, we call the law enforcement. And we say, hey, look, I know there's going to be some rhetoric and I know there's going to be turmoil with this. However, this is what we're doing. Are you okay with this? Yes or no? And they give us the yes or the no.
Yeah.
If they say no to something, okay, well, how can we fix it to do this? What do we need to do that?
Amen, Doodle.
They see us doing that, and they're transforming it into something totally different. When they see Seth out there running around doing what he's doing, that is his way of handling it. And that's fine. I have my way of handling it, so does Katie. But I'm not speaking for Seth. Katie can always speak for herself. I'm listening to law enforcement. I'm going to do what they say, give them what they want, absolute access to every single thing that they need. And trust me, nothing, I don't know how to explain that, has not been scoured through, looked through, dug in, dug up, that they don't know about. Everything everybody's out here revealing, like it's some great news, and I promise you it's not, because law enforcement's already had it. They had it day one. They had like dossiers on all of us.
Yeah.
I mean, anything you can think of, they knew it, legitimately. They knew about our divorces. They knew, anything, everything. I'm not, and I'll just leave it at that.
Well, I mean, that, at a minimum.
Hey, Mom, welcome. Good to have you here again.
Yeah, they didn't overlook anybody. And
Hello.
I know everybody has their opinion.
How are you today?
It's hard to wrap your head around what has been released, because not everything has been released to the public. It can't, because this is an ongoing investigation. Notice I said an investigation. It's not a criminal investigation.
Yeah.
If it was a criminal investigation, not one single parent would be talking to anybody, and everybody would have probably lawyered up. And that's something people don't understand. Nobody's lawyered up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, people just need to understand that the law enforcement has said it's not a criminal investigation. Leave it at that.
Well,
because everything else is basically an assumption, right? I mean, that's what they say. Why not take their word on it?
I'll tell you something that angers me so much is when there is this like assumption about.
Thank you, Lisa.
I think anyone who's in a situation where they could be looked at like they've done something wrong should absolutely feel it's okay to get a lawyer. Like, for instance, Dylan and Bethany in Idaho.
Mm.
You damn right I would call a lawyer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But you got to look at something. That case is totally different because that involves a murder.
Yeah.
Well,
Right.
murders. Excuse me. Let me.
Well, I mean, I think at the end of the day,
Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. Hello, darling Marley.
You got to look out for you, not what public perception is of you.
And that's my whole point, because the true crime community, look at how much we mistrust the cops in Moscow.
Right.
If y'all
Absolutely, Barbara. I will be on it. We will be on this ASAP. I'll hook up with Clue as well, give her some information. We'll get something rolling. I'll talk to everybody I can, and we'll get something put together in regards to you, okay? I can promise you that.
It looks like it's about doing what's right for them in that situation.
Well, not so much. I'm talking about that's something that would make people go after them, right?
Oh, yeah. No, I get you.
Well, here's the funny thing. And I find this extremely funny, okay? Because when I listen, I've heard all of them out there. Smiley's World, I've heard Duchess, yours, Sarge's, I heard y'all call them rascals. Is it rascal or rascal? I don't know. The Hit Show, the Dolly Show, Trev Time, T-Rev. I don't know if that's the same person. If it is, okay, that's cool, whatever.
I said hi, Molly. Did you not hear me?
I don't think who else. I mean, there's so many out there. Don't get me wrong, and I'm sure I've missed a lot, and I'm sorry if I did, but just one of the things that I would suggest that they change.
I just seen you, Kim. I'm sorry, hon. Hello.
Out of the show,
Good to see you, Kim.
families, is conduct your interview. If you want to do an interview, get all of your questions out. Get them written down. Turn your chat off. Turn them off. Stop letting your chats fuel the purpose of your show. And that's just the thing. I mean, and trust me, yeah, I went off on whatever the show was, whether it's me, PIs, moderators, the lady, and
web sluts.
Sure, whatever. So here's my takeaway. You poke the bear too much because you're opening your mouth with things you shouldn't have said. First off, you have no idea. You're just making assumptions. And I gotta have the facts. I want the facts. I don't want the crap. I just want the facts.
Yeah.
You know, and it irritates me when all of that took place. Yes, I was irritated with Seth, but it still does not stop me from having a conversation with him. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I drove to the school the day of that vigil, and I explained to him, one, why we're not attending the vigil. He respected that. I appreciated that. You know, prior to the vigil, I saw his hood up on his car. I stopped by to check on him. Now, mind you, there had already been mud flown, but who cares? Because I'm still going to check on the guy. I don't have to like what he says or does, but I checked on him.
You showed compassion. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, compassion, just being a human with humanity.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If you're on the side of the road, I mean, no joke. This happened not too long ago. Actually, there was a lady, she wrecked out because it was raining, and Lord knows the Memphis roads are horrible.
Thank you, Doodle.
Smashed up the whole front end of a car. Everybody drove past it. Well, Katie and I pulled over, stopped to check on him. You know what I mean? We turned around. I helped push the car off to the side of the road because where it was at. I don't have to know these people. I don't. But I think people do have compassion. I think they just have to reach back and find it. You know, all these shows that want people to come on and they get pissed off because people aren't coming on their shows. I think a lot of it, if you changed the way you did your shows.
Thank you, Doodle.
And I'm not going to say you have to go for everybody. I'm not. But I will tell you right now, Katie's not going to come on anybody's show and talk to people because of the way they handle their shows. Now, I'm not speaking for her. I'm just telling you what I have been told. She's not going to do it.
Well, I mean, I can't, I said day one, I wouldn't talk to a damn soul. If the media showed up in my yard, I'd run the hell off. Like, I wouldn't talk to nobody, but that's just me. But especially the way that the world has, social media has come at y'all, I for one can't fault either one of you if you never talk to anybody. I can completely understand that. And I mean, it would be really hard to trust that you could come on and have a fair conversation and discussion about things, considering the shit that's been slung and the way things go in these shows. I mean, I completely understand that. And I think people forget that, y'all aren't calling in to shows for entertainment purposes. You're calling in because you have a missing child, and that's what it should be about, not the drama and the shit slinging.
True. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I said, Seth said some things I really don't think should have ever been aired out. That's my personal opinion. That's my opinion. I'm not speaking for Katie. I'm not speaking for anybody else. It's my opinion. Now, all of those conversations that he has brought up have been handled before, and it sounds like there's still some issues there that need to have these conversations again. And those will happen. And yes, when we talk, it's not a fish drag out fight. I know people think that, oh my God, I can only imagine how it goes. But it's not. Completely opposite of what people would think. I mean, I went up there and talked to Seth like a normal human person. People out there trying to take the picture. My back was turned for a reason. I don't want to be one of your poster children that goes up here and, oh my God, check this out. Like, no, it was a good conversation. At the end of it, Seth actually comes on, and I don't know who it was, but I heard he went on a show or a news outlet, or I don't think news, because he said some pretty derogatory things there, but he's mad. He's upset. But I mean, he did say we're working together. It was a good conversation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, nothing's perfect. It's not. I wish it was.
No, my first hope's that, it's just a phone call away and he's been found. Second to that, I really do hope that the three of y'all would be able to figure out a way to, go about this in a more unified front. And I've said that from day one, that I really do wish that it could be that way, especially in the public eye, because I just personally think that would be a powerful message. But
here's something I don't think it gets put out there a lot, but we said a unified front.
Mm-hmm.
We were unified. We were. And a disagreement, I think, may have been the start of the unraveling of that unit. Now, does that mean that it can't ever be fixed? No, I'm not saying that. I think it can be fixed.
Yeah.
And let me tell you right now, it will be fixed. It's not that it can, it will be fixed. When Sebastian comes home, Sebastian still has his three parents.
Amen.
Yep, that's right. That is right.
I mean, we have to remember this is Sebastian, not the parents.
Yeah.
Sebastian will be 18 in 3 years. God bless.
Oh, trust me, we just went through that.
Yeah.
It's not nice, by the way. It's
3 years, he's a legal adult. Not a dog. Where's the time going? Where is it going? But I mean, it'll be a lot of things we fixed for Sebastian and for the parents.
Well, but for him first and foremost,
Well, that's why I stated Sebastian first.
Yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. I feel for all three of you. I do. I really do.
God.
I have a question.
Yeah.
And you'll know what I'm talking about.
I already asked Katie for permission. Can like the four of us have like a little wave and just use 3 fingers? Think about it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think that would be cool. Like, bye.
What's up, cuz?
Oh, yeah. What's up, cousin?
Oh shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that would work. Oh my goodness. I mean, as much guy walks over and he helps him. Well, he hooks a fish. Oh my God, it's so funny. Hooks this fish and Sebastian's on this reel and he is cranking it like he is reeling in a giant blue tuna. Okay? So you see those guys on TV just reeling it in, going in all the way back, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Sebastian is cranking down on this reel, just bringing it in. And he gets the fish up to the boat and he's excited and this fish comes over the boat and you're thinking this kid's got, a 50-pound fish or something. Nope. This little, like 1-2 pound little fish comes over the top of the reel. And oh my God, he's just freaking out.
That's funny.
He had a good time. He loved it so much that we had went out. I think it was like a quarter day trip. We only went out for like 6 hours. Did some fishing. We started heading back, and he was like, "Oh, this is so much fun." I was like, "What?" And he goes, "Yeah, I want to do this again." I was like, "Okay." So I asked Kate, I was like, "You want to go again?" She was like, "Really?" I was like, "We can. We'll make it a half-day trip." And they were like, "Yeah." So I boat pulled back in and went back up there and paid the fee, and off we go again. He was so exhausted.
Oh, I'm
getting
sure.
his sea legs and stuff. Oh man. I mean, he caught all kinds of stuff. He was caught. I think he caught it was a sculpin. He caught a sea bass. Wasn't big enough to keep. He caught a sea bass. Some yellowtail. What else was it? I remember there were some other fish that kind of come over the side. It's kind of interesting, but he had a good old time. Good old time. We were headed back in to dock the boat. And we go down into the galley. Sebastian sits down at the galley, and his mom's sitting there. And I stood up to let them have the seat, and Sebastian sits down. His mom lays over. He is out like a light. I was like, I don't think he enjoyed it at all. Do you? No, he had a good old time. Good old time.
Yeah, there ain't nothing like being a kid and catching your first fish. Ain't nothing like it.
Well, so I don't think when I took him on a deep sea trip.
Yeah.
But it wasn't his first fish. His dad, Seth, and him. That's one of their bonds. That's and him and I think his he calls him Mimo, Seth's mom.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's mentioned this before that that's one of their things they love doing because they live down in that southern part of Texas, I believe. And they go down to the Gulf and they fish. He talked about that, and I heard her say something about it. But man, that boy loves fishing. But that I think his
Thank you, Diddle Dare.
he caught was with his dad. I think that's a staple that should remain. I think there's certain things that should be bonded with the bio father, not me, not at all.
Right. No, I get that.
Like almost like a rite of passage.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah.
I think a lot of things like that should be done like that. I took him to a baseball game, Padres game. I took him to a football game. Oh my God. So that is one thing that we go and do, and we will turn him loose. Like he's been to, what do I call it sport? Hold on. The San Diego Seals. Not, it wasn't rugby.
You ain't talking about a
racquetball? No, not racquetball.
Lacrosse or
yes, the lacrosse team. There we go. Yes. Took him to his lacrosse team. He watched that. Hockey. I paid for tickets. Him, Katie, my aunt and uncle went to the Nashville Predators game. Oh my God, the fun they had. Sebastian gets in there, and that's when we turn him loose. Like, go ahead, yell, go nuts, whatever, right? There's a chant at the hockey game where they go through it, and there's a part, and they scream, "You suck."
in the chant. Absolutely, under no circumstances did you get Sebastian scream. You.
Amen, Kim.
At that point, goes you. Why the scream stuff? What are you doing? This is your time. You do it. You know. Yeah.
This is what I've wanted to hear for a long time, you guys.
That's his quirkiness. I'm
For
telling you.
Chris to have a chance, and or Katie, to have a chance to talk about Sebastian in this way. And it's needed to be done.
I don't think I've taken.
Unfortunately, it should have been done in the beginning, but there was no chance for that because everybody was. It was an odd. I think they all went into defense mode immediately.
Have they built?
Unfortunately,
Yeah, they've got the
they had
national
to.
team for the soccer club.
Yeah.
In some
Messi,
senses.
I think Messi is the one that came last year at the Nashville Soccer Club, played Miami for the
Now I'm going to say, I've dealt with families, I should say, a lot in my career. Okay, Jesus, I hate that phone. Mothers and fathers, grandparents and grandchildren, aunts and uncles and nieces and nephews. I've seen it being in EMS, folks. I've been in and out of people's families, their lives. I've interacted during, unfortunately, family events and outdoor picnics and just all sorts of different scenarios. I've been around it. Okay. This is one more opinion I have, and it's just an opinion, and it doesn't mean I'm sticking up for either side once again. Okay. To hear the way that he's telling these stories, this is not something you can sit down and write a script about. Okay. That you can't just, okay, this is what I'm going to do, and this is how I'm going to do it. This is real emotion. This is not texting or Facebooking or any of that stuff. Take care, Melissa. Thank you for joining us tonight or today. Sorry. I hope you have a wonderful evening. It's not something you can just act out, in my opinion, either. Okay. This shows, in my opinion, that there is feelings and that there are emotions. Chris has stated more than once that he's not an emotional person. He doesn't show emotion like Katie does. He's not. Everybody's different. You know, Seth has showed some emotion during certain experiences that he's had and interviews and talks and stuff like that. This is a real conversation. This isn't an interview. This is in essence, a phone call between three people talking about their life. Okay. And he's expressing his feelings and he's expressing interactions that he's had with Sebastian. You can't make that up. I'm sorry, but you can't. And have you can almost see the smile on his face when he's explaining how Sebastian reacted to this and stuff like that. Okay? You can't see him, but you can almost see the smile as he hear the smile, I should say, as he's stating these things. That to me, again, tells me that somebody that is talking like this about this child is not going to be involved in doing something to harm him. That's the whole point that I'm trying to make. Okay. And this again is just my opinion, and nobody has to agree with me.
Yeah, I want to say that about what Scooter said, right? She didn't come out and talk Katie, right? But she did send me those videos, right? During this conversation. Mind you, like she messaged them to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I was basically told I could play them, right? And it's, I don't know,
right.
Like I've heard both of them talk about their memories with him, and it's like you don't get the feeling that you get if you listen to YouTube. How about that?
Right.
Well, hey, Mom.
Hello, ma'am.
How
Thank
are
you
you?
for doing this. I'm good. How are you?
It's. I think that.
I'm
I mean,
good.
what do you think, Mom? Don't. This is kind of important. I think.
I think that Clue and Cletus did an amazing job. I believe this is phenomenal, and this. I mean, I can't say thank you so enough. Like I can't, because it's so important to be able, as a family, especially a family that's been drugged through the mud like this, to have a safe place. And
Thank
I
you.
think that's what a lot of chats not understanding, and other channels won't take this and share this because it won't fill their narrative that they're pushing. This is a man that is hurting, and Clue and Cletus have gave him a safe place. He feels
And
comfortable.
that's it right there. And if you guys, he stated he's not an emotional person. Okay, he's not, and that's okay. You don't have to, just because I sit here and I boohoo sometimes, and I'm a sensitive person and I'm emotional, doesn't mean that every man has to be. And just because they're not, that they're not a good person. Okay,
And every
you.
woman's not either. I'm not an
That's right.
emotional person.
Thank you. You don't have to be a good person, folks. Just because people don't show emotion at a specific point when you believe that they should, sometimes they can't. You know, sometimes people are raised in a way that they just don't know how to. It's just one of those things. And I think that really needs to be replayed in everybody's mind sometimes. This is amazing to me right here. You know, my door and my phone lines and everything are always open to anybody that wants to call in on any of these cases, whether it's Seth, Chris, Katie, any of them. But I'm not going to go looking for them, just as much as Clue and Cletus didn't go looking for them either. They got in contact. He got in or the Proudfoots got in contact with them.
No,
So you
that's
guys,
not true.
No, she.
I thought you told me that they contacted you.
No.
Okay, well then my apologies. I was wrong.
But
Regardless,
I do think that story is important to be told too, right? Because at first we were just like everybody else, gung ho against them. You know, I probably not to the extent that it has gotten, but
No.
I think it's fair to say we were on track to get there. But then she was reaching out to them, and they responded. We had a conversation.
Okay,
and
well,
once we had the conversation, our eyes got open to the nonsense of this, right?
all right. Well, let me because I'm not completely not telling the truth then, because from there on out, they then in turn had reached out to you multiple times, correct?
I won't. I mean, I wouldn't say that.
Like texting, like maybe texting or just saying things here or there.
Well, like it's been a back and forth. Like we've spent a lot of time on the phone. We've, texted back and forth. I've texted with both of them. And I mean, for me, it's not just because I'm nosy as all get out. I really want to get to like the bottom of like a mystery, right? You know what I mean?
Sure.
So we were hearing the other side, and I got a feeling from the other side in person. And I'm like, just wanted to see if everything we were hearing from the other side was factual or what the facts behind it were. Like, there's more to the story when he comes out and says, she allowed this to happen to him. That there has to be more to that story. I wanted truly to hear that part
No,
of that story.
and that's yeah. Honest to God, yes, because for somebody to state that like that, she allowed this to happen to them. No parent in their right mind is going to sit back and go, okay, go ahead and do what you got to do. It doesn't work that way, folks. Things happen. Okay, so yeah, I agree with that too. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, for me, I think that's really what pushed me, because I'm like, you know what? I've been there myself. I didn't choose that. You know what I mean? I would never put my kid through, every time. I wouldn't put my kid through that. Like, I didn't choose for that to happen to her, and I never would. So,
Absolutely.
personally, it really just pissed me off.
I know.
So, I'm like, you know what? I want to hear how that went down in their words. You know what I mean? And turns out, like, yeah, it wasn't something she just allowed to happen.
No parent does that, guys. And for anybody to say that, you can't have a heart. Okay. That is the last thing, the worst thing that any of us would want for our children. Okay. So to stop and make a statement without thinking about the repercussions it's going to have on another person is selfish, in my opinion. I'm sorry. It's
It
selfish.
is. It is.
And it's sad.
Like at the same time, it's really hard because I understand Seth's anger. I do understand that. I would be probably the same way. I would be lashing out. You know what I mean?
Right, but
I mean,
at the same time, you got to understand that the mother is just as angry or just as upset. Okay, you're right. You are absolutely right. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have to say these things when I think them or I forget them.
no, but that is it, right? She too is hurting, right? But he, I'm sure, cannot see that because to him, it was her job to keep him safe. You know, I get that.
And
I don't.
it just as well could have happened while he was in his care, though. And
Well,
it that
that's
in that
thank you.
turn, yes, that's what I'm
Because
saying.
he left him alone all night. You think he couldn't have walked out of your house? You think somebody couldn't have broken into your house and done something very nefarious to him?
100%.
But and people are like, they come on the channel, they're like, oh, you're bashing on Seth, da 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 da. No, but I do feel like, and I won't ever back down from this. It was high time that someone started putting the pressure on him in the same way the Proud Feets were getting it. And look what happened. Now he's got a spokesperson, so he can quit. You know what I mean?
Thank God, because it only took obviously one time for Mr. Mathis to show him this is what you don't do. This is how we handle this. This is not how we handle this. And it was a very productive interview, in my opinion, because of that. Not the interview stayed focused on one aspect. It didn't go every time they tried to turn the corner. I'm not saying he did it on purpose. It's just what his job is, I guess. But every time they tried to turn the corner and go down Proudfoot Lane, then we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that. That's how that should be. Okay. And that's exactly how I would handle that if I had these people in here. We don't need to do that. Let's talk about the child. These things right here. What's the best memories you have of Sebastian? What did he like? What was his favorite food? What food did he actually detest? Did he ever throw something at you that he didn't want to eat? You know, those types of questions is what I want to hear about. You know, how was he? Did he run? Did he like sports? All those kinds of things, so that we can know who he is. I don't care who, and I don't want this to sound ignorant because I don't mean it in an ignorant way, but I don't care who Seth and Katie and Chris are because we're not looking for them. They're safe and sound at home. We're looking for this child. That's why I wanted to know those things. So this was an amazing interview. And again, this shows Chris is human, folks. Okay? He's human. Regardless of what people think, he's human. He has emotions and feelings and does care about this child.
Well, I hate to tell everybody, but you could already see that. If people would shut up, like I'm not trying to be mean, but I am. If people would shut up and actually watch these sleuths and detectives out here, they don't pay attention.
That's right.
The interview with the web sleuths, with the very minute Seth started getting upset and in his feelings, Chris was there for him. We had already been shown that Chris is a person with feelings.
Thank you.
The other way you can tell is because when someone says something, like in the Scary Lynn interview, when she's lying, he gets pissed. That's a human. I don't want you to lie on me either.
That's a very important point you brought up. I'm glad you did bring that up. If you guys remember the Web Sleuth interview when Seth and Chris were both up there together, the moment that Seth started to get a little emotional, you could hear it. His voice cracked. Seth said, "Hey, Seth," or I mean, sorry, Chris said, "Hey, buddy, look, Seth." Got him to get their attention, or got them to get his attention. Listen, I know where you're at, brother. I know how you're feeling. Hold on to that. Hang on. Let's get off the phone.
Pulled it offline, right?
Exactly. That shows if Chris was an asshole and didn't give a shit about this, he'd have just said, "Yeah, whatever. Move on. Not my problem." Come on, folks. Think about it for a minute. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, the thing I took from this, like there, I don't remember exactly where it was at, but we're just sitting here talking, and we're talking about Sebastian and these stories, and I look over and I see all these green hearts and stuff in the chat, and I mean, it got me. It got me.
Yeah,
And
fiance was crying
because I'm like, I mean, this it's a really powerful thing to hear these positive stories after 2+ months of all this activity, right? And it's like, it makes you, when you hear these stories and you see these videos of Sebastian, it makes you want to see more, which, for me, it sort of reinvigorates the search for him instead of the search for the drama.
And you want to hear more about Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
You want to hear more positive about Sebastian, not the negative shit, because that's who we're here for, you guys. Period.
What happened?
Oh.
No, and I'm here.
Okay.
Sorry. Just hang on a minute. Go ahead with what you were saying.
What an awkward moment to be done talking.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It was, I mean, this is my first go around with anything like this, and we're sort of learning it as we go. But I think last night was another lesson in this that it's way more powerful to have a conversation than it is to have an interrogation. Because for me, I learned way more about Sebastian last night than I have in the past 2 months.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
That's ultimately what it's about, and I hope that people follow suit. And like Chris said, talking about other missing kids and all the other missing kids, and I don't know if he said it yet, but he talks about paying it forward.
yeah.
And
he
I'm
said
like, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, I really hope that this conversation does just that, and then in the future situations that are undoubtedly going to come, that it sort of follows suit, because I think it's a really important thing for people to hear the stories about the child, not the drama about the parents.
Absolutely. That's why this was I'm pissed I missed this last night, but this was good. And this is the way it should have been from the beginning. I know, and I think we all know that there are certain content creators out here that will never do this. They would never play this back. Okay. They would never take this video from another creator and sit and listen to this whole thing and talk about what this is about, because it doesn't fit into what they're trying to project. Okay. And that's the problem. And I'm sorry. I will do this every day, all day, if that's what it takes, rather than getting views or clicks or making the massive amounts of money that somebody that sits here and plays all the negative shit. It's not worth it, folks, because it's not real. There's nothing real about it. It's all bullshit. Okay. So once again, all this stuff that has been sprawled out for the whole world to see about Katie's family that she has nothing to do with, that I went off in the very beginning of my show about, never needed to be talked about. I never needed to know it. You never needed to know it. Nobody needed to know it. She doesn't even want to know that she knows it. Therefore, we shouldn't know it. It's nobody's damn business. Never needed to happen. But that shows the character. I'm not calling out anybody's names, okay? And I won't. I don't do that. But I'm going to tell you that I'm completely and utterly and fully disgusted with the people that do that. I'll never support it. I never will. I don't care who they are. It made me sick. Probably a good thing I didn't go live yesterday, because I was hot. You thought I went nuts in the beginning of this? All sorts of F words and other words was coming all over the place. No. And that ain't the way you guys need to hear me. Okay? But somebody needs to shut it down. Somebody, and not that I have the power to shut it down. That's not what I'm saying. Somebody needs to call it what it is, bullshit, and call it out, because it's not helping any of this. Okay, at the end of the day, it doesn't help anything that we're sitting here trying to do. If anything, it makes it harder, because now we have to. It's like driving through an obstacle course. We have to go around Seth's marriage to Katie, and then around Chris's marriage to Nina, and then Seth and Chris's relationship, and then around Chris and Katie's relationship, and all that stuff we have to go around to get to the fucking point that we're trying to get to is Sebastian. We shouldn't have to ever do that, okay? Ever. Never, ever. And I won't. So, I'm sorry again, but that just makes me so mad. And after hearing that, it makes me even angrier. Because it's been 60 whatever days, and that little conversation right there, that couple-hour conversation, probably could have been had by any creator that wanted to have it 2 months ago and just chose not to, because guess what? That's not as interesting. It's not as dramatic. It's not going to bring 10,000 people to watch my show. It doesn't put blame on anybody. How about that? God forbid. Anyway, sorry. Moving forward.
That was cool. That would have been really cool to see. Yeah. But no, Sebastian's.
He's a kid. That's everything you're saying. I'm just like, he's a kid. He's a kid.
Well, now he's a teenager, so it's kind of worse. So now you got to catch all the flack and the attitude.
Oh
yeah. You can still have the fun, but you got to deal with the attitude that comes with a teenager. Yeah.
More lately, it feels like you get more attitude, but I mean,
well,
I don't know.
He's getting older. That's what happens.
Oh, trust me.
He changes every bit of what he is doing. He has changed so much. Like there's certain things I would have been like, oh, it's this, and he's like, no, I don't like that no more. Yeah. Wow, my bad. Okay, I'm a little behind the curve here, buddy. Bring me up to speed.
Yeah.
You're welcome to join us up here, Duchess, if you feel like it, dear. The link is in the chat.
Anime. I'm so horrible about it. So horrible.
With so many characters, right?
I don't know the first thing about it.
I don't either, but I'm saying I think there's a lot of keep up with it, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, don't get me wrong, okay? Our ages are where we are. I mean, back then it was like, was it Ninja Turtles and, and Thundercats and all that stuff, and you know, but I mean, he runs like this character called Naruto. Looks like a kung fu fighter. I don't know, but he likes that. I think that's something that him and his dad share a huge bond with. And that's cool. Star Wars, Minecraft. He's one hell of a bowler.
I see Caroline was asking, does he like art?
He does. Differently, but yes, he does like some art.
Yeah.
It's
oh, okay.
Your wife said check.
Yeah, I just
check your phone.
Yeah, I had to. Yeah, I had to check the phone for something. Something just came through. I was like, what? But I don't know, he's a good kid. He's missed dearly.
Yeah, that's
by all families, not one or the other, by all the families.
Well,
I've never seen those movies. Oh,
You should. They're good.
The Rings?
The Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it was a good movie. Good series. Really good series, actually.
I love Harry Potter.
Not as good as the book. I mean, don't get me wrong. Not as good as the books, but still pretty good. They did a pretty good job trying to come up with what they could.
Like Harry Potter, I did not think I would like Harry Potter, and it was out forever before I watched it. But
3 o'clock.
it is 3 a.m.
Let me talk to that man.
All right, so they're done with that part of it. I'm sure Clue doesn't want to hear herself again. Thank you for that interview very much. Welcome, Terry. Thank you for joining us. That was a great interview. It really was. Welcome back, Jody. So has anyone already twisted? How can you twist that conversation?
Dolly already has. What do you mean?
How? How do you twist that?
He went live saying Chris Proudfoot calls Dolly out. Someone's big mad. No, but you just proved you're. Let me hush.
I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. That's what I'm talking about right there.
I just wanted to say it was whenever JLR put out and he called Chris bipolar. I don't know the guy. I don't know any of them, right? I'm going by what most people do. But the reason that I sent you that clue is I was like, oh my God, this guy does not get, or he called in and these people do not get what he's saying to them. I mean, the whole time he's like, before you make accusations like that or send things out on, the web, that's something you need to call TBI or you need to call the police. That's not something you send out. I mean, what creator would, and she kept, she said, well, I know, but we answer to our fans. And I'm like, what?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah. He called because he was pissed because this lady called in, said that she thought she saw him, but she didn't call law enforcement because her son didn't want her to.
Mm-hmm.
So Chris calls in and he's like, I'm just calling to remind you guys, like, if you see something, say something.
Yeah.
And
but it wasn't that lady. It was the creator.
Right. And she's like, well, maybe she has like dementia. And I mean, she was just making all kind of it. And she was like, I don't want to really say anything because I don't want to upset her. And it's like, bro.
What?
Yes.
He's like, I don't care who's mad at you. You call.
And then don't be out here. Then don't talk
and he's
about
talking
this.
to the person, the creator. It has nothing to do with whoever took the picture. And the creator was telling him, well, we have to answer to our fans and they need to know what's going on. And he's like, you don't understand. And I don't think she ever got it, or she didn't.
I don't think she did either.
Who was the creator?
Crime Stories Obsessed, I think.
Oh, God.
And that's why I said, please go look at my thing. I mean, I even did a GPT on that one because I wanted to make sure it was right. I was like,
that's insane. That doesn't make any sense.
You call the authorities. You don't call. I mean, if you get a tip, you don't go right on YouTube.
No, that's the last thing you do the first thing you do is you contact, well, in this case, TBI, Sumner County. And then if there's, it's the very last thing you do.
And so I apologize that I called you out. And I know that you said it, I heard you say it was some baloney or something, Dago, but honest to God, I was like, oh my God. I mean, I knew Clue was going to flip. And honest to God, that was the first time I had the wide awakening of, oh my God.
These people are here for the wrong reasons. That in itself states that that's not helping anybody.
Mm-mm.
We're not law enforcement. We could be out here stating that we want to help, but we're not law enforcement. We can't do anything. Okay? We can't do anything. Mind of Monsters states that every time she talks in the video, every damn time about any of this stuff. If you see something, call law enforcement. If you know something, call law enforcement. Don't call a YouTuber. Please don't. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. We can't do anything. The only thing we're going to do is pick up the damn phone and call law enforcement, which is the same thing. You're wasting time by telling us about it because we're going to do the same thing. So call, what?
I have to give, and honestly, the other thing is I had to give Chris a ton of credit because he never lost it with her, even though I probably have a hole in half my floors.
I guess not, Gina. That's insane.
No, he was very he was even like trying to like really get his point across, like explain what he meant, and it was like I don't know. He was very calm, and he was like, that's all I wanted to call and say. Like, I mean, could you imagine being Sebastian's mom and sitting there and hearing some lady call in and say that she thought she saw him, but she didn't call the authorities because her son didn't want her to.
And what was his reason for that to finish that out?
Well, then it was turned out to be the family, he said, or she said, I don't know. That's the reason. Who knows? They never said the reason. All I know is that and then this is on JLR. It's not even on the other lady's thing. That I was watching. And he's saying, well, Chris is bipolar. And it just was horrid.
These are doctors now? Okay. So we have doctors now calling in saying that Chris is bipolar. Okay.
That's what I laughed. I couldn't hear anymore. That's when I sent Clue the message. Oh my God, did you see what I sent? And I even
listen, folks. Just because somebody can be calm and then they go off because they're under so much stress and pressure and they've been attacked for 2 full months doesn't mean they're bipolar. It means they're human. Okay. That's a human trait that we all have. You put any human being under pressure for a certain amount of time, guess what's going to happen eventually? Just like when you make chicken in a pressure cooker, you put it under so much pressure, it's going to blow eventually, guys. It's fucking human nature. Excuse my language.
Well, and we had that conversation last night that, a lot of people are just purposely antagonizing him, trying to get him to talk to them because they, at the end of the day, they know it will get the views, right? It'll get the attention if they can antagonize him and poke him and get him to pop, which he's capable of doing. I mean, and rightfully so.
Well, but because then another creator can go in 20 minutes later or an hour or the next day, you'll see a title, Chris explodes.
He did.
Well, that's what JLR put. He said, weird phone call from Chris Proudfoot. How was that weird?
He did the Chris explodes too.
Well, and
on another woman.
I think what they all need to understand, especially with Chris, is he's no fool, and he fully is aware that that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
So they're going to just continue to be mad that he won't call in, and they're going to continue with their antagonizing, but it's not going to trigger him to call them unless it's a situation like that, right? Of all the antagonizing, he chose to call in because somebody said they saw something, and he wanted to handle that situation and make sure everybody understood the right way to handle it. And, so.
Even my husband, who does not do any of this, was like, does she not get it? I'm like, I'm not quite sure she is. Part of me she keeps saying, oh, I get it. But we have to, appease our viewers. But she kept circling over the actual fact. Don't put it on YouTube before you call the police. Period.
Well, that's like they say he verbally abused a woman online, and all he did was put FAFO. If you're verbally abused by that, I don't know what to tell you.
I just saw the caption. I'm like, I don't have it in me to even listen to it. Right?
I mean, like we're Southerners, we say that like for fun. It's like a thing. Fuck around and find out. You know what I mean?
Okay, I have to say something, Flu. I know you guys are Southerners, but you guys act like, I live in Ohio. I was born in Texas and was raised in Missouri, Kansas City. But Southern, just because I'm not a Southerner doesn't mean people up here are not smart. I'm sorry, but I just had to say that.
Nobody.
I feel like you guys, and not just you, but everyone in the South thinks that we're all like idiots up here. And I know my dad and mom were like that too when I moved here. They're like,
I've heard that a lot.
You're moving
really?
to where? You're going to be a Yankee.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I mean, because Missouri's not considered Southern. So, I mean,
you guys need to listen to what's his name? Aaron Lewis, Rednecks North of the Mason-Dixon. Like I think that's crazy.
Oh yeah, no, I know. Believe me. Listen, folks, let me clarify something for the whole world right here and now. Okay, everybody on this planet likes to make money. That's what it's all about. It makes the world go round. That's how we survive. I get it. It's great. It's grand. Happy, yippee, happy, flipping, whatever. When it comes to something like this, it's the last thing I think about. Okay. I'm not going to go. Okay. How can I say this? We've talked about this with Sarge, Clue, me and Clue, and and Mind of Monsters, and all these other creators could very easily, Duchess, could very easily put out the same damn shit that all these other creators are putting out just because we could. It wouldn't be hard. Probably do better than some of them. I know for a fact that Clue has some shit she could do. She'd have been a millionaire right now, okay? But it's not about, that's the point. If you have any morals whatsoever, even a little bit, it doesn't allow you to do it, okay? We're actually trying to accomplish something here, and that's putting out information about missing children, a missing child, in this case specifically. We're not trying to examine their lives, their lifestyles. We're not trying to make money off of this, because we would have all had completely different shows that we would have put out about this stuff, okay? I know I would have. I know Clue would have. You know, Mom is not a YouTuber. She's a completely different, separate entity from us, but she still does the same type stuff, okay? But she could have done it. Duchess could have done it. We all could have done it in different ways and started making bank left and right. That's the whole point I'm trying to make, is it's not about that, okay? And that should show everybody who has the morals and who doesn't. We want this child found. None of us give two shits about their lives or anything else except for where he's at and that he's safe, alive, happy, and is coming home. That's all we care about, period. And it's just insane. It's insane to me. It blows my mind.
Well, I didn't want to start a YouTube. I want to, but I wanted to also listen to people that I respect and can learn from before.
Well, why are you listening to me then?
I don't know. I'm not quite sure. That's a good question.
I got you. I'm
See,
just
I
kidding.
thought a manway was that thing that had the big steamer, and I'm like, they're cute.
Yeah.
They look like bats, but no. What I'm saying,
just kidding.
yeah, I mean, your heart and you lead with your heart and your soul, and that's it. Led me.
I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice but to do that. I couldn't do those other things because I would feel bad about it. Okay. You know, unfortunately, that's how I'm built. I wish I could be that type of a person sometimes and not have a conscience, not worry about morality.
No, you don't.
No, honest to God, I wish I could be like that. That's not my makeup. I can't allow for it to happen. I don't know.
Well, I will.
We need to. I'm sorry, Chloe, go ahead.
I will say this. I do understand some of what people dig up and all that, because I mean, I'm not going to lie, knowing someone's history can, just like Caroline says, right? When she talks about like profiling, right? Knowing someone's history and stuff like that, sure, that can absolutely help you feel like it is a catch-22, I think, in this true crime niche, right? Because you're curious, and it is, you dig. You know what I mean? Like that's what you do, is you dig.
Well, and that you're right. I agree with you.
Publicize.
You're right. That's it. You don't have to put everything out that you dig on. I haven't none of what I put out came from anything I found. I can promise you, Cluminati hasn't put out even a quarter of what she has. Okay, Mind of Monsters, I can promise you, knows shit that she probably don't even realize she knows, because that's what she does, but she's never going to put it out. Okay, that's what we do. The exploitation. Okay, you go looking for answers to questions that have to do with the scenario, and you find things sometimes that you don't even want to know. So you shove that to the back and you move forward and you keep looking for the answers you want. That's all it is. There's no reason to, but other people, holy shit, look at this, look at that, look at this, look at that. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody gets to see it now. Because you know why? Because I'm going to get 10,000 people in here that wants to see that. That's where you draw the line, folks, and you can't allow it to happen.
Well,
that's what makes me mad.
I tell, like, I mean, I've told Chris and Katie, I'm like, one thing I will give Seth is, as bad as it is, like, as sorry of a fact as it is, like, it's almost shameful, but the simple fact that he has been up here creating all this drama is part of what has helped Sebastian's name stay in the media.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's a sad way to say it. It's true. You know, thank God there's other creators that can take the drama and they can put it on spin cycle, spin all the bullshit out of it, and just center in on Sebastian. You know what I mean? And talk about him and push all the other shit to the side. Thank God that there's creators out there that can do that, because guys, we could sit here for 8 hours a day or more, 12 hours a day, and talk about nothing but all of the bullshit, all their lives and their history and jail time and this and that and their families and this and that. And so after that live stream's over, you did that for 12 hours. Where's Sebastian at? He ain't home. Nobody knows anymore. Now all we know is every little dirty secret that had to be involved with each one of those families. And there's nothing about that that is good to me, because all that does is cause people to become judgmental and start to make choices in their minds, and decisions about somebody that they don't even really know. So, no, it doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. At all.
So you can look into somebody's background, but it doesn't have to be put on YouTube, and you don't screenshot it and put it on Twitter, and you don't put it on Facebook, and you don't put it on all these, TikTok and Instagram and Snap and I don't know, all this other crap. You don't do that.
Nope.
You don't do that. That doesn't help the case. It doesn't help the missing person, and it makes you look like a jackass. I mean, there's no other way around it. When you have a handful of creators that do this in a credible manner and that actually have compassion for the families and actually want to help bring the missing person home, that's where you see the light in the darkness, not these creators that are here for the wrong reasons. And Doggo's right. If you have a tip, call the law enforcement. Don't call a YouTuber. And if you're a YouTuber and you get a call and somebody is talking about something that shouldn't be put on your channel, hit the mute button on your live, because it's not something that needs to be put out there. And everybody wants to go after Chris and Katie, and why aren't they at vigils, and why isn't Katie talking? Well, I can tell you from a woman's point of view, I wouldn't be at a vigil either if my life had been threatened. You couldn't pay me to go to a vigil.
Nope.
No way in hell would I go to a vigil if my life had been threatened. My child was missing and people are coming after me like I'm the epiphany of evil. Not going to happen.
No.
Not going to happen. And you got people out here saying, oh, well, Katie has a spokesperson. It's Chris. Well, I'm sorry. If you're married or have ever been in a relationship and you're a female or a male, sometimes one side or the other is stronger. And that person is able to come out and talk and take the criticism and take the verbal abuse and take the chatty verbal abuse.
Hasn't she been through enough?
Still speak. She has been. She has absolutely been through enough. Her child is missing, and she doesn't owe us a damn thing. She doesn't owe us a damn thing. Not one thing. She did come out. She went on Duchess's channel and she talked about her son. And what happened? What happened? The scum of YouTube.
She was ridiculed.
The scum of YouTube grabbed a hold of that interview and they spun it around and made it what it needed to be. And like I was saying earlier in chat, you can't come out as a creator and run a family through the mud and you see your views go down. Oh shit, let me clean that up. That doesn't, a lot of us, we don't forget. We don't forget. We know what you did. We know what you did. We saw what you did.
Right. And she's right, guys. And listen, the first couple interviews I saw with the Proudfoot, sorry, I had questions and I stated my questions. I never accused them of anything. Never said, nope, he did this and she did that and this and that. I questioned things. I did. I said, why is this like that? Why was that done? I had a little bit of an issue with the until I understood who Sebastian was with the whole belt thing. And I'm still not, I still would do something different myself, but that doesn't mean he's a horrible person, okay? Please take that into consideration. But I had questions just as much as anybody else did. But I didn't go out blasting them. I just wondered. And then if you notice, folks, as things have progressed, things have been answered little by little by little. I've been ridiculed because I said that I had questions in the beginning about different things. I don't care. I don't care what the hell people think of me. If you haven't noticed, I don't care. Okay? Because it's my right, it's my mind. But I would never come out here and accuse anybody of anything. Yes, we've talked about possibilities, trying to figure out what the hell could have happened to this child. But it's never been blaming. And I've said that from every show I've been in. I'm not picking sides. I'm not saying Chris and Katie had anything to do with this. I'm not saying Seth did. I said there's been things we questioned that other people have showed and stated and this and that. It's all wrong, folks. It's all wrong. Okay. And at this point, again, still, none of this is the way it should have been done. Sorry. And that's true. It is very sad that we have to tell people to call what the hell am I trying to say? Law enforcement instead of YouTube. That's a damn shame. That's common sense, folks. Common sense. That's all I'm saying.
Actually, I don't think it's so sad. We know what I think it is that people have given up on police so much anymore, and they forget, you know what? That's what they're there for. We're not there for that.
Well,
are you gonna go arrest somebody?
You're right. And that's kind of bullshit too. I'm not saying that please stop doing that. We need police, folks. We need law enforcement. Do you realize what this country would be like without law enforcement? If we completely had no law enforcement, do you know what this mess would be like?
Yeah, 2020.
100%. It would be insane, folks. There's no. Stop with the police hate and they're all bad and they're all this, they're all that. Yes, there are some there's always going to be a bad apple, okay, in a bunch. That doesn't mean every damn law enforcement officer in the United States is a bad person. Just because one, okay?
And you know what I think would be cool is on these channels, that should be added to it, because I think people need to be retrained in their mind that, you know what, if we did, who are you going to call? You're going to call YouTube if somebody's breaking into your house?
Yeah, let me jump into my YouTube vehicle and run on over real quick.
Can you go live?
Can you go live?
I can see Dago in his little geek car.
It's stupid. Like, yeah, here I come, folks.
No, but seriously, I don't know what is
here I come. Woo woo! Here I come. Woo woo!
If we don't have police, I'm talking to a sheriff. I'm talking to the sheriff that won't even send. Our whole. You know what they're trying to do is that people are trying to twist our police so that half of them are internal, and then the other half are going to go do our war. It's ridiculous. I just think that we need to start going back to square one and being the way we used to be. Trust the police, trust each other, know your heart, trust yourself, and do the right thing.
Listen, we're going to always, and they're all, understand this. This has always been this way with law enforcement, guys. Okay? Always. We just see it now because of this. Okay? 1940s, the 1950s, there were bad cops. It's just what it is. There's bad law enforcement through the whole thing. There's bad firefighters. There's bad EMTs. There's bad doctors and bad nurses and bad accountants and bad retail workers. People are bad. It happens. Not everybody is going to be who they're supposed to be when they do their jobs. Okay? It happens. So just because you see one bad police officer, holy shit, I don't trust him, and I won't trust them. F the police, blah, 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 blah. You know what? That would be funny. You say that now. People say that now. When somebody breaks into your house, pick up the phone and dial the police, and they say, no, you don't trust us. Sorry, we can't come.
Well, what's crazy is the majority of YouTube doesn't trust the police, right? I would say that's fair. But yet they, like I was trying to say last night, y'all will be the first to be like, do you have a lawyer? Well, you must be guilty of something. If we don't trust the police, why should they trust the police?
I can agree. I can agree.
So
I can agree.
So to dig that into that just a bit further, how hard, I mean, what is it that people aren't trusting about the police? I mean, and how can we fix it? Because we are the ones that are voting in the sheriffs. We vote in our people. What can we do? Because something we're doing is not right.
So
Listen. There are bad police officers, folks. That's fact. My uncle, my father, and my grandfather were all cops. My father, my biological father, was probably what you would consider a bad cop. Okay, he was doing things that were illegal, and he paid for it because he got involved in drugs and he died. It is what it is. It happens. Okay, but there are also, but my uncle, his brother, is what you would call a good cop because he would have never done anything, never has. He's been a deputy sheriff and a local police officer his whole life and has followed the rules to the T. Okay. And these are brothers raised by my grandfather, who was the police chief. So that says it there. You could, it happens. It's the choices you make. Some people are too greedy. They want money. They want this. They want that. They can't follow along with it. Just some people aren't made to be that person. That doesn't mean everybody's like that, though. And there are officers that get tired of their jobs. I know that. I know some myself. And they start to slack a little bit. They start to let things slide, and then they start to get tired of bullshit and because they deal with a lot of bullshit. You guys see it every day, okay? And people can only take so much bullshit before they're done. So it all goes hand in hand, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna shut up for a minute because I feel like I keep cutting people off. So go ahead.
I think you're right. My brother-in-law's he's probably listening, so but no big deal. He's the police chief for Cuyahoga Falls. It's not, they have 5 stations. It's right outside of the suburb of Cleveland.
Wait, he's the police chief where?
For Cuyahoga Falls.
What's
that? That's where my daughter lives.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? And you know what? My children are both adopted. And they're the same age. I mean, my daughter was born 2 weeks before they have 3 and their second son. And he never invited our kids, but he invited all the neighborhood kids on the truck to go in on the parades and all, the fire. He says that my kids aren't blood and he doesn't want, So does that make you, and he's the chief. Do you know, he called me one time. I said, I had left him a message and said, I was with my job. I said, I called the mayor to talk. The man has never called me back. He called me back within 15 seconds and said, I'm trying to be police chief. And I'm like, what do you think I was going to do? What I'm saying is, I don't think he's clean. He's also cheated on his wife several times. So there you go.
Well, it is what it is with that.
I'm just saying that people that you think and you hold on this glory counter are not always the people that you should be saying,
I know.
So cool.
And it goes hand in hand with everything, guys. Not just law enforcement, but we have to be able to support and trust in our law enforcement as much as we have to try and support and believe in our judicial systems, okay? Sadly, they do let us down, okay? The Delphi case is a huge letdown, in my opinion. Some pieces and parts of the Idaho case are a letdown, in my opinion. There's a lot of cases out there that you can't say. You have to say, what the hell's going on with this? And there have been some things in law enforcement that have let us down. Okay. But you gotta, okay. let's say we get 3, 4, 5 overcast days where the sun just doesn't shine. You're just going to pack it in and say, piss on it, I'm done. I can't live anymore because there's no sun. But that 6th day, the sun comes out. You get it? You got to be able to think forward, guys, and just think positive no matter what. Every single day that we live is another day where something good can happen. Even if we have 5 days out of the week, those last 2 days, something good could happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think that way. Otherwise, we're already screwed as a society because of all the negativity and all the bullshit we deal with. We have to try to keep positivity rolling somehow. And if that means trusting in our law enforcement to some extent, trusting in our judicial systems to some extent. I mean, I'm not saying to trust it wholeheartedly, folks. And you got to keep your eyes open for things that aren't real and aren't right. But at the same time, we still got to try and make it work and follow along with the way things are supposed to be. Because if we don't and we give up, it's going to be complete and total chaos. And then what's going to happen?
I think what you're saying is just, we have been mindset and it's over years, right? Over and over and over. And you don't even know what's happening. You really don't. And you think, oh, I mean, the news has been doing it to us forever. I mean, how many of us have said, God, do they ever report on anything good? I mean, I remember
No, they don't. That's why I don't watch mainstream anymore. I get up in the morning and I watch my local news, 21, 27. And I see what's going on around me. There's some positive stuff. They show stupid little skits about this and that. And then when it gets to the national news, I turn it off because it's all bad. It's all bad. And it promotes the most negative bullshit. And you can have a bad day from watching that, folks. Telling you, you start your day off that way, you're going to have a bad day. You gotta avoid it at all costs, in my opinion. I'm not saying not to know what's going on, but stay away from that because it's just bad. It's all negative.
I just think that, you know what, I think a lot of people, unfortunately, and a lot of the people that have performed the horrid crimes and all that probably weren't bad people, but it gets to you after a while.
Things happen. Yes, things happen.
I wish, I see it. This is my way, and I think your way, and Clue's way, and Mom's way, and anything. We are trying to make it change and make a difference.
Well, and that's the thing is, you can't give up on that. Just because you have a bad day, you see a bad experience, you see a few bad experiences, you see a whole ass load of bad experiences. You got to keep pushing forward. You got to keep trying to make things work. You got to keep looking for the positive in things. That's the only way to survive, guys. Honest to God. You can't just curl up in a ball in the corner and say, you know what, I can't do it anymore. It's too dark. No. Imagine if we all did that.
Cletus, what's your thought? I love listening to
You're talking to me or him?
Cletus.
Well, both of you, but Cletus is who I asked just now, but fiance, whatever.
In terms of law enforcement and missing children,
I can't hear you, boy.
Just
in terms of law enforcement and missing children and trust in law enforcement and all that, my only real experience to it is this Sebastian situation. And I think at the end of the day, it's a situation where everybody wants information. I mean, you heard Tony Mathis talking about it last night, or on Pascal's show that, he wants more general information for both sides. And it's like, just because there's not information out there doesn't mean that there shouldn't be trust. And I think that's where we go wrong, right? We just got such a desire to know. We start losing trust, and then you got people that start digging crap up and putting crap out, and it completely overshadows the fact that there is an organization that tax dollars are being spent funding to do the job of finding Sebastian and finding these missing kids. And I think it's just our desire to know that sort of steers us down the wrong road. But in terms of trusting them, until they give me a reason not to, I've got to trust for them. and not giving me information on everything I would like to know, I don't really see as a bad thing, because at the end of the day, if they give me information that ultimately screws things up, well, that wasn't worth worth the cost.
That's what scares me.
What do you think, Mom?
I think if law enforcement's being quiet and keeping it close to the vest, then that's a damn good law enforcement officer.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Those that put everything, when are you ever going to see a law enforcement or the TBI or the FBI go on a YouTube channel and say, did y'all know? Oh my goodness, look what we found. You're not going to find that. You're not going to see that.
That's who I would question, right?
Exactly. That's not going to happen in reality. And you have to back the blue, because you have to think, there's bad apples in everything we do, just like this platform where we're at. You got 100 good apples and 200 bad ones. That's the same anywhere in life. The people that are not there for the right reasons, that it's just a 9 to 5, it's just a job, that, and then you're going to have people that take passion and pride in what they do.
Yep.
And you have to remember that your name is all that's yours, and you have to hold pride to your name. And that's as a law enforcement, lawyer, PI, creator, advocate, whatever you want to be or whatever you are. You have to keep your name clean and have that to where your name can be put out there, and it's put out respectfully. Just like, look at the instance of the few people that Chris and Katie have reached out to, or like the Clue reached out to them, but Chris felt safe enough to go on her show and joke around, which was hilarious. Literally about peed myself with the whole sling blade thing.
Yeah, that was great.
But being able to open up and show that you're human, and to humanize somebody instead of all this ugliness that gets wrapped around these cases. And this is not the first one we've seen this happen in. This happens so often. And you have, I've seen people say, oh, well, when are we going to see people stop covering his case? Well, you won't see everybody stop covering his case. You won't see everybody. And when you do see the stuff that is, questionable and shouldn't be put out, look at the videos, look at their views, go through their channel. You got the little buttons you can click at the top and look at the amount of views.
And certain creators
views drop, then that's when we gotta come up with some meat and taters.
Go roll into another case, right?
That's how it works. Just like Maddie's case, there were big creators that were all over her case. Well, when Jen went into hiding or vanished, where she's not out there at all, nobody covers her case anymore. Nobody talks about her.
And I look for updates on that case all the time. That's how I do it. But there's nothing. Mm-hmm. But that's the problem. It's not drawing the publicity that this case is per se. And they will wear this certain creators will wear this down to nothing. When it stops to roll, you watch them. I'm not going to name them, but you guys can pretty much guess. They will roll it right into another case, the same type of thing, as soon as everything drops, just to keep that momentum going. And it's sad, because that's not how it's supposed to work.
And then when you have a channel that actually is in this for the right reasons, if you go through that channel's history, you'll always see that person has circled back and touched that case again. It might be a live about an active case that's going on, and I'm totally guilty of this. So you have an active case that's going on, and I'm known for throwing Vlad's name in there, or throwing Monkey's name in there, or one of the cases that I hold close to my heart. Because if you know that's something and I've actually done this on Twitter too. You see these like videos and they get like 1 million views on Twitter. Go in the comments and drop a missing flyer in there and watch how many times, check your analytics and watch how many times that flyer has been seen, how many impressions were on that flyer. And I'm not talking about something like raunchy, I'm talking about like a dog, like the donkey laughing at the dog, something viral like that. Go in the comments and drop a flyer in there. Drop a missing person's information in there. You know, if you're running a case and you know that you're going to get a lot of views on that case, bring up another case. It doesn't even have to be the same, but you get their face out there. Anybody that's ever been in one of my lives, I have a clip that I play. I made that clip 3 years ago, and I have a clip that I play, and it has all my missing kids on it. My top cases that I have covered till my eyes were bleeding from making videos and looking stuff up. And it's a remember we're still missing. And sometimes, like, if I have to go deal with the dogs, I'll pop it up and let it play. Sometimes I'll play it at the end of my video. But it's important to keep all their names out there.
That's why I started rolling that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
When you have somebody that's doing this for the right reasons, respect that person. And it's human nature to crave attention. So I think in a lot of these chats, what we see is, you know, and I'm not hating on anybody. Send whoever you want super chats. But step back and look at yourself and say, you know, I'm supporting somebody that, and I'm going to use the word, a tragedy pimp. I'm supporting a tragedy pimp. I'm going to send $100 super chat to this tragedy pimp so my comment gets pulled up on screen and read. What about taking that money and donating it to NCMEC or your local police department or a billboard or, you know, something that is helpful for cases or all missing cases, instead of just, you know, supporting a channel that's not here for the right reasons. Like, I don't understand why people do that, but I understand the need for attention. And I think that's what a lot of this is. And these phone calls that you hear on these YouTube channels, those people aren't vetted. It's a call-in. They're not vetted.
Nope, not at
Just
all.
like I got blocked on Twitter because I don't back down. If you're on my Twitter and you've seen, I've went head to head with some big creators on there, and I don't stop and I don't back down and I don't block. And I got blocked last night because I would not back down. Oh, you know, the neighbor called into so-and-so's YouTube channel and it was recorded and now it's all over the place. And, you know, let's screenshot the transcript and put it on Twitter. Have you vetted this? Well, I don't. What do you mean by vetted? Well, honey, if you don't know what vetted is, you shouldn't be nowhere near a true crime case.
I know that's right.
Exactly.
And then she turned around and asked me, "Are you my mama?" I said, "No, honey, I'm not your mama because my kids was raised better than the way you act." And I got blocked.
I love it. I love it. Good God.
Now, I'm bold. I'm country, and this is who I am. And if you don't like me, you probably should block me because I don't stop.
That's great.
It is crazy. Like, I called Dago one night pretending to be some lady, Gladys, I think was the name I used.
Yep.
Like, you don't know who I am. And it's just like with the whole T-Rev, right? Koberger called him. He got on the news and everything.
Yeah, it was bullshit.
That was not true.
Nope.
But I swear, everyone who listened to that call, that's him. That's him. I know it. I know his voice.
They want it to be
Heard
him.
him talk.
Yeah.
And then didn't recently we have Chris's cousin call into T-Rev? Isn't that what I heard? His cousin or something?
Oh my God, yeah.
Wasn't that what it was? Because I don't watch. Like I watch about 5 channels.
On the mouth thing.
Yeah, he was pooping on mouses and carrying on a stick and sniffing it. Now, if anybody, honest to God, believed that, like,
you need help.
I don't know who you hung around when you were younger, but I'm trying.
I don't know, but after listening to Seth, I would definitely say he was the one that did that.
No, I wouldn't say that.
What is wrong with people? What is wrong with people? You know, why would you? And another thing is, like, if you're going to call into a YouTube channel, you know, or go on a panel, you know, it's not that hard to track a phone number or to track an IP address to find out who you are. It's not that hard. And you're infringing on a case. That's
the thing. That should have been stopped. As soon as that man started talking and saying the things he did, I'd have cut that off and hung up on it. I'm sorry. Well, no, I shouldn't say that because there are people that want to hear that. But again, that does not have anything to do with finding this child. Okay? Mm-hmm. And towards the end of that call, what that man did was illegal. Okay?
I haven't heard it.
He says, I'm
I
telling you right
know.
now that they did it. They killed
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
You don't do that.
She did it. Katie did it.
Yeah, you don't do that. Sorry. If somebody were to find out who you really are, other than being Mr. Keyboard Warrior, okay, good luck, bro. I hope you got some money because that's a hell of a lawsuit right there. That's all I'm telling you.
Defamation is a real thing. You cannot call
You saying
somebody.
that?
You cannot call somebody that. You cannot use that word against somebody. That is slander and defamation, and you cannot do that. And it's not okay. We are grown people. You are adults. A lot of us are children, have children, and have grandchildren.
Grow up.
You know, it's sick. It's absolutely sick for 5
is.
minutes of fame, because
you know
that's what it boils down to.
You know what's even sadder to me, Mom, is that some of these people are grandparents and great grandparents, and they make these phone calls and they sit here and they play this game. Well, I know that this person did that, and I know that that person did this, and blah, blah. It's been done to me. We all know that. It's been done to me by some of the greatest. Okay. It's all, and these are grandparents. Their grandchildren are sitting in the room looking up to them when they take them their snacks and their treats, and oh, Grammy and Poppy or whatever the hell they call them. It's a joke. These are the people. It's a joke.
I mean, I'm just going to say people who actually really buy into the fact that age equals maturity.
Well, that's the point, Clue. It should. If you've been around this world for 65 to 75 years, at this point, you should know better, folks. Sadly, they don't.
Hey, nonsense. Good to see you in here. And yes,
You
there
doing
have
it,
been other
Becky?
cases that have turned into this. There have been other cases, because if you have these big channels or big creators or tragedy pimps or whatever kind of pin you want to put on them that see they can make money, they will stir the pot until the pot has a hole in the bottom of it.
Come on up here, Becky. Join us. There's a link in the chat. Yeah, she's right. They will.
Mom, can I ask you a question? Can you kind of give us an idea exactly what you do? I'd
Jesus,
love
Terry,
to
you
know.
scared the shit out of me.
Yeah.
What I do, I'm a little different
Yeah.
than everybody else. I have families that reach out to me. I actually had a family that reached out to me today. I don't go reaching out to families. I don't reach out to families. My name is out there. I'm very well known on all different platforms. I make flyers. I talk to law enforcement. I talk to detectives. I have sleepless nights of looking up stuff. And I hate the word, but I do sleuth, but you'll never see any of that done live. I help with billboards. I actually have a billboard up for Ellen Greenberg in Pennsylvania. I advocate. And that's what I do, is I advocate. And I've spent hours on the phone with family members of missing people. I've spent 2 hours on the phone with Doug Bishop in a case that I was working on, which was Michaela Standridge.
Oh boy, but that was fun.
I've had so many different families that have reached out to me, and I still stay in contact with my families. And I still talk to them, because when you bring them in your life like that, and not as a YouTube creator, but as someone that's actually willing to learn their family, those people never go away. So I'm a voice for the voiceless. That's what I do in any way that I can. And my channel is not monetized. My channel is not monetized. You will never, ever see the little money square thingy in my channel. I've took donations one time in the 4 years that I've been doing True Crime. I've been on YouTube since 2017. My channel was a farm channel.
When YouTube was real.
In the 4 years that I have done this, for missing, murdered, unjust, the whole 9 yards, I've took one time, and that was the other night, to get more, because I'm the only one working. Those of y'all that know my story, my husband was in a bad car accident and is over. He got me the other night. He's about 60% titanium now. So I put up money for the billboard. I do what I can. And then I had some great people that wanted to help. And I offered receipts, and, they didn't want them. I put them in Discord anyway, because that's just how I am. I'm very transparent.
Do you ever go on to speak? Do you speak?
Hold on. One second, Terry. I'm sorry. Pebbles. Yeah, we got a hold of her. After the show, we're going to get in contact and get some things rolling for that as well. But yeah, thank you, Pebbles, for that comment as well. And that's towards you, Barbara. And again, I'm sorry for interrupting you guys. Go ahead.
No, I was just curious. Do you do speaking tours or talk to like companies or colleges or schools or whatever?
No, I haven't done anything like that. I haven't went on any kind of tours or anything like that. Right now, with him still being in a wheelchair, I'm pretty much tied to where I am. And I work 40 hours a week. So that's why you guys don't see me a lot on lives during the week. If I do go live, it's after work, and it's usually not pretty long because my brain is mush and I don't do good after I get off work. I work
just think
8-10 hours a day, but
Well,
You're
what
incredible.
you do alone is so much worth it altogether, Mom. So that's very much appreciated. I know, and just whatever you put into it, every bit of it is appreciated and absolutely amazing. So thank you for what you do.
Hey, I appreciate it, and I appreciate everybody that's here for the right reasons. I appreciate all the support, and just to piggyback off of what was talked about earlier, I don't have fans. I have supporters, and I have a community that I'm honored to have. And I would never refer to anyone as a fan in what we do here, because to me, that's just sick. Why do you need fans? If you need
right.
fans, then learn how to sing. Go do acting, because this is not acting. This
Supporters.
is real people's lives. These are real lives that you touch.
Right.
And you take these families into your heart. Just like how I got into the billboards and how I got to working with Vern. I actually there's a case he's missing here out of here in Orlando, and I went to film his billboard because Vern was getting a lot of pushback on Twitter about the billboards not being real. The billboards are 100% real. They're blip billboards, and they're an amazing tool. This young man right here, Vlada Castle, is a case that I hold very close to my heart.
What was the name again?
Vlada Castle. Brian Vlada Castle is missing out of Orlando. He's a Marine. This is a case I hold very, very close to my heart. And I went to film his billboard, and it was out because they're electronic. That's how I got involved in the billboards, and they're an amazing tool. They are they're not cheap by any means, but they're a great tool. It's like this little card right here. So Vern has a campaign going on, which is a flyer drop. Anywhere you go, drop a flyer. And what I do is on the weekends, my dad owns an antique store. So on the weekends, it's pouring down rain today, and that's the only reason why I'm not out and about. We go and we do antique. We Goodwill hop. We go to different stores and do antique shopping. So every time we go to a new place, I got to go to the bathroom. And I've got about 10 of these in my wallet, and I leave them. Because if it stays in there for a couple of hours until it's cleaned, it could be that one person that saw that person's face. And I actually had one that's been in the same, I put it in the little chart that says when that's been cleaned. It's been in there for over a month, where they've left it in there. And like when families reach out and they say, I need help, they're not asking you to dig into their background. Nobody needs to know what they did in senior high school. That's not what they're asking for. They're asking for you to share their family's name. If you do what we do and you have the capability to do what we do, yes, that's Vlad. Share their faces, share their names, share their stories. Put together a video. If you only have a phone, CapCut is free and it's great. It takes a little bit of time to get used to how to use it, but it's amazing. That's Bethany and his dad.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually met them. I've actually been to a vigil, and my husband spoke at the vigil and had everybody in that place crying, talking about his story and explaining his story. This is a case that is very, very close to my heart. He vanished, and he's still missing. And all his family wants is answers. And you're talking of.
That's all any of these families want and deserve are answers to where their loved ones are. That's all it's about, guys. God.
Yeah, go Bulldogs. You're right. Vlad's sisters work hard to keep his name out there. Yes. And I've met all of them.
Welcome, Miss Becky. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us today.
I figured I'd hop up here really quick.
You're always welcome at any time that I'm live to come up here whenever we talk crap or whatever. I love the way you approach things, so you're always welcome to jump up here with us, always.
Thank you.
And yes, to answer your question on my side of things, there's been a lot of cases that this has happened in. Just about every case that I've covered between Summer Wells, Kylie Rodney, Deborah Collier, even Gabby Petita, all of these cases basically have stuff like this that happens in them, and it's absolutely insane. So, which is why I came to love your channel and the way that you approach certain things. I think it's absolutely needed. It's a needed channel, and then the name is very, very fitting for it.
I'm sorry, Dago, but I have a problem with you right now. You was talking out of both sides of your mouth, and I do not appreciate that. How you gonna say you like the way she approaches stuff, but you tell me I'm too aggressive?
Okay, here's the difference, Miss Dang. Here's the difference, okay? I've never heard. Well, actually, maybe. No, I don't think Becky's ever said a couple of the things you said, but
only a couple.
I guess it's kind of the same thing. You guys have a different way of doing it, though. You're here on my panel too. What the hell are you talking about? I obviously talking out about. How do you talk out of both sides of your mouth? By the way, mine comes out the front. By the way, just so you know.
No, we've heard it come out the other end.
I mean, I've never done that. Not in here, but anyway.
I'm just saying, all I hear from you, you rub people wrong because you're aggressive and you're strong in your opinion.
It's different with you than it is with her. I don't know why. It comes out different though.
Okay, bro.
He doesn't mention vagina in her sentence.
But I do it again, Clue. You're sitting here with me just about every day, so it's obvious that I appreciate how you do yours too. I've just told you that sometimes people take you a little rough. That's all I've said to you. I never told you to stop.
They should. I'm gangster. I'm just saying.
There's the difference. See? Anyway.
Oh my God, I thought that was you talking. I was like, when did you start looking like that? On the main picture.
Oh, no. Oh, wow. No, that ain't her. But anyway, like I said, but it's been in a lot of these cases that we've covered, in my opinion, from back to the first one that I covered to this one. Every single case, absolutely, that actually there has been some form of what this is about. I mean, especially the Idaho case.
Look at Monkey's case. Look at how Brandy and Tyler were dragged through the mud.
Michael Vaughn,
absolutely, yes, Michael Vaughn. Brandy and Tyler were done almost the exact same as Chris and Katie were. And then all the people that called them all those horrible things and said all those horrible things about her, how many of those people have you seen come out and apologize? How many of those people have you seen come out and eat crow? Because she was done so horribly, and she is such a voice for so many missing people.
Yeah, that was a sad scenario. Very sad. Dylan Rounds, right? Well, let me ask you though, Becky, what brought you to the point to want to do this?
Well, actually, I don't think it ever became a point of me wanting to do this.
Okay.
So I didn't know what I was doing to begin with. What happened was there was a story that was brought to YouTube from Facebook of a Marine veteran who attempted to take his life by the name of Marvon McRae.
Oh, yeah. I remember that case.
That story was built on Facebook. It was off of a Reddit thread because his wife, big influencer, very controversial lifestyle. People had very strong opinions and do about her lifestyle choices. Her husband was part of her influencing, so people had a connection to him. They felt really strongly when they found out through social media that he was in this situation. Because unfortunately, as you guys know, he wasn't. It was a really complicated story. I'll put it that way. I don't want to say anything wrong here. So it blew up because people demanded answers. And what we were watching on Facebook is because that's where I messed around on Facebook. That was about it. There was a lot of people scamming for cancer and stuff like that on Facebook. That's what we dealt with. So no big deal. Well, this all happened and I knew who she was. And I had very strong opinions on her controversial lifestyle personally. But it was not even realizing that it was triggering deeper things within within me. And I was really strong in my opinions. Like, of course, in my opinion, again, these are all, she's a part of a cult. You know, that was my personal beliefs. And I really let that guide me. And then quickly, I realized people were spoon feeding us very heavily edited content that they wanted us to see. They wanted us to believe a certain narrative. They wanted us to see things in a certain direction because these people had a lot of personal history or something to do with something involving her. And it was happening before our eyes. And I couldn't, even though my dislike for her personally, what I thought was there, or I didn't agree with her lifestyle, you know, all of that stuff. I was like, this isn't what's happening though. Like this case on base is tragic. There was no need for all this added stuff. And we were watching creators from YouTube create a complete false narrative of their life. So we couldn't get factual information out to combat any of it. We were like up against a wall because although it started on Facebook, there was 2 huge groups. They grew to like 65,000 within a week time, like just massive amounts of misinformation. And by the time it got to YouTube, there was a whole other narrative. And I had no idea who these creators were. The creators that were first involved were, do you mind if I say their names?
You can say whatever you want here.
Okay. Katie Joy of Without a Crystal Ball, Molly Golightly, Justin of Justice for All, and LB. That was the main creators. I'd never heard of a single one of them before coming to YouTube. Not a single thing, a hide nor hair. Completely different realm. So I didn't know what we were up against. So I came on with a voice changer and behind an avatar. And we were just trying to push out the information to kind of combat some of the stories that they were telling that we knew factually were incorrect. I wasn't hiding for any reason, but because I didn't even know what we were doing. We were just trying to get it out there. And then it turned into, no, like there is a real problem here. This is not okay, because it kept going and it kept spreading. And the stories would pick up each time and there would be a new piece added to the story. And the baseline was never even that. And it just kept growing and growing. And these creators were creating complete narratives. Plus we had family members involved in this one. And it was horrifying to watch all this go on. And
yeah, I agree.
Then I got lumped into creators. I was accused of being Katie Joy or working for Katie Joy for over a year. That was the world's worst experience of my life because I didn't even know who she was and didn't have a clue who any of these people were. So in the first beginning of this, I had no idea really where we were going to go, what was going to take us. I'm passionate about certain things that I know I want to talk about. But then I realized these people, a lot of them, and don't take this personally to anybody that's true crime on this panel, but true crime creators end up telling people stories. You're telling the worst time of their life.
Yeah,
it is tragic. It is absolutely tragic. And we are spitting in the faces of the family members and the victims that we're telling the stories of. The system re-victimizes victims enough as is. Like, we have so many huge problems, and it was one of my followers that allowed us to kind of like walk through her story with the California parole board. And that taught me something that was just recently. And hearing from her perspective and how many times she'd been kicked, even after being victimized, had newspaper articles written about her in a negative fashion, completely not what the story was. This was back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And that just taught me a whole nother thing. So coming into this case was right off the heels of that. And there's so much misinformation in such a short period of time. And the only reason, like this phone call, the cousin, the neighbor, people pretending to be the family members. What does that benefit anybody? How is
Nothing.
this helping anybody? Like, and these stories need told. Awareness is so needed. It is so freaking needed. Sorry, I got on my soapbox.
No,
It is
no, no, no,
so
no. That's what I want you to do. You're fine.
it is so important to tell these stories. It is so important to have transparency in the judicial system, in film trials, and do all of that. But there has to be some respect and dignity and something given to these victims, because at the end of the day, yes, we can all have theories and opinions and thoughts and different parenting styles, but the victims deserve respect. And right now, we're not even doing awareness. We are trying to paint a crime and then pick the characters.
Amen.
It's sad, but anyways.
No, that's it right there. And listen, me myself, I've been guilty of that, not even realizing it. You have to step back as a creator and look at what you're doing and how you're doing it, and trying to present what you're trying to do. It's really hard sometimes to do it without affecting things that way. And I've had to stop in the Idaho case specifically and go, wait a minute. There's families to these victims. There's people that are hearing me possibly and seeing this, and it's going to hurt them and things like that. And I have thought about that in all the cases I've covered. Now, there's some of the cases that I have a very strong feeling about that I didn't care about that because maybe it involved that person. But for the most part, it is real. You're absolutely, dude, Duchess. The link is in the chat. It is real, and you're absolutely right. There's a lot of that out there. Like I said, that's why I'll take accountability at any point for my part in some of that stuff too, without even realizing. Okay. So you got to take a step back, folks, and look at it and realize, think about it. Maybe like, is this going to be the right way to do this? Do I need to say that? Do I need to talk about this? And I've done that a lot. Now, there's some things I feel that definitely need to be seen and heard that aren't good things, but it's for a reason, somewhat along the lines of what you do per se, but not like that, if that makes any sense. But no, I get exactly what you're saying. Absolutely what you're saying. And I respect you very much for that.
Well, I think it's just for me, and not trying to speak for anybody else up here, but I think we all see the same things, right? We see the potential long-term harm. That's why you guys talk about the cases and the details of them. And that's what I think you're drawn to begin with, because listening to each and every one of you for a short amount of times and hearing kind of like what brought you in, you all care. Everybody cares. They want this child brought home. That's like straight across the board, I would think. And it's just, if sometimes people would step back, like there's so much good that could be done on these platforms and things that could be changed and stuff. And everybody makes mistakes. I have had to relearn how to do so many things, because you're like, oh, wait, I did that last time, I'm not going to do it this time, kind of thing. Like there's so much bigger, but this is such a big growing problem of how the families are re-victimized, and or like a lot of these details that we're learning usually come out during trials of, well, this comes from this, and we learn like more shocking, salacious details during trials. But now we're having trials and convicting people over things that aren't even considered crimes at this point in time. It's just, and then we fight for innocent until proven guilty. Like we got to pick a lane here. You can't fight on one and then condemn another. Like it's so weird. I don't know.
No, I agree. I do agree. Are you all right, Duchess? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you kept popping up and down. I didn't know if you were having problems or not.
I'm on my phone because I'm trying to get my laptop
up.
Okay. So I popped up on my phone. Sorry I couldn't pop in earlier, but
no, it's okay.
Cinderella got to clean the house after the Duke because he's making a mess with his dishwasher today. So I appreciate all that you guys are doing to keep Sebastian's name out there. And it's so appreciative for everything that everybody on this panel and in the chat is doing.
As with you, the billboards and everything you've said and done as well, it's just amazing. I talk about this case every single day. I know people have complained about it. I'm going to talk about this case every single day in some form or fashion until that child comes home. I'm sorry. That's just something I'm going to do. You know, I try not to talk about certain aspects of it because it gets old, and I'm over hearing all this. There we go. But I'm going to come out here at least once or twice a day and say his name or show his face somehow or another. That's just it to me, and that's the way it needs to be. What is happening? It's just moving around. Okay. It keeps doing that pop thing, and it makes it look like somebody's falling off or coming back up. But anyway,
I
so
think that's amazing.
I'm sorry.
I think that's amazing, getting awareness out there and details. Clue, I have to give you guys. Sorry, Dago, I got to say this to her right
No,
away.
please do.
The interview last night and you allowing him to be candid and
Yes.
open up and tell stories, that was incredible. That was.
How much of a difference did that make to you, Becky?
Oh, it was night and day. Like, well,
Mhm.
I knew that this was there. Like, I can just tell. That's why I think this case bothers me so bad, because a lot of people see this horrible human being, and I see what any dad would be doing to protect their family on all aspects.
Yep.
And I've said it all along, I would be in prison, but the way they handled that last night was just incredible to hear, because this is such a process for these parents. Like, this is a real thing that they're going through. It's tangible. They don't get to shut it off like we all do. Like, seeing that emotion though, and then hearing, just the fun interaction
Yep.
was so good to hear. It was uplifting.
Yep. It proves to the world he's human just like the rest of us, and he's going through what everybody's going through more than, and he's not a monster like everybody else thinks he is.
Well, and I mean, I had no idea that he was going to call. That's for real. Like, and then when he called and he was joking around and being funny, I'm like, okay, he may not want people to know it's him, right?
Right.
But I mean, we had talked yesterday pretty much. I don't want to say all day, but it was a really long conversation, and at times it would just be Katie while he was like getting ready or something, but like I had no idea he was going to call, and I like that conversation. It was just, I won't say it was directed by either me or fiance. I mean, he was just him, and it's so crazy because I don't, on the phone with him, you don't see him being anything but the way he was last night. It's crazy.
Well, he's never been allowed or been able to be that person with any of the interviews he's done, because it's not about that. Okay. He's never been able to just be Chris Proudfoot. He had to be Sebastian's evil stepfather. Okay.
Well, I
And
disagree. I think he was able to do that, like on Duchess's channel.
well,
Do
it
you
was more
agree?
of a professional grade type interview, though. Other than last night was just a conversation, is what I'm saying. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and truth be told, people would already know, in my opinion, that piece of him. They would know he was like a actual real human if they would give him a chance. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You did so flawless with that, though. Your husband, or fiance, excuse me, I have to give him props, because, for one thing, there is something about male to male interaction, and especially in these raw and real moments, that is captivating to me.
Mm-hmm.
And the compassion that your fiance showed him last night was effortless, flawless, and it restores my faith in humanity, especially in the male sector, because he handled that with just compassion. He let him talk about fishing, and hearing your husband or your fiance's response, and you could tell he was smiling listening to the details of this fishing trip, because as a guy they just get that, like,
Yeah.
to hear that and how it just naturally flowed. And it makes me feel really encouraged, because you and a few others, I think, have been a soft spot for these parents to land. And that is so important when you're telling their stories. And so, like, it just shows that there is potential for good and awareness that could be brought in these communities if people would just respect the victims. Like, that's all it took. And look at how effortless that was. And we probably learned more about Sebastian and saw more about his mannerisms last night and
Thank
heard
you.
than we have all along.
Yes, that's why it was so important to me. It was a very moving conversation. I think I asked for the ability to know about Sebastian a month and 3 weeks ago, okay, or maybe a month and 2 weeks ago, but we never had that. We got a little bits in here and there, pieces of that. You know what I mean? What we're supposed to get. We never got a real deal explanation. We've heard a lot of stuff from Seth, good stuff too. Don't get me wrong. About him and Sebastian and stuff like that and everything. And we've heard a lot from Seth. Okay. We've never been able to hear from anything from Chris or Katie like that when it's not like I said, in a setting where they're doing an interview just because of the missing case. There was multiple calls that Seth did with different creators where he kind of got a little more relaxed and he talked about just general things in life and different scenarios and not expectations, but experiences and stuff like that. And Chris has never done that before. Neither has Katie. They've never been able to, in my opinion, because anytime they'll go into a panel to do something like that, they're attacked immediately. I wouldn't be comfortable. So it turns into an argument. Did somebody drop down or do I need to? Who am I missing? Terry dropped. Okay. So that's why that was really, really interesting to me because it shows that he had a relationship with Sebastian. He has a relationship with Sebastian as well. A good one, it seems to be. And we've seen pictures of like a couple pictures of him with Chris and Katie that look happy. We just saw those videos from Clues. Then we get that conversation. I mean, those are things that need to be seen too, so that people can open their eyes a little bit more and see them for the people they are and not just for what they have been made to look like, if that makes any sense. He has gotten that respect too, Molly. In the very beginning, he was the only one getting that respect, if you remember, for the longest time, and they were not getting any kind of respect whatsoever. That's the thing, okay? And that's what I'm saying is that it needs to be that way on both sides, in my opinion. Now, they both have said and projected certain things, in my opinion, on both sides that don't look so good. I agree. And I have my questions about both sides of things. But at the same time, I just got to say that was a very moving experience, a very moving conversation, and it really made me see things a little differently than what I had before. So,
can I ask you guys? So, a couple things out of that conversation that I picked up on out of Sebastian, and tell me if what you guys feel, please, openly. But a couple things I learned that were very key in that interview, discussion, conversation, however it went, it was incredible. It's just restored a lot of my faith. But there was points and times when he was explaining Sebastian, and a couple things I learned about his mannerisms in that to me are very telling and something that would stand out would be his pure excitement. Like he can't contain his excitement.
Mm-hmm.
He has this like utter, like just overjoyed. And that's not something he can control. Turn it on, turn it off. Like it is genuine. Like you're going to notice. So even in bad situations, potentially, he still might be displaying, joy, like, and you would be able to see it.
Agree.
And I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm just saying like one of the tells to look for him, like, excited, like extreme excitement and bursts of it that he can't contain. I'm thinking positively that would be, something that people could recognize if he was out and about.
Right.
Yeah, I would say that's fair. The way he talked about your pool, Clue, is what gave me that, because he was like,
so excited. And the way Chris was describing that conversation, you could just tell like he really gets excited and joyous about things he's passionate about, like swimming, things like that. Like, and then one other thing, not to cut you off, Dago, that I picked up on was he wouldn't say, what was it? What was the chant at the...
Oh, suck.
Yeah, he wouldn't say that. So he's polite to a fault, it seems, too.
Yeah, I would feel safe saying his mouth is probably a lot cleaner than mine.
Well, I mean, I think, for me, I got from it that he's, and I said that to criticize him, like he's a kid. What he was describing, everything he was describing about Sebastian is a kid, right? He's a 15-year-old, and even the video we saw where he tells his mom, "You just got wrecked, Mom." I mean, that's it's like, okay, now there's some of the spunk coming out of the teenager side of him too, and it's like, yeah, I mean, he's a kid, and that's this is what he looks like. He acts like a kid. You should be looking for a kid that looks like this.
That's excellent. Excellent point. Yes.
He's such a cute kid.
And he's so, like I said, this right here, to see this was important to me. To see this video, to watch the video with the green tea thing. We haven't seen a lot of Sebastian, and we want to see nothing but Sebastian, every one of us in here, okay? This shows, in my opinion at least, this is an experience that he had living at home with his mom and his stepfather. He look at him, guys. Does he look unhappy? Does he look miserable? Does he look like he's like scared to act out or to be himself? No, he doesn't. That's
exactly
what I'm saying. He looks happy here. He looks content, like he's living a good life, and he's going to hockey games. He's going bowling. He's going to do these things. These people take him to do things with him. Okay, even with the issues that he has. So that's not an issue with this. Okay, it's not that they keep him. I've had people send me emails. Why do they keep him locked up in the house? Why do they do? They don't.
I addressed this on my last live stream.
Right.
Katie specifically told me, no, he doesn't play extracurricular activities after school because of the fluid that he has on his brain, because they don't want him to be in any certain type of sports.
Contact sports, right.
So they they make sure that they take him to the park. He likes to go putt-putting. He likes to go bowling. He likes to go watch sporting events. Like, there's lots of things that they enjoy. Going fishing is one of his favorite things. There's so many things that he enjoys doing. And Katie has told me lots of stories. And just, I love to hear her and Chris. Sometimes, Clue, they'll call me and we'll just, be talking about different things, and they'll share things with me about Sebastian. And I'll tell you that the way that Chris speaks about Sebastian, he affectionately loves this kid.
I agree.
He cares for this kid, and to know that these people are out there putting out lies and pretending to be the neighbor and saying these heinous accusations, it really does hurt him.
I'm sure it does.
I think the worst part of seeing the videos for me is I think about Katie, and I'm like, I couldn't imagine. He looks to me, Sebastian, like he is full of joy, and that's infectious. And then all of a sudden, it's gone.
It's missing. Right.
Yes.
That's what bites me when I get emotional or teary-eyed or I shut the video down. That's what happens to me. I think about that. I think about what I have here with my child that they don't have right now. That every time is what gets to me. Okay. And I, not just with them, with Seth as well, folks. Okay. Yeah. I feel that for both of them. I feel that because it's not there. And the thought of it possibly never being there again is what hurts me as a person. And I'm not even his parent. Okay. That's why I get so emotional about this, because I don't even know how to explain it, guys, but there it is right there. This is something you have in your life every single day for 15 years. And then one day like that, it's gone. to think about what they're going through, what Katie's going through. That's why I got so pissed off at the beginning of my show, because I've been watching this for 48 hours. She's going through this, okay? Not just Seth. And I feel for him too, like I said, but she's going through this as well. And on top of that, she's going through the ridicule, the accusations, people saying stupid shit like she did it, she killed him, blah 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 blah, all of that. And then you throw in the other stuff where they're talking about her mother and her sister and this and that and everything else. All of that. Are you serious? What human being deserves to go through any of that? Nobody. I'm sorry. That's what's wrong with all of this. And it drives me insane. So that is why I'm so fed up with all of this. And it's just not fair. It's not. I can't imagine this mother. And I'm not downing Seth by saying this, but this is the woman that carried this child for 9 months. She gave birth to him. She raised him 15 years. She dealt with all of his medical issues and all of his issues and his problems and all those things. She did it. Okay. I'm not, again, saying that Seth didn't. I'm saying she did that, but mostly she carried him for 9 months. That's big to me, folks. Mothers deserve way more respect than they get for what they do. And nobody does that the way they should. Nobody projects that as they should, is what I'm trying to say. So anyway, that's why that bothers me so much. And this woman still sits here and takes it all and keeps pushing forward every single day. So
I think that's partially because at the end of the day, there's not a prize that she's trying to win on YouTube. She wants her son back.
Right.
She's not trying to convince the internet of anything. She wants her son back. And I think that you can tell, like, she's not, and not that any parent intentionally entertains this or anything, but she's so focused on her son. And that's, to me, so important to see. And then she's being slammed for not doing this or that, or, you know, and it's like, what is the appropriate response from anybody? There's never enough. There's always going to be a villain if they want to make one.
Yep. And it seems like that's the thing, is there always has to be somebody to blame. Always. What if there's just not? What if there's just not somebody to blame for this other than it in the, I know that sounds dumb. Okay. So we have two sets of parents and the child that's missing. There doesn't have to always be a blame on the parents. Okay. What if it's somebody else altogether different that was not involved with them, folks? And nobody ever seems to want to see that.
Well, and I mean, at the end of the day, we don't know that there is anybody to blame for anything, because
right.
At the end of the day,
that's the other side of it.
Very, very well could have walked out of that house, and you know, he just hasn't been found yet.
That's it right there. But somebody's got to be blamed, and I hate that.
We have a lot of, and not to like, I'm still remaining hopeful on all aspects, but I live in the Arizona area, so we have round the year, or year-round nice weather for the most part. We have so many juveniles that end up here because they ran away, and they do end up here. We have such a huge population of that, unfortunately, and some of them get lost, and it's tragic.
And there's no pain like the pain of a mother with a missing child. Because not only are you reliving the fact that your child is missing, but like I've said before, the emotions run high. You're not eating, you're not sleeping, you're not taking care of yourself. You're questioning yourself. What could I have done differently? What did I do? What did I say? Like there's nothing like having a missing child, a child that you gave birth to and raised and took care of, or a child as a step parent that you're involved in their life and you've been there for them and you have experienced them growing up and changing and molding into the person they are, and then not having that person there, not being able to hear their voice. And you can't watch a video because you cry. And you emotionally can't handle it because you don't know where that person is. You don't know if they're safe, if they are somewhere warm, if they're being rained on or hungry.
or in pain or being hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kills me every day.
So not only are you going with the cases that get brought to social media, YouTube specifically, or any social media, not only are you dealing with your own internal pain and the pain of having a missing child, you're dealing with all of these other people that are painting you to be something that they don't even really know you. They don't know anything about you. All they know is what they've seen on a video behind a camera of a person that's going a million miles an hour to start with.
I gotta say, I agree with you. I do. So I'm hoping that, well, there's people that are going to ridicule this regardless. I've heard that it's already happening, so whatever. But I think this was an amazing thing, Clue and Cletus, both. Thank you for doing this again. Really appreciate it. I think it's opened a lot of people's eyes and their minds, and given a little bit of, maybe a little more hope to some, in some sense, for some reasons, for some people. Okay.
Well, I really hope it lets people understand that anytime someone is out there and they're only giving you their opinion on someone, what they're like, etc., and the other side is not necessarily into doing the like tit for tat stuff, that you should listen to it and hear it, right? Because let's face it, we're all nosy, we're all going to do that. But maybe evaluate it all too. You know what I mean?
Yes, ma'am. I do agree. It's a great thing. It's a good thing. And maybe hopefully this will to open up the how can I say it? Open the minds up of some people to certain things, maybe. You know what I mean? I hope that this, now that we have Mr. or Tony Mathis, sorry, I don't know why I keep trying to do that. You know, he seems to be directing Seth in the right direction now. If the Proudfoots, even if they don't, are on board with that and they all end up working together, I like Tony and the way he's doing this so far. He seems very professional. I think that he's a good addition to this and maybe can take this in a really good direction. If they're all on board with it and it works out, even if they're not, like I said, at least Seth will have him to direct him the right way and show him the way that this should be being done. I wish he would have been here sooner. I'll say that much.
Well, he's the unbiased, neutral, non-emotionally attached party that's been needed.
Yeah, and that's the sad part is when, and this is nothing against Seth, because he doesn't know these people from Adam, and I'm sorry, it's going to come off disrespectful in some ways, but those PIs they really kind of let me down as PIs to do how they did that. That's not how you do that, folks. You're a private investigator. Where the hell's the private at? Okay. None of that should have been done like that. They didn't do any good for Seth at all, in my opinion. They just made it more dramatic and added more to it. And this is just my opinion. You guys don't have to agree with me.
I agree with you. I mean, it's a mess.
It is.
I mean, for them to go on a YouTube live and start interrogating parents in a missing person's case, I just feel like that was super extra and disrespectful.
And it was definitely biased. I mean,
yes.
it was highly biased in my opinion. There was one side to it. Sorry.
Well, that's because they're hired by him.
Right. And how is that fair at all? It's not because I don't even know. that just irritates me to no end. And I was really surprised. You know, I think Heather Cohen, I hate like talking bad about people, but I can't help to say this. I don't think she should be doing what she's doing. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know what the scenario is with the other PI. That seemed to surprise a lot of people that she got involved in that scenario.
Well, I'm gonna in the best way I can, I am going to kind of stick up for her because when she spoke, right? So she didn't know that he was going to come on there. I feel like because wasn't it Heather that got texted? I don't know, but like she did at more than one juncture try to at least turn that conversation around. You know what I mean? So I don't agree with even being on YouTube as a private investigator, but I do think she probably did her best to try to refocus. If that makes any sense to anybody, I don't know. Words hard.
At any
Didn't
point,
she?
they could have spoke up and said, and I believe it was said, this probably doesn't need to be
Yeah.
public. And
Yeah,
at that point, the live stream should have been ended, and they could have all had a discussion on a private StreamYard. It did
Yeah.
not have to be portrayed out there for the world to see. And to me, that's very unprofessional. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to be involved with those people in a missing persons case. And you can trust and believe that I've made my notes.
Yeah, no, I think Chloe was the one that did try to speak up multiple times. I think, Chris wanted to finish the interview. I get that. But she did. I do have to say what Clue said is true. She did speak up a couple times and try to take it off. But they weren't the ones that were, well, at least she didn't seem to be the one. She came in later anyway.
Didn't Heather withdraw today?
Oh yeah. That's what this was about. She said,
sorry, I came in late.
No, it's okay. She put up a Facebook post and stated that basically until they come forward and say that is not him in the picture that we've all seen, that she's taking her dogs and backing out temporarily, basically is what it sounds, that she's always available if they need her. And the fact that Tony Matthias, or I keep doing that, Tony Mathis is involved now, for now, basically is how it says. Lack of better, sorry, I didn't say it right, but word for word. But that's basically what it said. So I haven't seen a statement come from Chloe, but maybe she's working with them. I don't know.
Wayne, I can't disagree with you. The panel was a setup on Chris. I kind of felt that way.
I did too.
But he has the right to defend himself, and I understand that he was very upset. But I really, it just wasn't the appropriate place to have that conversation. If they wanted to talk with him and ask him questions, Seth and the PIs could have met with him in front of the TBI agents, because that's what I would want to do. I would be like, if you got something to say to me, say it in front of these investigators, because I'm transparent and I don't have anything to hide. Because I guarantee you they would not have portrayed themselves in that manner in front of them.
Mm-mm.
If you want respect, you got to give respect. But if somebody's going to attack me, I can't even imagine what I would do if somebody was treating me the way that they're treating them. Can you, I don't know. It makes me so irritated. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
And they attacked me in the chat because I said Chris was respectful to me, because listen, I talk to them often, and he is a super nice guy. He is, anytime that I ever talk to them or I have to ask them questions, there's never any mystery. There's never any hesitation. I mean, we just have, we don't just talk about Sebastian. We just talk about real life things, like what's going on. How are these things? She always asked me, how are you doing? I know you've been sick. When I was sick, she would always ask, I hope you're feeling better. Like Katie is so sweet. Like she goes out of her way to just say, hey, how are you doing? Or can I call you? Like, she's a real person. People act like she's this nefarious, evil mother, but y'all, she is so heartbroken that she just wants her son to come home.
As she should be, right?
And
I've noticed that as well.
People to give them consideration and just some grace. while it takes time in an investigation, and we have to let law enforcement do their job. If you have a tip, do not call a YouTube creator and call into their show and tell all the details of what you're saying without anybody even knowing who you are. Like, if you have real information about something that you think is a crime, you should be already on the phone to law enforcement. And if you're just now thinking this many days in, you have information that you've been sitting on this whole time knowing about, I'm inclined not to believe that.
Chris has said that himself. Don't wait 2 weeks. He just said it, and I don't remember where I heard it, but he just said it not that long ago. Don't wait 2 weeks to give some information to 1-800-TBI. You can spell it out. Call right now. If you see something, say something. Don't hold on to it. Don't sit on it. Don't call one of us, because what the hell are we going to do? We're going to do the same thing we just told you to do. 1-800-TBI. That's all you do.
How is that helping Sebastian by you just knowing this information? If you're the quote unquote neighbor, which we all, well, okay, I think Nonsense and I have pretty much confirmed that we know that is not the neighbor.
Right.
Yeah.
It's, he's a fighter pilot, but probably a UPS guy. I digress. That will probably be another. That's going to eventually come out.
Yep.
But these people that are out here pretending to be them, calling. There's actually people that are calling and texting people that are YouTube creators, pretending like they're Chris Proudfoot.
Oh yeah, that's happened. I had an email from somebody saying that they were Katie. I knew it wasn't because of the way they were talking.
Trust and believe that TBI knows all about it. And if you're one of these people out here on YouTube that's involved in that,
bye.
They're going to find you. So, because that's a crime.
When did you get the email? Can I ask?
Yes, please do tell us.
April 4th, 2024. Probably about 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago. It was on a Monday. I went into my emails like I always do Monday mornings. And it was
making rounds.
Do you think that's falling in our timeline Nonsense?
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, we have a situation that's going on
did you get them
amongst multiple creators, and we believe that there is one, possibly two people that are involved in being the fake people that are calling in, sending emails, phone numbers, playing, we're in support,
you mean
but
like
also
okay.
We're pretending to be family members, neighbors. It is very bizarre that anybody would go out of their way to do these things, but trust and believe it's been reported.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Don't mess up. Don't mess up, because I'm telling you, if they
when you get caught, good luck.
Be in trouble.
That's right, because this is whether or not it's stated as a criminal investigation, it's still an investigation, folks. And if and when it were to be picked up by the FBI, go ahead and play games, please. Please.
It's so unnecessary too. Like, this
really
is an active missing child. The resources need to go to that child, not ridiculous, nefarious, unnecessary BS like this. And this is like, you're out here trying to spoof creators doing this stuff for what reason? Like, there's no good coming out of this. There's a kid at the other end of this. There is a missing child here. Like, what are they thinking?
What kind of a sick person does something like that? That's what I'm saying. Like, what, excuse my language, what the fuck is wrong with your mind that you can do?
Yeah.
You can consciously do something like that, or make comments, or send or make phone calls to any of the family members, or send emails to them stating certain things, or making threats, or any of that, knowing that there is a 15-year-old child's life on the line right now. What is wrong with your mind? That's all I'm saying.
At first, for me too, when I started learning of some of these things, I was like, oh, like, not really rationalizing how far this was going or the damage that could potentially be done here. I was like, things have been weird for quite some time. Like, there has been obviously noticeable things that just don't make sense, like the cousin phone call, the neighbor phone call. I mean, just things like that. It's just
ridiculous.
been one after another. And
There's
you can't
more.
help.
There's more than that going on in the background too, you guys. So
But when we
Oh,
started
yeah.
talking, and then I realized that like Nonsense was getting some of the same stuff that I was getting in regards to this one particular person. And then also another creator was also involved with said person, who, by the way, deleted their YouTube channel because they're not in any of the chats anymore. I'm like,
surprise.
how interesting. Also, please don't say you're going to donate money and send me some stuff to donate to the billboard and then turn around and pretend to be calling into a show like and saying that you have proof of blah 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 when somebody has talked to you and they
Is
know
that,
your
is that who
voice.
that was?
I'm done. I am so irritated right now. Literally just want to punch. Oh my
It's
God.
it's so bad.
Yep.
It is. And to
Listen,
think
when
you're
I
not going to
figured
get
out
caught.
other people, I thought it was just me. And I was just talking to my moderators about it because, by the way, y'all, there are clones of me out there. If you
Yeah.
see me in a chat and there is a Dutchie with a gray D going around, and there's also a clone of my Duchess channel going around. If you are a moderator and you're not sure if it's me, please click on the emoji to check and report that channel if it's not me, or get a copy of that link and send it to me so I can report it. I just want to let you guys know, because if you think you see me in a chat somewhere, it may not be me, because sometimes I'm in the bed and people will say, oh, I saw you at 3 o'clock this morning or at 1 o'clock this morning in so-and-so's chat. And I'm like, I don't even go there. I was in the bed. So it's not me. I don't know. It's just going too far, y'all.
I can agree.
So watch out, Clue, because they're probably gonna clone you next.
Well, they did that to me once already.
Oh
I
gosh,
got.
are you serious?
Oh, that's happened to me more than it. For this case, it happened to me once. It happened to me multiple times in other cases. That's no big deal to me now. I was accused of being in a specific stream at 4:30 in the morning, and I was sound asleep, and I'm like, no, wasn't me. So
I don't know who in the world would have the cojones to do that. I'm trying to tell you how you really gonna pass yourself off for me. You got to cuss every other word. I welcome it though.
well, they don't do it with their voice or their face. It's just somebody typing in chat, and I blocked that one from here already, Dutchie. By the way, because somebody there was somebody else that was in here said that's not her, Dago, and I was like, oh, because you never responded to me as you always do. So I blocked it. It's
Who
gone.
had I'm just
Yeah,
trying
this
to say
one said I was in Sweet Tea's channel, which, by the way, is Justin for All's backup channel. And somebody sent me a screenshot earlier today, just a couple hours ago, that I was in there being rude. And I was like, I'm vacuuming and mopping the floor, and I'm definitely not over there under Dutchie,
And
because
you were in and out of here, so
yeah, I mean, because that's who I was listening to, in my headphones while I was cleaning. So
I want to make a public service announcement to anybody who is out there doing that. Y'all might not look at these people like they're so rich. If y'all would dedicate your time to working or something productive instead of this, like, who has the time to do that is my question.
I just don't know.
I've got a few running around out there too, and they go into chats that I've never chatted in and say the most off the wall stuff, but people like start arguing with me. So it's
that's where
fine.
mine was. Mine was in a channel I never even heard of, and I was like, who and when?
Yes.
Who the hell is that? I've never even heard of that channel. And I go to the channel, and I'm like, yeah, no, that's
I
not
love
mine.
to come to the internet and learn all about the things that I'm doing, because I mean, I didn't know that I had all these duplicate people of me.
Well,
So
just looking at it
please
this
let
way,
me know if y'all see this rude Dutchie. I'm gonna have to have a confrontation, because
pass the Dutchie, right? Let's pass on to the next
I'm
one.
gonna have to pass the Dutchie to get through this daggone weekend, because
You're
I'm
right.
telling you, I'm over it.
you can't put her out on us right now because according to what the internet says, you're the boss, and then
Oh, that's right. I'm the mob
there's a
boss,
cult.
and you're on my pay. Y'all are all on my pay thing. I did.
Oh,
Yes,
so now it's on to you now. That all I already went
Yes,
through all that months ago.
yes.
Months ago.
Apparently, I am the mob boss now, and nonsense works for me. And apparently, I pay a lot of other people to do my dirty work, whatever that is. If y'all want to come over and clean my house, that's the dirty work that I need to take care of. I don't participate in all the effery going on around here because I just
Well,
don't have the time and the energy for that.
listen, that's not as bad. I own property in Hawaii, and I've been funneling money through my co-host.
You're just now telling me?
Really,
Yes.
Dago?
Yes.
I'm Chris Proudfoot's cousin.
Oh, that's right. Yes, yes, and the private jet and all that fun stuff. But yeah, we've all been through this, Dutchie. I promise you, it's fun. It really is. Yeah, I don't know. People are so bored, and they're like, get a hobby, folks. This is supposed to be your hobby. Get over yourself. Like, leave it for what it is. If your life is that boring, then you need to go do something with yourself. Stop putting on everybody else. But yeah,
I find it kind of entertaining because if she's the mob boss and I'm a cult leader, and I've heard the same thing said about Clue, that she has a cult. Like, how many
Yeah.
people are these? Like, they got some powers that be here.
Well, we're all in a cult. I've seen that. Like, it's all of us, including
Oh.
Arctic and Mom and
Oh, well.
You've never been thrown in there yet, Becky, but I guess you are.
I'm the head of it, apparently. I mean,
okay.
I didn't just that. Maybe that's why, because it's just
No.
a given.
It's a pyramid scheme. I forgot. We're on
Yes.
different legs of the pyramid. That's what it is. They determined that the other
I
night.
did announce that on my channel that I was running a pyramid scheme cult
Hey, now
slash cult
I do
slash
sell.
Amway.
I do sell Tupperware, so just saying. maybe
That's
not
like
kidding.
the old school
Oh my God! Like what?
original.
I would love to get these people. Well, that was just like the video this one crazy person that will not leave me alone put out with me on a motorcycle. The man's hairline stopped here, right? And it receded. He's balding right here. And I've seen this video and I put it up and I said, I put right before a show of mine, I posted the picture and I said, all right, guys, this is me. I'm a child sex trafficker, blah, 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 so on and so forth. So, and this woman put all this out like, you're done, Dago, blah, 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 blah. I said, when have you ever seen a man whose hairline recedes and then grows back? Does that happen? Because I've never seen it. What was that?
I was about to. I thought my StreamYard was messing up.
No, that is my husband in the garage underneath.
Oh, gotcha.
And I don't know what he is doing at 7 o'clock at night.
It sounded like he was standing something.
And I'm like,
Dishwasher.
what is he doing right now? So I apologize. I apologize.
Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, this is what happens. Like, this is what these people do. Their lives are so boring that they invent these things, they put these things out, and then they go on with their lives and think that nothing can happen. Well, guess what? It doesn't work that way.
I'm so mad right now about this. Like, how am I a cult leader and you don't have me a robe and a scepter yet?
Well, I was going to ask you, Dutchie, when are we going to start getting paid for all this stuff we're doing for you?
Well, I mean, I've got to start tragedy pimping more, I reckon, because
I guess. I mean, shit.
Oh.
This is insanity. Absolute insanity.
It's kind of interesting though, just to watch, like, the amount of, like, they'll buy certain stories. You can feed them anything, like, they'll believe it, and then here they are saying, Duchess's PR and like all this stuff. Like, they can't pick a lane most of the time.
Well, when that story doesn't float, they got to come up with another one that does, and then you know what I mean.
Yeah, it's such a useless waste of time.
Well, for whoever you are, the cult that you're all in, that's what it sounds like to me, that all of you that do that are in your own little cult. So whoever you all are, we all know about what you're doing. So
I don't know. I honestly feel like we ought to be a little more upset. Duchess is the cult leader, and she's on a daggum cruise right now.
Mm-hmm.
Mob boss. That sounded like didn't that sound like when you take off from the port?
A horn that they blow the boat horn. Yeah.
I'm trying to stay muted out because it keeps getting worse, and I don't know what he's doing.
They're going to run with this and say, see, we heard sawing after 6 p.m. at their house on a Saturday night. They are
That's what I
part of the
was
mob.
thinking.
He's down there making caskets in the garage, y'all.
That's what I was thinking. You know, it's going to get clipped, and then there's going to be, oh, Dutchie's husband was using power tools, y'all.
Yeah,
people are sick.
This is crazy.
I'm going to hop out of here, you guys.
Yeah, I need
appreciate you
to
having me
bring
on.
it. I've been live for 7.5 hours. I need to be done now, I think. But thank you, Becky, for jumping on.
Yeah, thank you all.
I would love to have you anytime. Join us. Yes.
Got to go to Duchess's on Sunday. Remember, everybody.
Yep, 8 p.m. 8 p.m. I'll be live. Thank you so much for having me up, and I hope
Always
everybody
and
has a
every
wonderful
time.
weekend.
Yes. Thank you very much. I appreciate you so very much. Have
Yes,
a
I
great night.
appreciate y'all. You too.
Don't forget, guys, Sunday at 8 p.m. Where's she at? Tennessee? No, she's in Carolina somewhere, I think, right?
South Carolina, I think.
South Carolina. What time zone is that?
It's Eastern.
Okay. So Eastern Standard Time, just like my time, folks. So please, support and show up. If I will be there for sure. Mind of Monsters, thank you so very much. It's always a pleasure to have you here and an honor. Thank you for everything you do. I can't express how much we appreciate you. And of course, Clue and Cletus, it's always a pleasure. Although you guys have been pretty quiet today. But again, thank you for this amazing video. You guys did a great thing. I know it was not anything that you planned or you did or anything. It just happened, but you guys did a great job with it. And I think you did a lot for a lot of people with this. So thank you guys very much.
I send you guys so much love and respect for doing this, man. I mean, I appreciate everything y'all have done from the beginning for Sebastian. You're rock stars. And I mean, just thank you for everything you do. And I appreciate you. Appreciate you so much.
You guys as well. And Dutchie and Nonsense. I mean, it takes a village, and
it does. That's why I am super excited. June 9th, guys. We're all going to be getting together with a few other creators as well. Maybe Becky will join as well to do this marathon that we're going to be streaming all day. I think it's 12 hours or something like that. About
Chris. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just going to say about what we're doing right now. So go ahead, please. Sorry.
Well, and as Chris clarified last night, the little boy on the screen in this case that we all started talking about is the rock star in this situation.
Right. This is how we all met. I'm glad. If nothing else good has come out of this, this little guy right here brought us all together. Okay, and that means the world to me. And I'm glad that we're all together, pushing forward to bring this little guy home. It means everything to me. I appreciate everybody that is involved and everybody that has been involved, including everybody in the chats. For every community, we all kind of share communities at this point, and it's just growing and growing, and we all have the same support and then some. So thank you guys for everything, all of you.
I'm honored to be a part of it, and thank you so much. And like I always say, if you guys see something, say something. It takes a village to raise a child, and never give up. I'm gonna pop down and thank you guys so much.
Yes,
much
ma'am.
love
Thank
to
you.
everybody that was on panel. I'm honored to be up here with you guys, and love the chat and all the support. And like he said, like Cletus said, just remember that Sebastian's what matters. Keep him out front and put the drama behind, put all the ugly darkness behind, because everything we do is so dark as it is. When you can shine that light, that's what matters.
Amen. Yep. Amen. Thank you so much.
Everybody.
Have a great night, Mom. Clue, Cletus, love you guys. Thank you very much for everything. I will talk to you guys very soon, as always. I hope you guys have a great rest of your night, and thank you for spending the day with me. I appreciate that very much. So I will see you soon. Bye-bye. Everybody in chat, thank you so very much. Once again, for being here. Oops, hold on a minute. And joining us for this today. You guys are absolutely amazing. And don't ever forget that, guys. Please don't forget to love yourselves, love each other. As we go out, I want to play this again. Thank you, Doodle. Doodlebug, my producer, has put this together once again. Please look at these faces. Try to remember some of them if you can. And guys, don't change anything about yourselves. You guys are the beautiful people. You are why I'm here and why I do what I do. Moderators, you've done an amazing job. Guys, if we can, please, everyone, if you can, if you have the ability to light it up with all the green hearts, please, in support of Sebastian. And just in support of all the missing people that we are out here trying to bring home. I appreciate that so very much. You guys are, like she said, you guys are rock stars. And thank you all for joining me today. It means the world. And I will see you all very soon, folks. Good night and God bless.
Thank you.